The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good day, Philippines! Magandang araw sa inyong lahat and hello to everyone who's tuned in to witness the greatest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Tatlong nagbabagang bakbakan ng ating matutunghayan sa 6th week ng ating regular season. Bilang na ang araw ng ating mga koponan para itaas ang lakas. Kaya kung meron pa silang itinatagong baon that could potentially redefine what Filipino meta is, the Philippine meta to what we know now, there's no better time to reveal it than now. Especially sa mga captains ng ating first bout for today. Their performances in the past were true testaments to their capabilities. We saw them grow and we saw them dominate, but lately, they've been struggling lately. We know how they can mount advantages, but they've been losing fights that are supposed to be theirs to win. Ano nga ba ang nangyayari kila Light at Bentings? That is what we're gonna find out. One of them will win for today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TNC Pro versus RSG Slate Philippines. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
In life, either you go big or you go home. In this match, backing down is not an option. RSG Slate Philippines has a title to defend, and on the other hand, we have TNC Pro Team who needs to go triple time to get back up. Now let's find out on who's going to rise and who's going to win to take back a raid. Now, welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Midnight for the match of week 6 in day number 2. Right now, it's about keeping the playoffs dreams alive, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's time to count those points, and as Mara said, if you have anything hidden under your sleeves, now is the time to bring it out.
True.
Yeah. You know, it's a very hard position to be in if you're TNC, but again, there is still hope. You know, they can climb back. It is the grind towards the playoffs, and you need every game that you can get, as points are really, really important at this stage.
Points are really important, and also all of you guys watching us right now, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIM REG now and get 3 gigabytes of data when you register. Again, we only have until April 26th to do this. Now, going back to our main storyline of the day, TNC, right now, they're really ranking down low on the standings. On the other hand, RSG fell short yesterday.
Yeah, which is a little surprising because I was expecting a lot from RSG yesterday. With that performance, though, I mean, they cannot be ashamed of that. I think it was a very close matchup.
Yeah, honestly, I think RSG, they're still at momentum mode. They mentioned it last week when they won against a few teams, but it's hard to deny that Omega has been keeping up with their performance recently. Again, this is the storyline of Omega for so long. You know, for so many seasons, it has been that poison that the Barangay has.
Yeah, to be fair though,
True.
I mean, this is exactly what happened to Echo, right? They experienced a loss, but they jumped back to form right away, right after that match. So there is this RSG slate is still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, both these two teams has this mindset to reset right away because our headline of today is what's happening to Ben Things and Light. The roamers of these two teams. They're both doing good. They're both doing fine. But a bit of a discussion on how they went yesterday. There was a bit of a challenge. There's something new, and there's something they needed to fix. And knowing that Coach Panda handles his team really well, goes in for a good loving and scolding back in the boot camp. Well, who knows? Maybe we're in a good mood today for a win.
For me, it's it's just a matter of the play style change with the recent teams trying to kind of adapting to this sort of chaotic play style like what Omega has been doing, and it has been one of the flavors of the season. Very fundamental teams. Their approach changes in a few weeks, and I feel like being down to the blueprint or being very, very strict with how you play is not gonna be the be all and the end game for a lot of these teams. And I feel like again it's kind of the change that Ben Things and Light has to adapt. Because we've seen time and time again that Light and Ben Things can play fundamentally well, but a lot of the other teams are playing kind of chaotic. And some of these games, RSG and TNC feel like they're lost, at some point. And again, that's one of the few things that they have to adapt in this current meta, that it's not all about the fundamental approach. You kind of have to introduce a different flavor there.
Well, you said about chaos, you said about change, you said about adaptation. Rockhart, I know you've witnessed the matches last week about TNC and RSG. They made some changes in their roster, but now they can't afford to do it again. They can't afford to experiment.
Yeah, this is not the time to do it. I actually agree with Midnight. You can't always stick with the fundamentals and expect to get the same outcome. Because, teams evolve. These are people. They're not machines. They're not set in one way. And they can change if they think something's not working. And we are seeing that, especially for a team like Omega, it did work out well for them.
Yeah.
Now, for RSG, they need to introduce some of that flavor, Some of that X factor. A lot of that is obviously on the side of Nats. I think Nats has to step up so much in this team because he's always the guy who, everyone watches this guy. We enjoy what he does, but people don't realize that what he does, it gives so much room to his teammate. All the X factor plays, all of that. 5 people's eyes of your opponents are on one person.
Yeah.
So when that happens, that's usually how RSG gets those wins.
Yeah, those are the players that I call black holes. You just get all the attention in the map because everybody gravitates towards you.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of flavor that Nats brings. But I feel like when it comes to change in play style, TNC is a step ahead over RSG because we've seen King Kong, a very phenomenal player. And I feel like it has been a rough few weeks for him, but we've seen him perform really, really well, especially up against Blacklist.
Yeah, performance of King Kong on the past match of TNC. We witnessed how he changed, how he grew, and how in different situations it was squeezed out of him to pick a new hero. And King Kong, on the other hand, they always had this momentum that they need to hold on. You've mentioned about momentum. They like the chaos, they like the surprises.
Yeah.
The Zilong picks.
Very, very.
And the patch right now is getting me really intriguing. Like, are they going to use something new? Are they going to change something different? Because right now, experimentation is not really good, right? And it needs to be prevented. But right now, let's call on our insider backstage, Sona. What do you have for us today for the first match of week number 6, day number 2? Go ahead and tell us about the story.
Thank you, casters. Sa totoo lang, I am very much excited for the very first series of this Saturday triple header na meron tayo. My name is Sona, and here with me backstage is, of course, one of the teams na may pinaka-creative na roster reveals. I'm pretty sure that you've seen that, the Biyaheng Tagumpay roster reveal. And one of the people that is behind the roster reveal itself is their operations manager. Please welcome Miss Ingrid Ignacio. Miss Ingrid, it was such a very nice, kung tutuusin, roster reveal kasi sobrang naiba siya dun sa mga nakikita natin from the start. So, my question is, like, what's the story behind it? Saan ba siya nanggaling?
Okay, so yung story talaga niyan is from the story of Escalera. So yung boss kasi namin, nag-iisip na siya noon before kung ano yung maging roster reveal namin and what better way to introduce our players than with a true story. So that's where we got the idea from. Tapos, yung pagiging creative niya, sinulat na lang talaga namin kung ano yung babagay sa mga players, ganyan. So, ayan. Kasi coming from last place last season, we don't want people to think na, ay, last place kasi in TNC last season, hindi na mag-e-effort yan or hindi na palo yan. No. Mas palong-palo pa kami ngayon and sa susunod na season, abangan nyo.
Right. Now, speaking of the players, I'm glad that you've mentioned that. Kasi parang very serious sila pagpapasok dito mismo sa MPL. Pero outside, you see them all over social media. Sila yung isa sa mga pinakamakukulit na players na makikita natin. So, what is the reality behind these players? Kamusta sila aside from being an esports player?
Besides from being an esports player, our players are actually young, wild, and free. So, kasi syempre bata pa sila and we allow them to be like that. And we support na yung pagiging nila, dancer, ganyan, tiktokerist, lahat yan, support yan ng TNC kasi bata pa sila eh. So kami yung nagiging second family nila and important yon na hindi nila ma-skip yung kabataan nila.
Yeah, we actually saw a little glimpse of those, TikTok boys from the back. Pero ayaw na masyadong magpakita. Ms. Ingrid, maraming salamat.
Thank you.
This time, we're now going to be talking to the coaches na madalas ding nating nakikita. Kilala nyo sila because of their monikers. So let's call on Coach Lift and Coach Right. Papasok sila ngayon right over here on to my right. Coach Lift, isa ka na sa mga kilalang coaches dito sa larangan ng esports scene. So I'll throw this question first kay Coach Right. Kasi Coach Right, you're one of the newer coaches that we have here in the MPL. San ba nanggaling yung pangalan na Coach Right? Sinadya ba talaga para mag-match kayong dalawa ni Lift?
Opo, sinadya po ng boss namin.
Okay. So, confirmed, sinadya po talaga para mag-Lift Right combo talaga sila. Now, my next question is for Coach Lift. Kasi, Coach Lift, kung titignan natin mismo, just, put a closer look on the style that the two coaches have, is they really do have the polo. Yung iba na naka-blazer pa, naka-coat pa, pero sila, hindi. Straight up polo talaga. So, what's the story behind just the polo, the long sleeve, and also yung pagtanggal nung isang botones? Kasi parang palagi kong nakikita sa inyo yan eh.
Yung sa polo, mukha kasi siyang malinis. Kaya kahit mukhang madudumi yung kaming mga coaches, nagmumukhang malinis dahil dun sa polo. And yung sa botones, nanalo na kasi kami ng isang beses. Kaya magtatanggal kami ng isang botones.
Alright. Okay. So, we get to slow it down, right?
Tapos sa mga susunod pa na laban, kung mananalo man kami, magtatanggal pa kami ng botones.
Oh, sige. Wait lang ha. Silipin muna natin. I would like to call on one of our representatives from the caster desk, Renmar. We've seen what Coach Right has done, right? Okay, so what did he did? Ano yung medyo tinanggal niya? Okay, that's good. So, one button has been removed. Tapos, Coach, ano ang mangyayari kapag nanalo ang TNC for this series?
Neto, sa mga series na nasunod pa, magtatanggal pa kami kung sakaling mananalo pa kami.
Okay. So, magtatanggal pa ng isang botones, no?
Tapos kung mananalo pa naman kami ng susunod pa.
Okay.
Magtatanggal pa ulit kami ng isa. Sige pa. Kaya pa yan.
Pag nanalo na lang muna.
Pag nanalo na lang.
Okay.
Pag nanalo na lang ulit.
I got you. Renmar, ano yung mangyayari pag nanalo ulit sila ng pangalawa? Alright, you get to remove the second button as well. Right? Pag nakatuloy-tuloy, pag naka-win streak, Coach Right, ano kayang posibleng mangyayari?
Baka magubad na si Coach Liff. Ikaw yun! Ako ba?
Ikaw yun. Tinan mo, binalik mo nga yung pangalawa eh.
Basta yan, mapupunta.
Kailangan mong i-manifest kasi sa ngayon, talagang win streak ang kailangan ng TNC. So ngayon, Coach Lift, since ikaw naman ang connoisseur ng Buttons Club, anong mangyayari pag nanalo kayo ng pangalawang series?
Kasi diba,
Bakit hindi?
hindi, yung una. Kaya tanggal to kasi nanalo na kami noong una. So, pag nanalo, dalawa pa. Tapos kung mananalo pa man ulit.
Okay guys, bago maging delikado ang sitwasyon, ibato na muna natin sa ating mga casters, ha? Kami na muna dito.
Thank you so much, Sona and the TNC gang. Right now, I'm just checking my buttons on what's going to happen in this match because this time around, TNC is really feeling the heat today.
Wait.
I actually,
Are you-
What happened?
actually like it because it's really hot right now.
Oh, yeah,
It really
man.
is hot.
true.
Considering
It helps,
now
it helps.
it's summer in the Philippines, so
Jeez.
we're feeling a bit of heat right now.
I win you over though. I have so many buttons
Yeah.
here.
He has a vest.
I have a vest. I have a polo. I also have the suit. You know.
This is for Brens if they lose a lot.
Yeah,
For loss.
for the loss, right? But for the context of that interview, for all our folks watching us right now, the challenge or the story behind Coach Lift's button being unbuttoned for every match that they win, that's how they do it. They have a button challenge that they need to remove because the story behind it is no matter how dirty they look, because of their clean polo, it makes them look sleek and fine. Now, in terms of how and winning the game works, they need to unbutton one until the end of our regular season because
Yeah.
right now they need the points to win. TNC is ranking at 6th or 7th. And this is the challenge right now of the Phoenix Army.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of how Filipinos really are, right?
Yeah.
We work very hard, but we always look very well, and we try to do our very best to look as clean as presentable as possible.
It's the winner's ritual,
Yeah.
honestly. You know, if you have nothing to throw away, just have fun, do what you need to do, and just have a game.
Yeah, and the identity of TNC, no matter how they rise or they fall, they just keep on smiling, do their dances. And this is what the personality of Filipinos, win or lose, they smile. And right now in the chat, just say Pogi ako. It means you're handsome.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm handsome.
You're handsome, right? So now let's call on these two teams right on stage. Untitled Philippines and TNC for their walk-ins of the day. Let's go. No matter how the road gets tough, the Phoenix Army is getting tougher. Will they be able to finally take flight as they conquer the Kings of Sea? Rise, rise, rise! TNC Pro Team! After facing a riptide yesterday, are the Kings of Sea ready to go back on course to take back a win? Raiders, it's RSG Slate Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Lift. It's CNC versus RSG. Who will strike back? It's all about keeping the playoffs dreams alive. TNC Pro Team in their same lineup. The first step for their slow progress, but it's getting good results.
Yeah, a lot of these games that TNC are playing, I've noticed this. I know a lot of people have noticed this. They always have a great early game. That is starting to become very apparent in almost all their games. It's always that closing time, man. They got to play that music, and they got to get to it because you can play the early game as good as you can, But if you can't close out that W, it does not matter.
Yeah, again, you have to throw back to TNC versus Blacklist. You know, there was almost the situation where they could have won, especially with the performance of a lot of these players. King Kong, especially very, very good jungler. But at the end of the day, you have to get that end game conditions. Now, for RSG, this is again one of the most fundamental teams here in the league. They know what to do from early start up to the end portions of the game. One problem is they always fall victim to very chaotic teams. Even though there has been stellar performances from a lot of these players, they fall short to whatever shenanigans the opponents throw at them. And I feel like that's gonna become a factor here up against TNC, because if you're RSG, yes, you're ready to play the fundamental game, the strategic approach, but it's hard to do that against teams that can flex. TNC, they're not a team that plays the utility jungler alone. They also play assassins. They have to step up if they want to, get an easy victory here up against TNC.
They have a book. We call them TNC textbook back in the season for a reason. Now, for the team head-to-head, look at this. It's leaning towards RSG, who's ranking 3rd right now, and TNC is ranking 8th. But there's a lot of similarities on the most pick heroes, which is the Frederick, the Forza, and the Valentina. But now in Dispatch, will this make a difference?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think Yuzhong's also a huge pain point for both of these teams. They will love to pick it up in order to answer specific heroes. Yeah. I wonder if that's going to be a case. I want to see a Hanzo today for some reason. I don't know. That suddenly popped up in my mind.
You want to see King Kong play the Hanzo
yes,
again?
Please, one more.
By the way, I just want to mention that it's really important for RSG to again select their targets in this game, because last time they met, Kram was not able to play any form of Mobile Legends whatsoever.
Yep.
Because Lai was always on his head, biting the Lapu-Lapu. So XP lane is gonna become important here. That's why I love I love the fact that you mentioned Yuzong, because it is a pain point for both teams. This is a hero that you want to be able to target out, because it targets the main line of composition and also these two XP laners on both sides.
Yeah, because in our stats of how these two teams work, RSG has high participation in terms of kills and getting their first kill ratio. It all means that how they can be pandamental, because I was supposed to say fundamental, but now it's in MPL Philippines, it's pandamental, and it's a playstyle of RSG that they always pull out because they have a momentum. But on the side of TNC, they have a surprise factor in terms of getting those cheese strats, and even the Hanzo. They have good performance of the Hanzo back then, and if they keep on doing it, who knows?
If ever there's a way that you want to win, if there's anything you want to bring out, today's the day to do it. Like Midnight mentioned, if RSG is a team that's kind of vulnerable to teams with very explosive, very random, chaotic moves, I think that's what TNC has to do. Maybe get some points on the board. They need it. They need that win streak in order for the playoff stream to stay alive.
Yeah, RSG, they're prepped for sword fights. For TNC, why not bring a gun? Why not bring a cannon? Why not bring a laser at some point, You need to shake things up. And for RSG, you need to be aware that this is a possibility from, your opponent.
There's a lot of possibilities, but right now, let's throw it over to our very own Wolf for our keys to victory for this match.
And let's look at the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Simulan natin para sa TNC. Learn further how to close out the games with their advantage. Kapansin-pansin na ang TNC ay nakakakuha ng mga games kung saan yung early game ay napupunta na sa kanila. Lumalabang sila ng mga 5,000 gold at yung draft nila pang early game talaga, kayang-kaya nilang tapusin yung laban sana, but they weren't able to do so. Siguro nakuha na nga ng TNC yung formula sa pagkuha ng early game. Ngayon, kailangan na lang nilang hanapin how to close out games. Gamitin ng Lord to their advantage, maghanap ng mga objectives outside of the base of their opponents kapag sila nakalamang, para sa pag-siege nila ng base ng kalaban ay kayang-kaya nilang tapusin with their own advantage. Para naman sa RSG, beware of TNC's growth. Nakikita natin ng TNC, yun nga, merong growth na steady na nakikita natin from their squad na mukhang nahanap na rin nilang timpla. This is something that RSG needs to be careful of. Huwag silang makapante kahit sila yung 3rd place at kanilang katapat ngayon ay 8th place sa ating standings. And for both teams, match the jungler's tempo. nakita natin mula sa side ng TNC na si King Kong talaga nagdidikta ng tempo at successful sila sa early game at mid game kapag si King Kong ang nagdadrive ng manibela. Para naman sa kanila, kailangan nilang sabayan yung driver nila ngayon na hindi man si Escalera yung magiging tema dito. Para naman sa RSG, ang kailangan nilang sakyan is yung biyahe ni H2. Kung paano rotate si H2 at kung ano ang kanilang pupuntuhin sa ating mapa. Yan ating Keys to Victory brought us by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for that keys to victory. Going on to point number 2. Beware of TNC's growth. They are more stabilized than ever.
Stable. Big words. Just kidding, Wolf.
Well,
But he's right. He's right, though, right? I feel like they're starting to understand that, you know what, we can get advantage in the early game. Why not try to finish it in the early game? I think I'm seeing small hints of this team trying to do that earlier now, and I think it really works out for them. And they need to do it against the RSG, who did suffer a little bit of a loss yesterday. Maybe they found something in that matchup. Maybe if you watch that replay, maybe there's something that they can capitalize on or abuse from RSG.
Yeah, you know, Rockhart's onto something, especially with the heat feeling. You know,
I know, he's always onto something.
I'm seeing kind of a lift figure
Yeah.
here. You know,
I mean,
the
this is the
bottom-
only way
and
match
the,
you can do
bottom
it.
challenge is already happening. You know,
and we haven't gotten the draft yet.
It's really hot.
it's not, you know, it's Rockhart preparing. You know,
Yeah.
For the upcoming game. Sorry, I got
gonna
lost.
be-
I got lost with the image of Rockhart. No, with the upcoming game, I do agree with the point that Rockhart brought out. You know, you have to be prepared about the changes from both sides, and I feel like for RSG, it's you know, it falls in line to the keys to victory that TNC, with the chaotic playstyle that they have been bringing forward with their composition, they're gradually, you know, able to stabilize their playstyle. You know, a lot of these games, most of the times you'd see the draft of TNC, you might say that, hey, it's not going to work. You know, this is not the fundamental approach to how you play the current meta. But, you know, they've been getting these games that are kind of stellar for them.
Yeah, speaking of being stellar, and most of the players who do that right now, look at that. Light is not blinking, and Benthing is just smiling. He has a record for not blinking during the player head-to-head stats is up when it's up. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, he's not blinking.
Wait, did he know?
He
knows.
knows. He
camera
does
was
that.
on him.
See, he's
at that.
still not blinking. That's light for you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
He was like, wait, is it over? Oh no, it's not yet over.
It's not over.
That's scary, though.
The camera
so
is still with
scary.
Dylan.
Dude, just blink.
Now, it shows his focus, right?
Yeah.
And they really need that. Because I think the analyst brought it up very well, right? This is, you know, XP laners like Nats, who enables them, right?
Yeah.
A very stable mid-game, which is controlled, obviously, by the roamers.
Yeah, and to go back on the history on how these two teams met on the first half of the season, look at this, RSG 2-0 TNC in week number 2. Because our headline of the day, we're talking about play size. Midnight, you mentioned about Chaos being stabilized. This goes down to the roamers of the teams right now. We have Benthings and we have Light.
And we saw, you know, just Light demolish TNC the last time they met, especially the XP laner. Kram was not able to play Mobile Legends that day. He was just food for RSG Slate Philippines, and that was sort of the first outing of RSG with this chaotic gameplay. Not full chaos, but fundamental approach with kind of a little bit of side quest here and there. And I feel like coming into this match, RSG feels like they are the better team, but again, you have to watch out for the development of TNC. They might are ranked 8th right now, but they almost came close to just getting games away from Blacklist International. And Blacklist has also been developing all throughout this MPL Season 11 regular season. And I feel like at the back of their minds, it is something that might just catch RSG off guard.
That's true, man, and I agree with you. And for this specific season, it's so hard to grade a team's ranking from up and down in all of the weeks. Now let's find out who's going to rise, who's going to win. We're going for the draft here, but now TNC is on the first pick.
Yeah, TNC's blue. This is, this is really uncomfortable for RSG unless they chose it themselves. I believe TNC chose first pick here. And the thing about this changes is that even though RSG is uncomfortable with their second pick, it's not bad per se, because the current meta dictates that Fredrin is no longer first pick priority, especially with the nerfs coming to the hero. But we saw Ryzen just show yesterday that Fredrin was not dead. Fredrin was still OP. because the damage, yes, it was reduced from his second skill and his ultimate. The fact of the matter is the crowd control is not. It's not touched, it's not affected or anything. It is still Fredrin.
As we say here in the league, you can nerf the hero, but not the player. And it always keeps on happening, and they keep on proving it wrong. But right now, the focus is on the EXP lanes that you guys mentioned. We were talking about roamers, now we're talking about EXP. Arl is out, Yuzong is out. Who's going to ban out for RSG? Because in the keys to victory, the teams right now who have similar ways of amping up their game is the junglers dictate the pace.
That's true. So that's also a reason why the Fanny is also answered right there.
Yep.
And like we mentioned earlier, at least I like that for TNC, they're not getting a lot of wins lately, but they're aware, right? They're aware that Nats is a very scary player to give these heroes out. They answer it right away.
Valentina first pick maybe for TNC. Oh, Glue, yeah, it's open. And the beauty of this is that you can't pick Faramis this week. So RSG Slate Philippines, they don't have any direct counters against this Glue, but Lancelot and Valentina is open. We saw RSG prioritize Lancelot picks over Fredrin yesterday, and I feel like you can do that against Glue because Fredrin doesn't particularly like playing into the Glue because you are a standing wall, You are a stacking charge for the split. So Lancelot is a much better option for RSG Slate Philippines. It does help them secure early game and objectives with the Thornrose Retribution combo. So it's one of the most potent spells out there, most potent combos to secure objectives. And it is something of a choice here for RSG. Valentina for Exhort. It's a staple pick. Ooh, they go. Ooh, I like this. But
there it is.
They do
man.
it.
There it is, right away.
My concern is they hovered it. Farza is open for TNC. Yes, you are putting yourselves in a position where Farza, yes, it gets picked, but Valentina is traded on the other side. But the reason why I love it is that you are forcing RSG to get Valentina third pick. And even if RSG's first pick on the second phase, you can remove a lot of the heroes on the banning stage on the second phase.
I love the game that they're doing right now. If RSG wants to secure the burst combo with the Lancelot, because yesterday we had a track record on how Lancelot swiftly secures objectives straight. And all of the turtles, I don't know, it just works well. And they prioritize with Ben thinks Franco. Talk about tempo here.
I love this.
This is personally what I do when there are Lancelots on the field. I love getting that Franco. Even if it's a tank Lancelot, good luck.
Good
luck surviving.
Yep. You
right?
don't care.
But on the other...
The blood hunt is there,
Exactly, the bloody hunt, right? For any mobile hero. But on the other side, I like this Lancelot pick just because. Someone pointed this out on social media, right?
Yep.
Lancelot on H2O, it's very much the same as Lancelot from way back NXP, way back from before. H2O's Lancelot game didn't really elevate all the way, like, unbelievably powerful or anything. But you put him on here, this spot, on this hero, he's comfortable.
Yeah.
And when he's comfortable with I would say a better team, in his perception, if he thinks he's with a better team, he's going to play better. And they play very well.
It syncs perfectly, You're not forced to go for these aggressive plays where H2 sometimes kind of falters because there is that bit of inconsistencies when it comes to aggressive performance. But if you put Lancelot as a tank and your main role is objectives, H2's life is like suddenly very, very light. Like, no pun intended. Like, it's a fun game because you can dash in, dash out. There's no threat of any kill whatsoever from TNC. I mean, aside from the Franco. But if you're able to dodge that, you're giving free vision for RSG Slate Philippines. And I love this Tarita pick. It's it's RSG telling TNC that we're not gonna be cornered into getting the Valentina. We're not gonna be baited out. And XP lane is priority here for RSG. Come the actually no, I might even say that XP should be picked last for RSG Slate Philippines. What you do here for RSG is you ban out these absurd gold laners that can deal with the Melissa, and you pick up the roam on first pick on second phase. Ruby sounds nice. Joe also is good. Grok is available for Light. There's a lot of options for Light here. And I feel like Nats, even though he sees already the XP lane matchup, you'd want to reserve that potential pick for last because you want to be able to see the two picks of TNC.
Yeah, it's about the counter of being on the red side because right now RSG would want to secure their first 3 picks because we were expecting to get a Valentina Instead, we went for the counter because yesterday we saw Exort's performance back in their match up against Omega. And it worked so well with their lineup.
Yeah, Exort is, I think, such a consistent player at this point where this is a perfect hero to kind of balance the attack that's going to come in from TNC. Because once again, I expect TNC to win the early game here. They've done that against teams, against really high caliber teams.
Yeah.
This is also a very good possibility, and that does the kind of pick really does put everything into perspective.
I love this picture.
Yeah, speaking of perspective, that's Coach Lift. See? But in that photo, his buttons are all intact.
Yeah.
Right?
Just one button, you know.
One button,
It represents the win.
The win.
That
Oh,
they've gotten. I love
See,
the
look at the ban.
Hayabusa. I love the Hayabusa ban. It answers up very, very well up against the Lancelot and Melissa. It's not something that you would want to give away for TNC. I mean, we saw that with Echo and Bren, you know, when Kyle Tease was able to get his hands on the Lancelot up against, Hayabusa up against Melissa and Lancelot, he just took over the game. So I feel like against King Kong, you're not comfortable giving the hero because you know that the guy is an assassin specialist. But there is that Hanzo or Benedetta, available for TNC. There is that option for the Phoenix side. And, Ruby.
Yeah, you're talking about Ruby because it really looks nice with RG's lineup right now. And what better way to trim it down? And what are the choices of light right now? Because we still have Atlas on the table. We still have, Kufra?
Yeah, Kufra sounds nice. Grog is also decent.
And that's why you put Nats and Light on last pick.
Yeah.
Because of their massive hero pool.
Insane threat, you know.
That's like anything you put him there.
It's an ocean.
Yeah.
It's an ocean.
Amazing.
And right now, will it be a better way if they secure the EXP now rather than the tank last?
If you're gonna secure XP now, I would say Lapu Lapu or Benedetta would be the choice, or even Paquito for Nuts. But preferably, you'd want to get the last. So there you go. The Kufra is out. It is again, as we've talked about, a great option for light tier. Good answer versus Franco. Not very good against Glue though. But there is the aspect of TNC just having this insane frontline burst damage. So even if the Kufra is willing to get the vision for RSG and he is willing to die, TNC, they're gonna be happy with that as well. You know, if you're willing to die, okay, we'll take it. You have no trade. The only damage threat that RSG has if TNC goes on this Kufra is the Kadita. And information and vision is gonna be important in this game.
Well, speaking of vision right now, we've seen how a Kufra versus a Franco could be counterproductive if you get hooked and suddenly you get a setup from a Kufra. Sometimes you either tell that you would not just do it over and over. You're gonna make RSG happy, but it turns out,
Yep. Again,
the Benedetta.
King Kong, really fantastic Benedetta player. I'm gonna be honest, and I feel like it is a damage Benedetta game. It's not a tank Benedetta game. Or if he wants to go tank Benedetta route, then the Franco and Farsa will have to do a lot of heavy lifting in this game. But RSG, they do have last pick. I feel like Lapu Lapu, Paquito, even the Phobius is up there because there's a lot of dash on the side of TNC.
Actually, that's possible. Yeah, the Phobius.
Esmeralda actually is kind of decent dispatch. It's an OP XP laner at the moment, honestly, because of the absurd amount of damage that she has.
Didn't she get buffed twice right now?
Yeah, she got buffed twice.
Nats used it yesterday, and he's not using it today. It's the Paquito that we know.
Yeah. And the thing about this Paquito is it's in the same territory as the Esmeralda. It fell off the meta, not because it was nerfed, but because, a lot of the fighter junglers have just been OP in a few months. But Paquito, after his short stint in Season 9, he was buffed twice. And then nobody was picking him.
Yeah.
Until Nuts was like, hey,
what are you guys doing?
Give some spotlight to the Paquito.
Oh. Yeah, and right now, as we're seeing a lot of changes, well, RSG knows how to handle their cards right. It's a Paquito for Nats, and now, at some point in the game, a Paul will show up. So you only have until the timer runs out. And so comment down your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S11. So make sure you guess it correctly, because one lucky person will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll, folks. So right now, let's go back to the game. Who's on the better side right now in terms of early game? Because as they say on the keys to victory, the jungler takes the way of starting up their pace.
Yep, we're going to have a lot of fun here. I didn't see the Hanzo, right? But everyone else seems to be in their form. Even King Kong on the Benedetta. You're right. I think this is still a damage Benedetta. Because I feel like they are going to need to amp up that early game to mid-game. And you do that with a jungle Benedetta. You don't do it with a tank.
Yes.
They have enough
True.
tankiness with the glue and the Franco.
Yeah, speaking of Benedetta, Rockhart, we have King Kong ranking 1 on the unique heroes pick, 11 unique heroes in their start of the season. Wow, how's that, Midnight?
A lot of heroes pulled out here by TNC. And again, this is the advantage of having these kinds of players. You do bring that chaotic flavor even outside the game, just the drafting stage alone. If you're a Coach Panda, you have to think about the different options for King Kong, and it kind of disrupts the way you think about the the draft here for your team, because you also have to deal with like the options of being countered. Like if you pick this, what are the heroes that King Kong has that can be good against this? That's why you saw the Hayabusa ban earlier on, and it does change up a lot of the dynamics between the draft. But I do feel like Coach Panda had TNC down the wire, even with the Paquito last pick, because I would say that even though this is not a much better early game lineup, TNC has a much aggressive composition in the early game. They will have more momentum if they can execute. But RSG, fundamentally speaking, this is a better team fighting composition, because if you think about how they want to fight, TNC has to go all in on a single target, and there's no backup plan. Like, the only remedy that you have is that both the glue and the Benedetta can go on the back line, frustrate some heroes there, bring confusion to the fight, but they cannot commit. For RSG Slate Philippines, there is that Lancelot factor of being a tank, where they can just get vision, he can just dash in, dash out, and there's a lot of re-engage potential coming out from RSG Slate Philippines. And if you ever are able to sustain the fight, Paquito is gonna go wild, the Melissa is gonna go wild. So again, in terms of team fight, RSG is just more well composed over TNC.
Well,
Yeah.
that's true, right, Rockhart?
Actually, that's true, and I have to add up to that, because you're right, single target damage from TNC is off the charts. Like, good luck surviving. And I think the way that RSG is going to win this is not through a team fight, actually, but maybe more on split. Because they have the mobile heroes. You fight in a team fight as a Lancelot, as a Paquito.
Yeah.
You have a Franco. Good luck surviving, right?
Yeah.
So maybe don't fight. Don't go to the team fight. Go split up the map. Go around, and you'll have a better shot of not winning the game, not through just 5v5s, but more on just getting the objective.
Yeah, maybe
Actually,
just
very good point.
picking the lane on who to pressure, because yesterday we've seen Franco it's more like a dependent on to a setup type, right? And if it falls, it's one thing that you need to have a follow-up. And in terms of TNC, how does it? So it only boils with the question, like, they don't need to get pressured on the early game that they want to have for the competition. As you say, every pickoff could be deadly. They have the glue, they have the burst, so why not have a good start for this one?
Yeah, to summarize, TNC has to execute in this game. They are the drivers of this game.
Yeah,
they
by
are
the
the ones. Yep, they are the ones who are
He's right.
making this journey possible for this team. But I do feel that with RSG's confidence and the way they play the map, they are just gonna get a lot of resources of this game and be able to put Eman on this pedestal where he can just solo carry in this match. But again, the end game conditions for both sides are very, very clear, especially with having a Franco and Beatrix and even a Farsa on your lineup. Whatever farm Eman gets, you always have that window wherein you can still win. If you are able to snipe out the gold laner for against RSG, then you make that window bigger. And I feel like, again, Rockhart brought up a very good point. Split is going to be the name of the game here, not just for TNC only, but also for RSG, because you have to utilize every aspect of your game to not be put in a spot where the Melissa is just the sole target. Because in a specific team fight, if TNC can execute, even though Lancelot, the Kufra can engage and re-engage, especially with the Paquito, if they're able to snipe out the Melissa, team fight's over.
Well, speaking of team fights, yesterday we've seen Exort with his Kadita, and it's a deadly choice and also advantages for the team because right now they have pressure and coverage because Light and Exort together, and yesterday they just made so much space for their goalie. We're talking about Eman this time on how to making their kill participation work in early game. So maybe this time, how do you prevent something like that? Because in early game, we know RSG is more the aggressive one of picking the right lane to delay something. They know what they can do in order to cross the bridge later on.
That still goes into their win condition of the fundamentals, right? They have to basically, if they have to know if they can win the lane. If they can't win the lane, then try something else. Because right now, I believe, I still stand by what we said earlier, that TNC's early game is a lot better. Although right now, with the help of Exort, seems like first blood is on the side of RSG.
A very, very big kill here for the Raiders. They get the kill onto the Beatrix. That allows Eman to just have a better, have better resources and have better time on the laning stage with H2, bottom lane.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't super like this because obviously it's very difficult. But you gotta put pressure on the glue. You gotta remind him that you can't just do anything you want on the map, bro.
Yeah, so we were talking about macro coverage here, macro and micro, in terms of getting the full.
Oh,
that's a flicker out.
Boom! Goes the Dynamite as Nats expends that flicker to take out Escalera on the bottom side. But looks like RSG still gonna be quite happy as they do also get that turtle.
This is not how you want to play if you're TNC. I don't know what Bentings is doing top lane. I mean, I understand that you want to protect your gold laner, but this is not how you want to utilize Franco. They have to play like how RG used to play when they first met. And Light, at that time, was just all over the map. You know, he was throwing hooks here and there, you know, everywhere. And RSG, they're not feeling the fact that there is a Franco in the game. That's why they're able to pull out moves like this, because they know for the fact that Bentings has been sitting on the top lane for 2 whole minutes.
Okay, this is a question for us that we need to leave on the table because right now it's Light and Exort doing all the vision, doing all the ganks and pokes, and as we are trying to say here is they need to get more coverage and vision because TNC right now, as 1 kill has been given to the side of RSG, they would need to have a trade for that because on how Exort and Light is rotating, they're putting TNC on the wall slowly to not respond to the possible threats later on.
Yeah, the other disadvantage of having Bentings just basically on the top side is RSG can do crazy stuff. And they know they won't get punished, right? They're not. The other lanes are not scared. The Franco's just on top.
Yeah, RSG, they're happy with this. They're happy with what is happening on the top lane. Both heroes that are sitting near Eman don't get any gold or XP from the minions, even though Bentings does that as well. But there is no sort of pressure for TNC on the map. Like RSG, again, they're happy to just sit with what they have right now. The gold is on their side, and they still have the the better objective securing hero, which is the Lancelot. And H2 was able to get that over King Kong. And if there's nothing happening on the map, we're scaling, you know?
Yeah. Oh, off-cam killed it from Nats.
Nats, bro! That's exactly what you need to do. But on the other side, Innocent with a kill. Finally, the Franco is paying off.
Okay, slow progress. They're up top. TNC has their own way of activating this, but King Kong up against 2 on the second objective.
Oh boy, that was very slick and fancy, but in the end, it's still going to be an H2O turtle.
Yeah, it's a Lancelot, you know?
I have a counter for that. Lancelot on taking objectives. Seal that in.
Very potent objective taker, and the hero has been really, really phenomenal here for RSG Slate Philippines. He is going for a rush on the Guardian's helmet. Rip Twilight Armor. Not going to be part of that combination, but again, it doesn't remove the fact that H2 can just do this all over again. You know, get the vision here for RSG to stain and get. If TNC pokes him, so be it. You know, he can recover the HP back.
It's how you get with the tanks a lot, as we call it right here in our games. But now the contention goes into the XP lane. Nats and Hesu. A Glue versus a Paquito, I say it's a bit of a back and forth situation in terms of push.
But Nats has been winning that lane, bro.
Yeah, Hesu has been losing pretty hard, you know?
Oh my god.
It's not even about Nats winning.
Look at that.
Hesu has been losing hard.
He's flickering out for basically just Exort diving. He's not even using any big battle skills or anything.
I say the presence of the Kadita is mostly important in the side of RSG because you either use resources, burn one out, just how they do it here. 2 versus 1, and then Lehesu is really having a hard time pushing in through it. No damage even for a turret onto Naths.
Well, the thing is, you might say that. That's hot.
Yeah,
okay. Exort's presence, yes, on the bottom lane is a factor for Hesu to be concerned, but he was solo killed with Pakita earlier on.
Yeah.
That was off cam, so we don't remember quite. But yeah, Nats has been winning over and over again. And I gotta say, TNC, they gotta find a small opening here somewhere because they can't keep this tempo up.
Well, speaking of tempo, that's one thing they need to do. Oh, that's
what is happening? These roamers are flickering insanely well. Oh man, but of course in the end, RSG's team play on the top side will enable them to keep things in check.
Counter flicker, counter set. No setup for these two teams. Third turtle is up. Positioning-wise, H2 has a better view.
I mean, as much as the flicker block was nice from Bentings, there was no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
And Light was able to flicker out.
Oh, Exort! Oh my god, Exort, obviously that's a Kadita, but man, that was pretty close. Right, Hesu's low. King Kong, what you doing? H2O just singing, King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Lancelot, you know, what could you do?
What makes it so viable in terms of these objectives? I still have a counter going with it. What's the factor here for Lancelot?
It's a Thorn Rose Retribution combination. You know, the damage is just insane, especially if you time it really, really well with the second tick of the damage. The thing is, Benedetta is also a potent turtle taker, because if you fail the Retribution, if you miss by like a little amount of HP, you do get that, that last tick of damage to take a turtle, but H2 has been really on point with the Retribution timing, and sadly for King Kong, he falls as well on the top lane.
And this is where the comfort comes in, right? It's so easy to do that with a hero that you played thousands of times, probably. Yeah. I was going to say millions, but that's unrealistic. You play this thousands of times, you know you have the advantage with the Retribution Thorn Rose combo. Yeah. You're just going to take these turtle fights over and over again.
Yeah, speaking of fights right now, Light has his immortality. That's why he keeps on jumping all over again. No matter how setups of bend things could be counterproductive with an iron hook, then you get a counter setup, flicker, whatever. But now, if it's Eman, he's rich. That's translated from this Tagalog headline right now. He's ranking first in the gold per game with 15,003.
I don't know how if that's accurate.
I know, right? I was
15,000 GPA. Like what?
Wait, we'll have to double check that later on. Maybe total average. I don't know. We'll talk later. But now it's going to be once again H2O is diving. He's the front line here for RSG, while Light is on the side. Just trying to see if he can pick someone off with the Tyrant's Revenge. But of course, CNC, at least for the meantime, to keep it steady, not going to give away any picks.
Again, this is the poke and prod from H2. You know, the Lancelot can just continuously do this. Oh, nuts!
Oh, beautiful hook there from Bentings. Once more, you can be as good as anyone can be. But if you get hooked and you get bloody hunted, that's it.
Again, Bentings has a dedicated TikTok for that. How to even land the perfect hook. And he just did it, and it just keeps on going. Look.
All right, here's the firepower coming in from TNC. There's that firepower I wanted to see since earlier on. That is a brutal combo. And once more, it's going to be Light trying to answer quickly. And that's Innocent going down. Where's Hesu, though, and King Kong? They're definitely in a better spot compared to the last minute.
This is what you call in Tagalog, nagkabigayan, or they both give each other.
The give and take.
The give and take, you know.
Yeah.
Eman was sniped with the Feathered Airstrike and the Renus Apathy, and Lai was like, okay, I got my own play too. Flicker ulti.
As Leo says, it's a wash. It's a wash, It's usually just a wash when everyone is just even Stevens. No one wants to give away anything.
Well, right now, TNC needs resources, and they're letting RSG is letting the Phoenix Army close, and if they contest this could be a possible danger for TNC, because right now they're lacking of the items in terms of the damage to counter back.
Yeah, especially since King Kong is on Molten Essence, which means
he is a tank. Benedetta. I'm actually surprised that Light didn't even use Flicker that point. So I guess it was just a short-range jump. I thought he pulled off a Honda Beast there, but it turns out like it was just a normal engagement from Light. And yeah, again, that is the storyline of the team fight. Both teams are eyeing at the the gold laner, especially with TNC having such a long range nuke with the Feathered Airstrike and Renner's Apathy. But Eman,
Oh, what a huge fight there. Innocent target priority onto Emma. That's exactly what you need to do as a Beatrix.
Whoa, Exort could be in trouble.
Oh boy, Exort, you're a Kadita. You're very, very slippery, but how long can you dive and dance away from a glue? And of course, obviously the Benedetta is actually quite difficult. Now you don't have an ultimate H2O. He's caught between three people from RSG. Sorry, from TNC rather.
Again, this is the version of the Lancel wherein you can do that inside.
Oh, hook!
Yeah, you can keep doing that once more though. Nats looks like he's in the better spot. He got hooked, but no Bloody Hunt means he's not going down.
I say the positioning of Exort was a bit of a fail-safe rotation if RSG could wrap around TNC. From some point, maybe the Phoenix Army spelled something wrong in that bush.
Really did. I feel like, yeah, slowly but surely, they're going to want to just take this one bush at a time, which is exactly what they're doing. Look at this.
Yeah, look at the position. Look at the control
Nats is
of RSG.
Is he's practicing the punches.
he's dancing around.
Oh, light.
All right, a little short there, but it's okay. No one saw that. Actually, everyone saw that.
Yeah, if that was 2 years ago, the Kufra would have been able to close that gap.
Yep.
Okay. So there's a space of setup that Alight can make, but in terms of this, they're just letting King Kong be the first one to just go near this area. What's
it's a
CNC's
downside.
plan here?
It's a downside of having a Franco Bentings.
There's a call. There's a call
the
for
plan.
TNC.
It is a conceal.
There's a conceal. Who's it going to be? Is it game
Do they
time?
know?
Or are we going to get another reset here?
I don't think they know. They saw this RSG. They know for the fact that TNC is here. That's why Light positioned away from the bushes, because he knows that TNC might just give it to him. Give and take.
Nats in the back. TNC sees this.
H2 is
And H2.
slowly killing the Lord with the Molten Essence.
Yeah, he's just burning. Why don't you
Just
add
look
a
at the
normal attack
damage,
there
right?
somewhere?
Tanks a lot, and look at that
That'll
just by
definitely help.
himself. They're just ringing the bell, just waiting for TNC to
Who's
strike.
gonna pull the trigger? Is everyone accounted for?
But look at the position of Nats.
That's what they're trying to find
Oh,
out.
look at
Exort
that.
misses.
Petrify!
Oh no!
Misses on the Petrify. That is huge, and now that might be a trigger for TNC to go for it. Lord is very low. There goes Muddles, is already used up by Eman. Get for the snipe here. Innocent! King Kong gets the Lord! Fight is ongoing, and Ben Things will fall. At least a small answer there for RSG. That was a long dance for a small amount of money.
That small window where Ben Things was able to zone H2 away, and Renner's apathy plus Electro final blow into Retribution secured the Lord here for TNT. Even though H2 managed to pull off the Thorn Rose, the timing was not right. And it was because of the pressure that TNC brought in during that engagement, and RSG, they ended up losing that Lord to TNC.
That's a direct answer, right? Direct answer to the Thorn Rose retreat.
Right there, they have a push. TNC has a window here. Okay, a great way of melting down the Lord, but Light catches one.
Find Escalera. Purify is used, so they didn't take out the Farsa at the very least.
Yeah, I don't even think that was a Luminous Lord. I think it was the level 1 Lord.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was just
The normal Lord.
Yeah, it was just delayed by RSG by a huge window, and it didn't even get to evolve.
But that, we are seeing progress for TNC. Look at that, the goal is slightly climbing up for the Phoenix Army. How's the damage right now of Innocent? We are on level 14 Beatrix versus a level 14. We have the Melissa. How's the items right now?
Well, again, Eman will suffer a lot in this game because of the long-range nukes coming out from both sides. Oh, Light!
Long range, the answer for RSG is to just dive right in. They're hunting down TNC members, and that's H2O who is leading the charge.
3 for none. TNC just slightly blinked and they fall down from that attack.
Yeah. Again, we talked about how these engagements will work in favor of RSG.
So
if
good.
Light is willing to die TNC, they did take it, but they were not in position to take Eman out.
The direct answer for the long-range artillery of TNC. RSG says, let's just dive right in. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Base is open.
They will secure game 1.
And just as that, as Light did not blink in that camera, and then RC Slate Philippines made their way on their first win today.
So that's it. That's the answer, right? They have the Farsa long range. They have the long-range snipe as well from the Beatrix. Let's go in their faces. Let's see what they can do. And apparently, TNC, they were just not ready for the attack of RSG.
Yeah, and again,
Clap back.
Again, we harped it during the drafting stage. You know, RSG, they do have answers when it comes to team fight. If TNC is not able to pin their targets correctly, they're just gonna lose a fight because they have overwhelming damage as well on the side of RSG State Philippines. They also have mobility, they have the catch potential, and the fact of the matter is, Light was indeed willing to give his life away just to be able to get the gap closed between TNC and RSG State Philippines. And RSG was like, go raid, go raid, go raid,
Go ahead, invade.
invade.
Yeah, they were super adamant in their, at least that's RSG spotting their win condition, right? I mean, obviously, it was a little bit RSG-centric that whole game, even the early game, but there were some shining moments from TNC where something could have happened.
The
But once
pickoff,
again,
yeah,
they
it was
could
a way
capitalize.
Of, yeah, like you were talking about capitalization on the pickoff that Bethings can do. We were talking about the underutilization of the Franco, and maybe that's one way of like
Yeah.
giving those small holes on the sinking boat that you need to put your fingers in,
Yeah.
and maybe that's a big of a problem for TNC they need to answer.
That's a great analogy. Yeah,
Right?
I couldn't have put it better myself.
Because that's perfectly stated. Like, how do you deny the vision of Light and Exort? And it was moving really, really well. And how they put
They were
pressure.
grooving.
Oh, they were dancing.
They were dancing.
And as Rockhard mentioned.
We're
And,
dancing the night away.
Yeah.
well, TNC does it as well after the game. But but how do you even counter that? Will they even ban it out of respect, man, on the second game? Because right now you were lacking vision, okay? I have so many questions for game number 1 now. Midnight, it's your time to break things down a bit on what happened to game number 1 with RSG taking the win.
Well, this time around, TNC did not play the chaotic game that we were expecting them to do, and RSG ended up just playing a fundamental, systematic, and sound approach towards taking this victory in game number 1. It was all about how they're able to utilize the composition, how they also move around the fights, and also the fact that they capitalized on the lack of the presence of the Franco on the early stages of this game. We mentioned during the drafting stage that TNC, they are the more aggressive team in this lineup. They have the capabilities of sniping out targets on the side of RSG Slate Philippines. We've seen that in the middle stages of the game when they were able to snipe out Eman in the mid lane. But in the early stages of the game, we didn't see that. It was RSG that were doing a lot of the moves on the early game, and it was not giving any TNC any breathing space whatsoever, and it gave a lot of momentum for RSG Slate Philippines to the point where even if they lose specific fights, even if they lose a certain amount of skirmishes, they're still able to take this game away from TNC. And add to the fact that RSG was also able to secure a lot of the objectives on this Lancelot. Again, the Thorn Rose Retribution combo is a very potent one, and even though we don't see the Twilight Armored Guardian's Helmet combo anymore, again, the poke and prod mechanic of this Lancelot just gives a lot of things for RSG State Philippines. Number 1, it's the vision. Number 2, it's the poke damage towards TNC, and if you apply a certain amount of damage to certain heroes, they don't have the capabilities of fighting anymore, and that's what you want. If you're RSG Slate Philippines, you have to poke these heroes on the side of TNC, such that if they decide to fight, it's do or die, because there's a lot of damage as well on the side of RSG Slate Philippines coming out from Eman and even Exort. There is also that kill threat from the Kadita. Even though TNC was able to find a lot of the skirmishes during the mid game, it was halted by, again, the mere presence of this kill threat, which is Exort on this Kadita. Very fantastic performance. The bursts are there. The early game movements are there. It shut down the momentum capacity of TNC. It shut down the potential of taking over this game here for the Phoenix, and it definitely shut down the ride in the journey of taking game number 1. Very good movements on the map. Again, he was all over the map here in game number 1. He was covering the bushes. He was looking for potential targets, and he was even threatening the Petrify against the jungler. It was not just for the purpose of taking the gold winner of TNT. It was also for holding King Kong down during these Lord engagements. And again, we see this during the replay, with his highlights. Early game, RSG Slate Philippines were the ones dictating the tempo here up against TNC. And I do love the fact that Light itemized perfectly well. He brought in the Immortality first because he knows for the fact that there is a Franco in this game. The next defensive items come much later because you just need the second life, because even if you survive the Feathered Airstrike, even if you survive the Renus Apathy, you cannot engage anymore. And with Immortality, it brings a certain mindset to TNC that it's going to be hard to take out the Kufra because he has 2 lives. And that is what he did on the later stages of the game. Light just came in and raided TNC. I've never seen such a more unhesitating play or very decisive play come out from a team. And RSG did just that. Again, very decisive, very heavy commitments coming out from a lot of the players on the side of RSG Slate Philippines, and that was the sole factor here as they as how they took game number 1.
Well, now going back on what happened, thank you for breaking things down, Midnight. And as we say, RSG really flowed and danced to the beat and whatever the waves they got in. Exhort on his performance. Now, since we're talking about how they aggressively rotate around the map, how do you turn off the music to not make RSG dance? That's a problem of TNC right now. We were talking about vision. We were talking about how they can utilize Ben things more.
That's difficult, to be honest. I was actually surprised that Exhort was 5-0. He didn't die in the game that has a Franco. Like, how do you do that, right? That's very impressive. So I'm thinking maybe, put Ben things in mid.
A change? Well,
That's the easiest.
well, that's the adaptability that they can do right now. As we all feel the tension of this match, you can experience MPL Philippines right now in action live at the Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are available now via tickettome.net. Get yours now while it's still open. Again, we have only a few weeks left for the regular season. Go ahead, join us here, join the tension, join the crowd as we cheer for our favorite teams and feel how these teams develop their story in MPL Philippines. Now going back to our story, let's throw it over to Mara for a bit of a breather on how this match can go toe-to-toe to game number 3.
Meron ako mga kachika dito in the audience, no other than Exhort's family. Nandito si Mommy Mary Ann, Bunso Tyrone, and Daddy Neil. How are you guys?
We're fine, thank you. Good
Ay,
afternoon to
good.
everybody.
Mommy, are you enjoying the game?
Yes.
Ma'am,
Although-
nag-ano po ba kayo? Nag-ML kayo? Naglalaro kayo?
No.
No! Si Daddy, naglalaro po ba kayo?
Hindi ako nag-ML pero I'm into sports.
Pero you're into sports. Bunso Tyrone, naglalaro ka?
Opo.
Yeah, naglalaro, into sports. Si Mommy hindi. Pero Mommy, kahit di kayo naglalaro, paano nyo naiintindihan yung laban?
Actually, hindi eh.
Oh, so you're here for support?
Na lang, yes.
Ang sweet mo naman, Mommy. So, napaka-supportive mo kahit wala kang idea kung ano nangyayari. Paano mo alam magaling si Exhort? Paano mo alam?
Nakikita ko lang sa fans, ang dami niyang fans eh. Mataas yung fan base niya.
Tsaka nag-MVP.
Yes. Tsaka itong si Bunso, nire-relate na lang niya sa akin.
So, nung una mong na-realize, ang galing pala ng anak ko, anong ginagawa mo? Sino-show off mo ba siya sa mga family, sa mga friends? How did you know?
Actually, yung mga friends ko, sila yung kumukontak sa akin.
Oh,
Uy,
yeah?
anak mo pala si Exhort. Ganon.
How does it feel kapag kinokontak ka ng mga ibang tao to let you know na ang galing ng anak mo?
Of course, proud. Proud. Very proud ako kay Exhort.
And nasa bootcamp siya ngayon, so do you talk often sa kanya?
Not really. I don't want to disturb him also eh.
Oh, you're so supportive.
Yes, of course. Kasi I know they're concentrating eh. Doon sa game, especially pag ganitong ML season.
So, ang nagtatayong magulang sa bootcamp, si Coach Panda. Do you guys get to talk to Coach Panda?
Once in a while pero not just for a few minutes only. Hindi yung talaga matagalan na conversation.
How do you have so much trust in another person to raise your child outside of your home?
Well, I've already met Panda nung naging teammate siya ni Exhort sa ibang teams. Kaya lang nang nakausap ko siya when I talk to Panda, siya very supportive sa team. Yung number 1 na nakikita ko sa kanya is the word discipline and respect, which is very important kahit saan naman tayo magpunta, the discipline and respect. Yun ang nakita kong ini-instill ni Panda sa kanila. You have to play the game, discipline, respect the game. Kailangan kung may laro bukas, huwag kang mag-sleep late. Yun ang nakikita ko palagi sa kanya.
Oh yeah, Coach Panda is he's such a great father type. And talagang nandun yung what he envisions for the player. Now, Daddy, sabi mo, you're not into esports, pero you're very into sports, correct?
Yes.
So how would you compare, paano mo siya na-compare yung sports and esports?
Well,
in
actually,
your eyes?
lagi ko sinasabi sa mga anak ko when they venture into sports, you can lose all the time but you can never win all the time. And lagi pag team, hindi mananalo ang team pag hindi nagkaisa ang mga members. There is no such thing as individuality.
Love it.
Ganon palagi, di ba? As the saying goes, there is no letter I on the word team, di ba? T-E-A-M. Pag I kasi individuality, ako, kailangan mag-MVP ako, kailangan mataas ang points ko, talo naman ang team ko, di ba? Pero the most important thing here is kailangan victory for the team. Pangit man ang laro mo, nanalo team mo, kasama ka pa rin sa fame and glory.
Love
Ganon pa rin.
it! Daddy Neil, ano po ang vision nyo para kay Exort sa career niya dito sa esports?
Well, actually, nakikita ko in the span of years, ang aking anak kasi palagi, kada taon, nag improve siya, nagle-level up. Sa totoo lang po. He's not only a smart player, he's an intelligent player. At syempre po, gwapo yan talaga. Ewan ko kanino nagmana, pero ang inaano ko lang, maganda ang nagiging niya throughout the years po. Yun po. Kaya nakikita ko sa kanya, hindi lang siya nagde-develop at nag-level up siya.
Thank you, Daddy Neil. Thank you, Mami Marian. Bunso Tyrone, pwede bang ibato natin sa casters? Sabihin mo, casters, pasok!
Okay po.
Okay, go ahead, Tyrone.
Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Tyrone, for that pass. But going to our interview back, there were a lot of things to break down, a lot of touching words from the parents of Extort, and shout out to all supportive parents who keeps on supporting their kids no matter what life they chose, what career they choose, no matter how they don't understand Mobile Legends. Well, that's how you support your kid right there.
Yeah, imagine Exort, right? I think he's been playing since Season 2.
Wow.
Yeah, Season 3.
You guys are with this.
Yeah, so yeah, he was teammates back with Panda.
Only he.
He was teammates back with Panda. That's when so that's how long he's been in esports and how he's been supported by his parents.
He was with Archangel, he was with LPE, now they're with RSG, and the bond between these two guys, actually, I had a discussion with Coach Panda about this. He's really, I wouldn't say that he favors Exort more compared to other players, but there is that type of bond wherein even if there's other choices, he would always consider that he has been with Exort for a very, very long time. He's a dear friend. He is a fantastic player because he loves the guy very, very dearly.
You see, but that's how Coach Panda sees potential in every player. Now that he's with RSG, he wants to grow that potential in each of his players that he wants to do because, again, he has a father-like attitude among his players. Now, that's how he does. He discipline, he treats all of them with respect, and now, going into our draft, it's RSG onto the blue side. They're on first pick.
Yeah, the blue boys are in the blue side.
Huh.
Ah, yes.
Point.
Fredrin! No, I'm just kidding.
You always know that, again, we still have an ongoing thing. Blue side win percentage is very, very high. But, it's surprising that TNC couldn't maximize that in the previous series. I wonder if they can do that here.
I think there is that potential still for both sides. RSG, again, their first pick. Lancelot might be a priority here, as considering that Joy is banned out. Glue or Yuzong might be an option for these two heroes to consider to either pick or ban. Because for RSG, I mean, even if you want to ban out the Yuzong, you also don't want to limit the hero pool of Nuts, because it is also a threat against against TNC. So I feel like you throw a ban here, you ban the Hayabusa or the Kaja. They banned the Akai. Actually, that's very interesting. Again, it's sort of a throw ban. Again, explaining what throw ban is, it's not necessarily a ban that you need to do, but it is meant to open up a hero pool of your player and also to just remove meta heroes.
Let's see how they discover this, because in terms of speaking or talking about bans, just a bit of a heads up, guys. Fleeting time is banned until further notice. So the item can't be used in our matches, but everything's good because our teams have been informed beforehand and all agreed to not use the item for the meantime. So as we saw the matches yesterday, there was alternatives on how to make the cooldown faster. There's a hybrid way to do it. But in terms of the first stage of banning, they take off the Kaja, which also could be dependent on the fleeting time that Are they squeezing out the Fredrin this time for
Yeah.
RSG?
Normally, it's 40%, right? 40% is the magic number of the cooldown reduction. It's a maximum that you can get to. Unless you have Enchanted Talisman, it goes to 45. So normally, that's fine for most use. So Fleeting Time being banned out only affects like very specific heroes.
Yeah.
Angela mains, I know they're crying right now because they can't use that shield as much.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's no Angela mains in this tournament anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, the last time I've seen a hero prioritize Fleeting Time was 2 years ago. You
Yeah,
know?
so,
even
yeah.
to these days, I don't feel like it's a good item to have. It's such a waste of a slot. And I love this coming up from RSG. Now, speaking about slots, this is not wasting your slot. This is maximizing first pick. Okay, if we go Fredrin, there is that glue. And if we want to deal with glue, we have to have Arlot. So let's get Arlot first pick so that even if they get glue, we have the answer. But TNC, again, their approach is very, very different. They have a different round to take. Instead of the glue, they go with the Lancelot and Farsa. It locks out the hero pool of RSG. But it does give Exort the option of going to Valentina, and then Light just picking up again the Kufra.
Yeah, the Kufra or even the Franco. So again, the Kadita is still open to the table on this side, but it was one way of dealing on they were dealing on the composition of TNC. So on Midnight's point, could they prioritize the mid lane now and their jungler? Because right now they have eyes on the EXP. That's how they break momentums.
I think it's Fredrin time.
Hayabusa
is also
we're
great.
hovering onto Fredrin.
If they want to...
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there it is.
Again, we've seen this. Lancelot Farsa, they fall victim to the Hayabusa, but they go back to the Fredrin. It's a very interesting choice because it's not the best per se for these two picks. And the fact of the matter is you revealed 3 cores. Like, there's no flex option here. But it does bring up the unspoken rule of MLBB, wherein if you have 3 cores on blue side, there is that Johnson Kadita on potential on the last pick. So if TNC, if they're not really careful of banning out the Kadita on the second phase, they might just see a different version of RSG because we haven't seen Light play the Johnson, but it is a possibility considering that there is already 3 cores on the side of RSG, first phase.
Man, that would be so good to watch. Yes, please. I would love to see the Johnson Katita. People love that.
Yeah, and
there's very few use cases of that in MPL.
Yeah.
But when it does appear, it's always a treat.
And it's a fun game to watch, and it's a fun game to cast because rarely having a Johnson on your side could open a lot of,
there you go.
momentum, break momentums. And what we have seen on that end, Coach left and right sees the directions of banning out, respecting out the Kadita of Exort.
I mean, maybe they weren't even looking at the Johnson Kadita. They were just looking at Kadita, you know. It's not something that is on their mind right now. But again, Kadita is out, so there's no longer the threat of the Kadita Johnson. Melissa ban, considering that they don't have the best ways of dealing with the Melissa, especially with the Farsa going onto the hands of TNC. RSG, they might just have to play up against the Claude. So expect more crowd control heroes on the the last pick, especially the likes of the Franco, the Kufra, even the Grok is also decent against Claude because you do cancel out that Blazing Duet if ever if ever Innocent gets his hands on to that Claude. So Franco gets removed. It does bring us to the the territory where Claude is a priority pick here for TNT. Maybe not priority first pick, but a priority marksman pick on the last the last phase because on the last pick because there is that flex option of instead of going for the Claude, you can go for the Brody. It's a good hero to deal with the Fredrin and Arlott because he outputs so much damage.
Yeah, it makes total sense if they would reserve that final pick for the last stage of TNC because right now they still don't have a tank. There's a lot of options that ban things can use because they ban out the Franco. Something tells me they don't want to be disturbed, but what's a better way to freely rotate around this time?
Wow, Kufra.
Wow.
Lots of stolen picks. Lolita, why not Lolita? Why not give out those Lolitas? The Valentina is also pretty prime still.
Light, give the light to my life.
Yeah.
I would have preferred the Ruby, honestly, for TNC. But that is also a case that you can, you can't put for Light. Ruby sounds awesome for RSG Slate Philippines. And then you pair it up with the Valentina. It's such a strong lane in the middle lane. You know, you have the threat of multiple stuns, mini stuns coming out from the Ruby, and there is that Terrify from the Valentina, and there is no way in hell you you outpoke Ruby and Valentina.
Yep.
And it could be weird if RSG does it on the last phase, but well,
Val.
cross that out. They just did.
And
Show.
All right.
Huh, interesting. If TNC gets clawed, Purify for sure.
Yeah, because there are a lot of ways of disrupting their positioning here with the Cho. You have something from the Jeet Kune Do, and you also have, well, Way of the Dragon and all of the ultimates that can be stolen. And getting that Valentina on the last choice was really a great pickup from RSG. Knowing that there's a Farsa on the first hand, there's a lot of ultimates that can be used against them. So for the marks that you guys mentioned, will it be the Claude? Will it be...
Brody's okay.
Yeah, Brody's okay. I mean, you can even argue that Hadith is also decent. Especially with the Purify, Especially with Purify as a battle spell. Up against Arlott, I'm not really sure though, but it does provide a lot of mid-game potential. Oh! Leslie, oh my goodness. It was recently buffed.
Oh no.
The cooldowns are much better now.
TNC Pro Team. You never fail to surprise us in every match.
Here's the Leslie.
Another debut hero from the first week. We have Zilong, now we have Leslie. For TNC, how's this on the patch right now?
I mean, yes, it's a strong hero. It can perform well against the lineup of RSG Slate Philippines. I still have to convince myself that Leslie has to have this Purify battle spell, because if he does not, it's hard to get away from the Cho, especially with the Flicker TikTok play. You know, there is no answer against that. Even if you are very godly with your reactions, it's hard to time that that knockback. So it is it is a problem for TNC if RSG just fully commits on catching this Leslie off guard. But it can work. You know, this Leslie can work.
Let's see how the debut pick works with the Phoenix Army. Will this be their chance to get back up and force a game number 3? Because right now we are getting more surprises on how this match can go. Look at this. Early pokes and brawl up in mid.
Yeah. Man. Imagine if that was a Ruby.
I
grab
agree.
and go.
There it is. But then again, I think TNC wants to go for the big flashy win here. At least try to get some of that confidence in their team back. So maybe that's why they're going for the classic Ben Finks. It's also a very classic pick coming in from Ben Pips. Oh. There it is with a Kufra. Beautiful Tyrant's Revenge actually, but again, lacking firepower for the meantime is that Farsa.
It was honestly weird that Exort positioned himself there, knowing for the fact that both the Farsa and Kufra can catch up when it comes to positioning with the wings by wings, and of course with the jump coming out from Bentix. Light though.
I guess that's just knowing the limits of your opponent right now, because they don't have the level 4s yet, and normally you just don't do that right normally. But if you know that your opponents don't really have all that flickers, they don't have any like executes or flame shots, you don't need to worry.
I mean, it's nice and all, but you did just lose the Valentina advantage because Escalera was able to force him out in the lane, and they're now sitting at both equal XP. Actually, Escalera even has more XP compared to Exort.
Yeah, that's true. And how the mid lane works right now, they're getting a slow trade on how to delay each other. But we were talking about how this debut pick, hold that thought.
Oh, that was close.
Oh,
all right, that was a good use of a flicker.
Oh,
but
Escalera,
he's still there.
Oh, he just said hi.
He just looked at like.
Wait,
that was cute.
I was really close to calling that for a kill. But to go back to my thought right there, we were talking about the debut pick of Leslie. We're talking about if she got the Purify, because the CC right now of RSG is too high, but she got the Flicker.
Yep, he is rocking that Flicker, but RSG does have the advantage though. Ooh, light.
There it is. There's the Feather Airstrike at level 4. The Farsa, just too good. So that's why a lot of teams really pick it up early on. You have so much control over the team fight. That's happening right here, even without the Feather Airstrike. H2O still secures.
Okay, just a slow progress for the Lancelot of not taking the final steal. What was the thing that blocked King Kong in stealing that retribution right there?
I mean, it was just the sheer sustain of RSG, and Hesu, even though he committed the split, H2 was like, okay, there's so many glulets to control here, and I get so many HP. If I use my skill, I get my HP back. So it's just, again, a sustain of RSG, even though King Kong... Oh!
Ah, beautiful assassination though. That's first blood. Going
Yeah.
over for TNC.
In just 3 minutes, you get the first blood, and the Phoenix Army gets it. Let's say Ben thinks right now is starting to do a great job in terms of rotation that was missing in game number 1.
Yeah, this is also a tank sell from TNC. From the Retribution, just the image of the Retribution, I'm seeing the HP sustain, the Violet Retri, which gives King Kong a little bit of sustainability during fights, and of course that burn onto the heroes of RSG. If they don't burst out the Lancelot, it does provide a lot of space for TNC to make some plays on the team fights, because their composition is mainly the composition is prioritizing the sustainability of their lineup.
Another
again.
beautiful catch once more. It's spearheaded by Ben Fings on that Kufra.
Oh, we were talking about how team fights could work. TNC, how they manage to have a front line and an initiator. That's how they completely get RSG off guard.
Yeah.
Because right now, it's only Light can do vision and setups. But going back to the EXP, it's not still winning this matchup.
I'm gonna tell an Arlot and a Galoo, so there is there is no no surprise that Nats is taking over this blue lane. Oh, Ben Fings.
Ben Fings! Bouncing ball saves him from a sure Shinpo by Light right there. But look at this. This is Scruffle around the turtle area. Hesu with the flicker, and even with the split won't be able to survive the damage coming in from RSG.
Oh, with that, there's no glue to divide up the team of RSG. Turtle in the side of H2O. Now, how they can do this? Emon is being sniped down by Innocent.
Oh, the ultimate snipe!
Oh!
One more hit would have done it! And in the end, another win from RSG around the turtle pit. They are the ones who secure the second turtle of the game.
Such an unfortunate situation for Innocent. Even though he did win that lane versus the Beatrix, it's by nature, it's by design that the Leslie will take over this lane over Emon. But that kill would have been important for this Leslie to snowball. And it's really interesting to see that Innocent, instead of going for the Windtalker, which is the usual build route for a Leslie, he went for the Berserker's Fury first. So more damage, but that does mean that if Emon gets to close the gap, the DPS is much higher on the Matrix. But with Escalera rotating towards top lane, that's not gonna be a concern.
Second time's the charm, at least.
Yeah.
Man, the AoE punish and burst right now of TNC is going hot and ready. Look at that, Light.
It's a 4-man dive. A great kick from Light, but it only delays the inevitable. Right there and then, it's Exhort. Oh, he's the one who actually went for the Tyrant's Rage.
Oh, no dash, no puncture.
No dash and puncture means that it's gonna have to back off for the meantime, though. So you do see RSG, they're suffering. There's just so much raw damage coming from TNC on this top lane.
Again, the story is if they are able to protect the Leslie, then it can work. They have the damage needed to take down the heroes on the side of RSG Philippines, and they can do that because they have the they have the Lancelot with the poke and prod. They have the Kufra to jump in. They have the glue to sustain, even though they didn't have Heso in that specific fight. The damage is enough from both Innocent and Escalera to just take out the targets on the side of RSG.
Well, speaking of taking out, I say the setups from Bending is paved enough. Now for RSG, there's a lot of ways that they need to counter this, because right now the defense could not suffice the damage. Oh, wow!
Wait! Oh God, Escalera!
2 shots!
We were talking about defense, and that burst from right there from Escalera is just showing off.
Yeah, 2 shots, and Emma was sitting at 1/4 HP.
Oh,
It's really good, at least, is that gold lane for TNC. But it's still a toss-up in terms of who takes the objectives. RSG seems to be very, very happy with where they are right now.
With no marks from the side of TNC, I think 3 members can do it, but inside of RSG, they have more potential to secure with the damage. Let's see how they separate the Raiders from here.
It's a swap. Leslie's not available here, which means that RSG might have more members to secure that turtle. It is a 5-man secure from RSG. Even though Escalera did do some damage, It's not enough to slow down the Raiders.
Okay, no casualty. All on the progress. RSG has eyes on the mid-game spike that they needed to have against TNC. Not wasting any time for clashes because right now they're missing up something. They need defense, they need damage because in TNC, they want to hold this line if they want to make this a win. How's the items right now?
I mean, there's a lot of budget meals happening for a lot of the heroes, but Ben thinks.
Yep, that's a lot better right now. Basic maneuver there coming in from the Kufra. No fancy movements needed. They get that kill very easily. At the other hand, though, Eman starting to build up that damage on the Beatrix.
But it also is happening on Innocent. You know, the Leslie has the endless battle. So more cooldown reduction, more true damage. And again, with the recent buffs on Leslie, reducing the cooldowns on the skills, this is gonna have a huge impact in this game. If RSG cannot catch this Leslie, she is just gonna move around the fights and kill off heroes, put more damage onto the Fredrin because even if the Fredrin gets a lot of armor and a lot of HP, Innocent doesn't care.
Yeah.
She whenever she crits, she outputs through damage. So what?
She's like a Natalia with a gun.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, that's basically
it is.
And they just keep rotating freely around this map. And this is a huge change for TNC to make progress.
It's actually very aggressive for TNC. Imagine if they get this turret in mid, it's actually pretty big for their map control.
Well, H2 is playing with pure confidence here. That check push, that wouldn't happen if this was any other team. But it is RSG. H2, his commitment to serving his teammates, being the frontliner, he's fully committed to that role. Even though TNC was in position to take him out, TNC was like, "Wait, is this happening? Is H2 really walking into the bush? Maybe they have a trap. Maybe they've laid out a bait for us, so we're not gonna take it." And that mental pressure that H2 brings is, something that RSG can take advantage of.
In that mid lane, I think it was more confidence because he knew that Nats was close by, that Arlott has a final slash. A very scary skill if used in a group of opponents.
Yeah, but the thing is, TNC could have taken him out in seconds. So I feel like they were pressured because H2 was very confident with his walk, and RSG was not in position to take the fight. By the way, yes, Arlott was near, but it wouldn't have been enough because M1 was far away.
2v4, yeah.
And how Fredrin walks is just pure confidence walking in the hallway of like being in high school, because right now in TNC would take that chance. They have the power to do so. So there's a lot. We're seeing hesitations from TNC.
Yeah, I mean it's a little thing, but it shows the indecisiveness of TNC at the moment. You're at a very huge lead, even though the gold is not saying it. You're just leading by 200 gold. At some point, they were leading by 3 gold. You have all the damage that you need. Meanwhile, on the side of RSG, yes, they do have damage, but everything is killable. Ben thinks. Missed the ultimate again, TNC. This is the end game that you need. You need to close it out. You need to have better engagements.
Imagine the Leslie and the Beatrix difference.
Like excused.
See?
Ooh, okay.
What is happening with TNC?
A lot of decisions coming out from the Phoenix Army. Flickers, ultimates has been used.
Just go. Don't be too scared.
Okay, right now we're looking at how TNC could do this.
They can do this.
Try to shake things off a bit and just do yourself, fam, because not to...
Oh, they see the Leslie. This is important for RSG. They see the Leslie. He did just farm the crab, so they know that Leslie is on the right side of the Lord.
That can be pinned down.
That is information, by the way.
Oh no.
At the very least, TNC do have their ultimates back up. They're ready for round 2. And H2O's not done dancing with the Lord just yet.
Again, this is just Molten Essence versus Lord. H2's just guarding the Lord.
Very classic.
And
finally, they go for the jungler, and it's King Kong going down. That means no contest for that Lord, and RSG will take it.
Oh no, TNC is going to retreat back. Look at that.
TNC, you had the lead.
They had it.
You had everything you needed, and you blew it.
What were they waiting for, Midnight? What do you think? What do you think they were waiting for?
I mean, again, the reason why I harped that early moment wherein they didn't commit on H2, it's the mindset. TNC, they're not ready to fight. They're not prepped to fight. And that explains why the Lord was stale. And at that moment, RSG knew that TNC is not fighting. It's just the mindset, There's no other explanations for this. TNC, they were not looking to fight. in any form whatsoever.
Even though they could, they had the
Even though
firepower.
they could, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, you were only leading by 200 gold, but you have the damage that you need. Now you gave RSG a very big window wherein they're able to utilize the Beatrix without getting punished by Escalera.
This is the hesitation. We're just totally shearing off the frustrations on how TNC could progress from that match because there's a lot of open windows that they can actually do. They have the toolkit, they have the way on advantage in terms of team fights, they have initiations, they have good crowd control. So a lot of things that we're seeing here is underutilized. It can be counted against RSG. And just as that, that's a quick 5k gold lead right away.
Yeah. Just imagine Ben Things jumping on a single target on RSG. They burst him down with feathered airstrike. And then if RSG follows up, you have vision coming out from Leslie's ultimate. So you can disengage. RSG cannot chase because they don't have the capability of doing so.
Oh no. Oh,
there
jump!
goes the final slash. They are going to hit Escalera, but he's able to fly away with wings by wings. Here comes the rest of TNC, though they're looking really, really ferocious. RSG going to lose 2 members. That's Light and H2O going down.
See? They have damage. They have the initiation. They can execute. You just have to do it. There's no, there's no reason why you need to be afraid against RSG. If you want to engage, you can disengage with the vision being provided by Innocent. And RSG, if they don't have flickers, they cannot fight into TNC.
They have the checklist, folks. That's all they needed to do. Execution is what needed for TNC to have that synchronized attack and how they wanted to do the counter punch for RSG. Right now, they trimmed down to 3k gold lead. And if they keep doing that, maybe they could push this to game number 3.
Yep.
Items now showing up. How's this?
Yeah, there is the Blade of Despair from Innocent, but we're also in the territory wherein Beatrix can just one-shot anybody on the side of TNC. If they get a sort of crowd control coming out from anybody on the side of RSG, like Light engaging onto 3 heroes with an amazing knock-up, Nuts following it up with a final dash, you can expect a lot of burst damage coming out from Eman, either from the Rena's Apathy or just the bomb show or the grenade thing, and TNC will get wiped out.
Boom.
The boom boom, it's not just a bang bang anymore. It's also the boom boom.
Yeah, a lot of explosions are happening right now in the Land of Dawn, and as we see it, as Minute is pointing out all the checkers that TNC can do, they just need to press the right buttons to do so. See, and just as that, the gold is leveling to 1.7k into RSG, and they need to have the perfect targets in this game.
Yeah, honestly, it's not even about just pushing the right buttons. Just push the button.
Yes, go.
Just press 1 and it could work.
But as good as that is, TNC's damage output will start to fall in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, that's why you have to commit now, because Eman is getting to that territory wherein he can cosplay Benny Cutie,
Cosplay.
Get one-way ticket towards the base of TNC.
And there goes the fight. This is what we're talking about. TNC, they're getting the kill on the H2O. That would mean that's a free Lord. What is RSG going to do about it? They're still hesitating.
There's a wraparound.
There's no jungler, but TNC still hesitating.
Fight.
TNC. I think they have to go for it.
They don't have the jungler.
Is this going to be reset?
Light!
Oh, Light. He's going to fall victim to Innocent. Some really good snipes coming in from the Leslie. Here's the Renner's Apathy. Still no retry available for RSG. Means that it's going to be a TNC Lord. And there they go off to the races, going off. Trying to escape is going to be RSG, and they are going to escape with only one, maybe 2 members. That's going to be That's going down as well.
Nobody's going safe with trade of 3-0 plus the Lord push. TNC winning that one.
Yeah, TNC, they finally were able to capitalize the fact that they are strong at the moment. And it took a mistake from RSG. Glue and Beatrix was not there in the Lord fight, and H2 was taken out. And by the way, TNC did not know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
They could have went for the all-in.
You just go. That's how you win fights.
This time around, TNC looking really, really good. Finally living up to some of that expectation that a lot of their fans have right now. And they are pushing up on the mid with Lord on top.
Exart is almost back. Now they have a push. TNC has a push up top in the lead. They have the rope now. What's going to be the plan? Of the Phoenix Army. There's waves coming in. But look at Light. Light is on the back line. They don't know where Light is. Oh, now he's back.
2 inhims going down. That's actually really, really good for TNC. It's 2.6k gold lead as well.
They're awake.
few, making the window bigger here for TNC. And again, we're at that point wherein RSG can fight back, but Innocent is also dishing out so much damage, so much true damage from the Leslie. 58,000 damage. And most of it is, dealt towards Brethren. So H2 is not having a fantastic game. He cannot even itemize around it, because there's no item that can help you against a Leslie.
Yeah, good
If the true damage gets procced, then it's sad face.
So you have a savage. You need armor to hold that line. Look at that real time win rate now showing almost 69% for TNC, and it's climbing slowly. Just press the button. You have all the checklist. You have the green lights. Go ahead and do it.
TNC means that's nice.
That's nice. Correct. That's nice. Correct. So imagine TNC again on that specific Lord fight. They didn't even know. They didn't even know that Beatrix and Glue was not in that fight. They were not participating, and they still took the fight. Imagine if they did that twice now. If they just engaged on H2 at that walk in the middle lane, they would have maybe closed out the game by now, because Innocent would have been so much bigger compared to what he is now. He is now fully stacked though, but TNC, again, they are really, really strong. But RSG is coming to the point wherein it's just going to be a matter of positioning. TNC took that fight, and RSG was not in fighting form because they didn't have the Beatrix at that moment. And even though Eman and Nats followed, the Arlot, even though Nats followed up with the skirmish, it wasn't really enough because the President was already taken out.
Yeah, and we're talking about how RSG could counter damage the side of TNC. We are looking at Exort and Eman here, right? Exort, Eman, and even Nath. So if those three are out on the line,
Ultimate Snipe being used by Innocent. He spots out a huge amount of the map. That's good info for the Phoenix Army.
The vision of TNC, we're just talking about how the damage could pull through TNC. So in terms of on being in the ultra late game state, RSG still has a chance for a comeback.
Yeah, this is still Beatrix,
Yeah.
You can never count out a Beatrix on the late game, especially with the Renner. And just one catch from RSG, and one snipe can take out anybody on the side of TNC.
A lot of pressure on the Benfing.
Oh, they see
to
the
make
choke?
these picks happen.
Oh, the kick was used.
Wait,
What?
the Wave of the Dragon was, the green light is
no.
out.
TNC, why are you backing off?
TNC,
There's no kick.
you have info. You have info.
There's no kick.
This is the time to do it.
Okay.
Oh,
There's
no.
a different plan for TNC. They want to get this Lord.
They want the 50-50. I don't know why, but now again, this is another info, bro.
There you go.
They saw the Matrix on top.
You have the ultimate from Leslie. You don't see the Beatrix. Go all in on the Fredrin. Go all in on the Fredrin. Come on.
What? I don't know. H2O.
Fredrin strike was used.
Whoa, no! My God. All right, Light is in trouble though. He might be, but his Way of the Dragon is back off cooldown.
Okay, H2
What
still
is
alive.
happening?
Still alive against King Kong. This Lord has been really, really patient with the junglers,
TNC's
With
definitely
everybody.
being very, very careful.
Oh, there's a snipe coming in from Eman.
There's the energy eruption. They pull down Hesu and Benfings, but those are very tanky heroes.
No Renner's
From
happening.
TNC, that means that they're still in a pretty good spot. They can still try to contest if they want to.
Ben thinks.
He goes for the revenge. He doesn't miss.
Oh, that's
doesn't hit
two.
the target. That's free members being hit by the final
Light!
strike. And there it is, Light. He will go down with the immortality in tow, but Innocent gets deleted off the map. Nats is chasing off on the free members of TNC all on his own. Beautiful movement coming in from the Arlot, and he takes out Escalera.
Oh, TNC.
2-man down, and it's 22 minutes.
What did I just watch? I get why Midnight is. I can hear everything.
Yeah, his gears are grinding right now,
All
folks.
the gears are being grinded.
This
I know why.
is the comeback potential of RSG. You force out resources, you force out the ultimates, take out the mistakes from bad positioning, and that's how they gain chance up against CNC. Now will they do it again?
So much info. Hesu goes straight into the face of Eman. Exactly what he should do. That's going to be immortality being used on the Beatrix, and he will go down. Finally on a pretty even fight here, but Hesu does have his ultimates. Will he use it though? I think he has to. He has to go on the Nats. There goes the final strike again.
They're delayed.
And it's only delayed right here, right now.
Roar, the Lord is reset.
Again, it's still a 5v4.
Okay, this is how powerful the line of TNC is, right? You just engage, you catch Beatrix off guard, you take kills from RSG. And if you take out the important heroes on the side of RSG, they're not gonna get objectives. They're not gonna contest team fights against TNC.
Finally, RSG says, all right, we good to go, we good to go. We're all clear. This is 100% ours to take, and they will get that lure.
Oh, there's a call here that they can do it. They're taking out Orange as well.
Going for the offensive. They're going for H2O. It's a very tanky boy, though. Very hard to take down. Light on the side. Forces the flicker out of Innocence.
Oh, that's too much.
Okay. Let's clear the air here. TNC has the push. They have the Luminous Lord. Can RSG have the chance to defend themselves? Do they have a borderline to hold this push?
I mean, they do have the Arlet. You know, Arlet is such a fantastic base defender. If you're not positioned well, you might just get Final Slash and then comboed by Exhort, whatever spell he has with his ultimate. It can be the Kufra ult. So, you know, the Wombo combo can be there for RSG. Oh, Feather Airstrike.
Oh, that Feather Airstrike. So he used here on those turrets.
Oh, the Lord.
I don't think it was worth, honestly.
The
Lord. It was too early.
And we're going for another possible hold and reset. RSG still defending their base with the last tier turret.
If you're TNC, you know, with this next wave pushing in, conceal play is a possibility, but they don't commit.
Okay, they need to have no hesitations right now. They have all the skills to do so. All they need is sheer confidence and execution. And now items are all locked in. This is the ultra late game.
Yeah, this is the ultra late game.
Is there a difference? Is there a switch up on how they wanted to do this?
Honestly, for International, I'm surprised that they're... Oh, by the way, Twilight Armor is now counter against Leslie.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
And there's two present in RSG.
Yeah. So it is answerable by itemization. We're mistaken by that because it was just recently reintroduced. Because this was how Twilight Armor was meant to be when it was
initially
originally released. You know, and it's now back. It's now a Leslie counter because a lot of the damage are mitigated by the passive, but the cooldown is ridiculously long, like 60 seconds.
Yes,
like
a minute.
You would have hit by so many things by then.
I don't know. I don't know why that's a thing. It's right? 60 seconds, or I might be mistaken. It might actually be the rose gold, but it is a long cooldown passive from the Twilight Armor.
So with this, they need to conserve energy. They need to conserve everything on the right moment because in that real-time win rate, it was just 4% down from 69% from the reign of TNC. So you guys are saying here it's still present for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah.
To do so and take this win because we're about to head on for a 30-minute long game.
Let's talk about endgame conditions here, okay?
Let's go.
For TNC, they need to break the spread win. Because if they don't break the spread win, there's gonna be a lot of taunts happening in this happening in the skirmishes. For TNC, there's just one. I mean, for RSG, there's just one thing: take out Innocent. That's just it.
Yeah. Innocent and maybe Escalera, just so that we can get a better start. Cancel the feathered airstrike, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Well, it's about canceling, it's about taking out resources. So in these two teams, don't make a mistake and do not blink. So we're playing with the Lord Dance again. H2 has to embed things on position in place. And in terms of this, who needs to make the first move?
Again, it's TNT. You need to you need to make the first move because if you don't, RSG will find an angle over on Innocent. And by the way, I just want to say, officially, TNT are the record holders of the longest games in MPL S11.
Break it, TNT. Let's do a longer one.
I don't know. I just feel like they've been too careful. You know what I mean? They had a lot of, like, they're trying to secure this. They won't secure the Lord if it's not 100%.
Yeah.
That's basically how TNC's playing.
I mean, I respect the hustle. Like, you're playing very fundamental, but in endgame conditions, a winning team is somebody that, plays to win. You're not playing to be patient. You're not playing to wait for mistakes.
Wait for your opponents
Yeah,
to
I
mess
respect
up.
that.
Yeah.
But look at teams like Echo, like like Bren,
Very
whereas
decisive.
if you go late against them, they make decisive plays on the end game, such that the Lord take is not just the end game winning condition. It's just a tool that can be used to open up that win condition. Now for TNC and RSG is the one waiting for the mistakes coming out from TNC, because TNC is the superior team at the moment. Even though the gold lead says that RSG has 500 more gold, it doesn't even matter, because TNC, they have better heroes to deal with the lineup of RSG. Now, if you're TNC, the way you break RSG's win condition is just you go on them, you don't make mistakes, you select the right target, and you just take the game away from them.
They finally pulled the trigger. They heard, and they are now answering. That's going to be H2O going down.
Okay.
That's a 4v5, and I'm pretty sure TNC should have no problem taking this Lord at this point.
Okay, no jungler. No jungler for RSG. H2O is down. There's a jump.
And there it is. There's Ben Finks. Oh, they get knocked up by the Lord.
Nuts!
Look at Nats. He's playing on the back foot. He's hunting down this Leslie, and he gets to take it out.
A crucial pickoff from RSG, penetrating Innocent from the backline of TNC.
That's 3 members available here for RSG, but Eman could go down.
Oh, the block!
Oh, Light! What a beautiful play from this Joe! Oh my goodness! That was huge!
Oh, almost got King Kong as well. By the way, may I just say, Exort stole the feathered airstrike, flickered in, used the feathered airstrike onto the Leslie because Nuts didn't have anything at that moment. And again, Light, with that block onto the jump of the Kufra, could have taken out Eman. Oh my god, RSG. Again, these are the plays that are possible because RSG is put in the spot wherein they're still able to fight against TNC. And it is because of the indecisiveness of TNC in the the mid game. But they still have the lead. They can take this Lord. HU is gonna respawn in 1 second, but they're not gonna be able to be here for the Lord thing. But Nuts though.
Look at Nats just walking confidently right in 4 of TNC.
This is the X Factor. This is the X Factor we're talking about with Nats. But at this point, yeah, TNC has the clear advantage.
Light!
They're gonna get slowed down. That is gonna be the way of Dragon committed to the Lancelot, but the Lancelot is still quite healthy. Lord is low. King Kong is waiting for it, but H2O is also here.
He got Eman.
Down. Oh, Jesus got Eman. But the Lord, who's gonna get the
out.
Lord?
Who's gonna get it?
That's gonna be King Kong with the Lord. Going in for the fight is also the rest of RSG. They're starting to really dive in. Jesus starting to take advantage here, but Light will go down. That's gonna be a 3v5, ladies and gents. TNC has the clear lead.
Ooh, ouch.
No.
Ouch.
2 crucial deaths from RSG trying to hold the line. TNC.
1 minute.
TNC right now is back on track, and they have a push in mid. Almost a minute without 2 members of RSG. They need to hold the line, and who's gonna make it happen?
I mean, this is
TNC is forcing a game number 3.
a hard defense, and Ben thinks with a flicker.
Almost impossible right now unless a miracle play comes out.
Oh,
but yes, there's going to be the attack on the back foot, but not going to be enough. It will be a game free. TNC takes game number 2.
Finally, they're able to conquer their demons and close out this game on the end game. They did take out, they did check their win conditions. It ended up being a long game, but it was a victory still for TNC.
Man, 30 minutes. 30
minutes.
And only TNC does it, and how they managed to wake up on those certain moments we were trying to point out on their winning conditions. It was just the right time to do so. And the discipline from RSG was totally on point, but having those crucial pickoffs from back and forth games in recent, I say this team is totally have gotten in the edge. They want to win this one.
Yeah, the buttons are still alive.
Oh, yeah.
The hope of the buttons of Coach Lift is still alive. So
Just press the button.
yeah, but I
Push
know
the
a
button.
lot of buttons were pressed on this guy's mind right here because
he was.
I have to say, there were so many moments that TNC could have won that straight out.
Yeah, honestly,
Starting from 10 minutes.
You know it.
TNC, they did have total control. Like, they from early to mid game they did have control. RSG, they were only bouncing back because of TNC's hesitation. You know, they very hesitant to take fights. But that was just the story of the game. RSG were just waiting for the mistakes of TNC.
Well, right now, there's a lot of things that we will break down in our analyst segment because in certain times, we're talking about playstyle of different teams. And it's just that we're trying to enjoy and look forward on how TNC could rise from all the losses that they had in all of the weeks. Well, I say this is progress, no matter how small. It's still progress right now. Midnight, we would love to grind your gears a little bit longer. Go ahead, break things down a bit in game number 2. TNC just forced a tiebreaker match.
Well, no matter if the gears are grinded, it is grinding at the moment here for TNC as they did just take game number 2 against RSG. Again, phenomenal draft, phenomenal composition, fantastic team fight abilities coming out from the Phoenix side. And their journey started with the early game lead that they had. Again, Rockhart mentioned during the pregame panel that TNC, they're the better team when it comes to controlling the early game against RSG Slate Philippines, and that did happen. Escalera with the rotations towards the gold lane gave Innocent a much better time to just gather his items and be a menace in the mid game. He entered the game. He became online after the 2 rotations made by Escalera towards Eman, and that completely shut down the momentum of RSG. That also blocked the threat of Eman going big in the mid game. And come the mid game, it was just a matter of the vision and positioning from both sides. And TNC, if they get the position and vision, they are the superior team because they have the engaging tool coming out from Bentings, they have the long-range Nook from Escalera, they have sustain from Hesu and frontline vision as well, and they have backline damage coming out from Innocent. And again, the poke and prod from King Kong providing a lot of vision. Basically, there's a lot of vision for TNC up against RSG. And RSG, the way they deal with it is they wait patiently for TNC to make mistakes. They did make a lot of mistakes from TNC, but again, the team fight was just superior on their side. Even though Eman was able to farm up a lot, it doesn't translate into damage as Innocent was able to output so much damage in this game. 101,000 hero damage over onto RSG. I might say that even he might have even doubled the damage output of Eman in this game. But the MVP for this match is none other than Bentings on this Kufra. Fantastic performance on the initiation hero of TNC. He was the one pulling the strings here for the Phoenix side. He was the one engaging. He was the one selecting the targets. And he also checked a lot of bush, honestly, with the Tyrant's Revenge. With the jump, he's making sure that RSG is not making any aggressive moves onto them. And he was forcefully pressuring RSG to also react when it comes to controlling the information and the vision. And that gives a lot of playing space for Escalera to just punish the heroes on the side of RSG Slate Philippines. And it also gives a lot of space for Innocent just to be able to farm up and provide vision as well with the ultimate. Again, superior vision is the key here for TNC. Even though come the mid to late game stages, they didn't abuse it as much. The fact is, the sheer damage output of TNC is just overwhelming onto the frontliners of RSG Slate Philippines. Even Light was shut down in this game. He had a few fantastic showing in the show, but the amount of bushes that TNC just had completely shut off his game because the angles were not there. He had to be creative, and when TNC committed for the fights, it feels like RSG is just waiting for the bullets to hit from the Leslie, from the Feathered Airstrike. The Nooks are there, and Eman was not in position to just go for these burst plays because Hesu was always blocking the angles of Eman, and this glue has also been detrimental to the success of TNC because he has always been sitting on the front lines, and the amount of flicker plays that I've seen from glue has been outcounted in this game because Hesu did a lot of flicker first skill plays just to make sure that he lands that combo and is able to land a split as well. And this was the moment where Exort used the flicker and two feathered airstrike to snipe out Innocent on the back line, but at the end of the day it wasn't really enough as RSG was also delayed in taking the Lord here, and TNC for the longest time, we have said that they are the superior team fighting team here in game number 2, and they did capitalize on that fact on that last lore. Now we're gonna be going back to our keys to victory to check what happened here in this game. For RSG, they did just learn the TNC grew in this match, and they are stabilized, but they were not ready for the amount of team fight that TNC brought onto this game. And again, they are able to close out this time around for TNC as they learned on the end game that they are the superior fighting team in game number 2.
Beware of TNC's growth gradually stabilizing now. Well, that answers our keys to victory checklist. Thank you so much, Mida. We are used to seeing you there back on the analyst. Now you're here with us. Thank you for gracing this table and breaking things down a bit. And then what happened in that game? Right now we're trying to see a lot of ways on how to break those long games. With those things happening right now, I see a shift in terms of who's gonna get blue side and red side this time around.
So yeah, it's a coin toss. You know what the coin toss is? Yeah, it's gonna be it.
50-50.
I love that win condition number 1. Finally, TNC realizing that, you know what, you can kind of play this the way that teams don't usually play. Play this in a weird way and catch RSG off guard. I think that's what they did.
Yeah, even us, we were caught off guard. You know?
With a Leslie on the draft, that was one thing of being off guard there.
I was just surprised because you never know when TNC's going to go in because they're so unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean,
even though it looked weird, it looked bad, but it worked.
It works, you know. RSG might have got to the point where they were also impatient, like, what is TNC doing?
What are you doing?
We should have lost by now.
Right? That's what they were thinking.
Unorthodox ways, unorthodox methods. Right now, let's throw it over to Mara Aquino for a bit of a breather here before we get into our tiebreaker match. Go ahead, Mara, take it away.
Nandito tayo ngayon kasama ang family ni Coach Liv. Nandito si Mommy Ruby, Brother Jericho, and Bunso Prince. Hi! Kamusta kayo?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman. Okay, sige nga. Ikaw pinaka-vocal, Mommy. Okay ka? Okay, si Brother Jericho naman. Brother Jericho, kamusta si Coach Liv as a brother?
Okay naman po siya. Magaling po siya magturo, like may mga tactics po sa pag-ML po, tinuturuan niya din po ako.
Tinuturuan ka niya, so
Yes
magaling
po.
ka. Sige nga, ano ang rank mo?
Mythical Glory po.
Ano lang? Mythical Glory. Magaling yun na. Ilang points?
600 lang po.
600 lang? Wala pa ata akong 100. Ang galing mo naman. Okay, ano yung mga natutunan mo kay Kuya?
Yung mga tactics po sa sa pag-god lane, lalo na po yung kailangan po may comms ka. Kailangan may comms ka sa pag-ML. Kailangan masabi mo kung nasan yung mga yung kalaban mo.
So, ikaw ngayon, pag nagpa-5-man kayo, ikaw yung coach nila ngayon?
Hindi po. Yung roamer po namin.
Okay. Dapat ikaw yung coach. Brother mo si coach eh. Okay, gusto mo ba maging coach din?
Player po.
Player. Ano bang role mo?
God lane po.
Okay. Okay, kung ikaw ay isang player, sino yung pinaka nakikita mo, gusto ko maging gold laner katulad nito?
Si Kelra po.
Oh, bakit si Kelra?
Best god lane po siya eh.
May believe kay Kelra. Balang araw, kung nakapasok ka sa TNC, tapos si Coach Liv, yung coach mo, sa tingin mo gana yon kasi brothers kayo, or do you think he's gonna be strict? Paano ba siya as kuya?
Di naman po siya strict. Strict po siya pag nasa game na po.
Pag nasa game lang?
Opo.
Okay. So ngayon, si Coach Liv nakikinig sa'yo. Anong message mo kay kuya?
Galingan mo, kuya.
Galingan mo, kuya. Ano ba siya? Panganay?
Opo.
Ilan ba kayo?
5 po.
5. Ikaw, bunso. Okay, bunso Prince, nag-ML ka ba?
Po.
Ano yon?
Minsan.
Minsan. Okay, magaling ka.
Konti.
Magaling ka ba? Okay, anong rank mo?
Legend.
Wow, legend! Oh, legend! Okay, pag si kuya bumibisita sa bahay, ano yung pasalubong niya? Anong pasalubong ni kuya?
Multo po.
Ano yon?
Sima.
Natatakot? Ay, sorry. Okay. Anong pasalubong, mami?
Kaltok raw.
Kaltok? Grabe naman si Kuya Lef. Mami, kanina, si Coach Lef, may sinabi siya na kada panalo daw nila, magtatanggal siya ng betones. Una, isa. Tapos all the way. Anong reaction mo doon kanina? Nag-unbutton mo anak mo?
Humalakhak ho.
Humalakhak ka?
Sana magtuloy-tuloy.
Sana
magtuloy-tuloy pagtanggal ng bitones.
We're gonna wait for that. Now, meron po ba kayong message para sa anak nyo? Kasi ngayon, ganda ng laban nila, Game 2.
Anak, coach, galingan mo pa sa mga player mo I love you.
Ang sweet ni Mami. Okay, eto. Mami, bato po natin sa casters. Lagi po tayo nagsasabi, casters, pasok. Kayo na po.
Prince, ikaw na lang.
Oh, ikaw na lang, Prince. Sige, casters, pasok.
Ano po yun?
Okay, ito na lang.
Caster, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. Those were the family, the mother and the brother of Coach Lift. Man, it's a family day right now in MPL, in the shooting gallery student, and that's how you support your kid. And on to the context of that interview, Coach Lift has a challenge onto the buttons if they win. They unbutton one.
Wait, let me check.
Let me check the buzzer rock card.
No, not me. I'm not. I have no stakes in that.
It needs to be in a white.
No,
polo.
it's the Coach Lift challenge.
Yeah,
It's for him. It's for him.
Should be a TikTok trend, you know?
Yeah, and this is how the personality of Coach Lift right now. It's a growing and a shared mentality among the players of TNC right now. Again, they forced the game number 3. Will the errors be polished this time around since they have more of the capability to do so?
I mean, for me, TNC, honestly, I'd consider them a really, really strong team. But what they lack is what other top teams have, you know, that decisiveness, that no hesitation play, that commitment. And I feel like if they do that in game number 3, if you go 50-50 in the draft against RSG, and if you're more heavy commitment, if you have more heavy commitment, then you'd stand a better chance of taking out the Raiders in the series.
The important thing is, at least, even if TNC weren't aware, right? Coach Liff was watching that. I'm pretty sure that he already told his players, all right, you guys saw that, right? Yeah. So at least there's that info. And at the very least, even if they don't have that decisiveness yet, at least they're winning the game, the early games, the mid games.
Yeah,
but I know what you mean, right? If you want to be part of the top teams of the MPL, that has to be given already.
Yeah. Here's the thing. RSG, they didn't have the right to bounce back on that game because the damage output was just overwhelming on the side of TNC. And if you face teams that are really capable in pulling off plays like that, like just imagine TNC Omega, you know, TNC, if they did what they did on game number 2, had a fantastic early game. Omega suddenly bounces back on game number 2. It's heartbreaking, you know, for you to have lead like that. So I think it's important for TNC to just gather their thoughts, because if you've been losing that way constantly, it's gonna affect the team's mentality. So that's the reason why I kept on harping on it. It's not about actually winning the game, but it's more about protecting the mentality of your players on just making sure that they're always in a position wherein they're looking for ways to win.
Yeah, and coming from Midnight, he was once a coach of Next Play. He was back in Season 8, and he's talking from facts that how you can actually grow the thought of a team who's undergoing through every challenge. And that's how you do it. Right here, since we gathered all the experience and thoughts on what's the possibility, on TNC, they're on the blue side right now. In game number 2, they're on the opposite. So who's on the higher way of picking their comfort picks right now?
Yeah, comfort picks, definitely. I think King Kong's starting to pick up the Lancelot comfort, and it seems that he is working well with the tank. And once more, another comfort pick for Ben Fings on that Kufra.
Go ahead, Midnight.
That hurts. Honestly, the first pick Lance was already an issue. You picked up the Glue Farsa. It was nice. But if you pick up these two heroes, you automatically think to yourselves that Claudius is going to become a threat. Now, your remaining option for RSG is to either go for Beatrix or the Brody. But you need to pick it here. If you don't pick it here, it might just get banned out.
What if they pick the Leslie?
If they pick the Leslie,
RSG?
then you're dead to Lancelot, you're dead to Kufra. Even though you have the Farsa. Actually, Yuzong is banned, but there's a lot of heroes that can deal with the Lesser on the back line.
Waiting for too long.
What?
But they pick on a carry.
Wait, yeah, I
Is
was.
this a safe route or this was the other idea? What's this? What's coming into the line of Coach Panda right now?
I mean,
That's cool.
it's a Claude carry matchup, so that's number one.
All right.
Number
good
two,
luck
it's a
with
late
that.
game. It's a late game monster, and if Lancelot is not careful, if he doesn't have puncture, can just get deleted in the fights. You know.
Surprise. Yeah, I know what you mean, though. It's still surprising.
My main concern is Escalera has three heroes that are really good against his lineup. Number one is the Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Number two is the Kagura. Number three is the Kadita.
The Kagura would be a great pickup for TNC, knowing that there's a lot of backline.
Kadita gets removed.
Oh, so they sense it? They're sensing it. RSG respecting the fact that it could be a possibility.
It's nice they're attacking Escalera's pool because that was the guy who was giving a very hard time to TNC, to RSG last game.
Yeah. He's also the main threat here in this game. Because if you think about it, Claude is a big threat, but you have ways of dealing with him on the early stages of the game. Lancelot is a big threat around objectives. So if you think about the weakness of RSG's lineup, their weakness is that if they're susceptible to dying, they're not enabling themselves to fight the Claude late game. And that comes from either the XP or the mage, but usually it's the mage. So Escalera has a lot of heavy lifting to do in this game to shut down either the Farsa or the carry, but he is shown to be capable of doing that, you know? Even though the glue is on the side of RSG, can't pick Faram is in this week, still, Eve is a possibility. Eve is a possibility. Kagura is a possibility. Even Lilia sounds decent, you know?
Oh, yeah, a better way to force out ultimate, sustain the mid lane. That's one way to pull it off. If you're Escalera, there's a lot of ways that we're thinking what could be the option. But on the side of RSG, they're pinning down or shortening down the choice of the EXP lane. Well, TNC doesn't have it yet for Hesu, so Lapu Lapu is out. Since it's a good counter for Glue, so what leaves a new or an old hero open for the book for the last two picks of TNC? Because they're under the last choice of banning one favored hero of RSG.
Yeah, I dare say. Okay, Fredrin gets banned out. Edith is a very good explainer on TNC for this game because of the fact that you overload so much frontliners that carry is gonna get confused. Like, who do I target? Who do I actually burst down? How do I fight the Lancelot if Edith commits his ultimate? So, there's a lot of problems on the side of RSG already. Even if you pick up the Martis now, a hero that can deal with the Kufra and Lancelot really well. Actually, Martis sounds awesome for RSG. Still, your problem is if TNC decides to go for the Edith route. She's not going to care, even if she gets bursted out with a Decimate. Good luck getting her to that range.
Yeah, and that's one problem you need to answer. So, Lolita, okay, they went in for light. They're trying to secure their last card for H2. But for this one, TNC, man, this is becoming more of a trend of having the Valentina on the last pace of picking.
Edith, come on. Come on, Hesu.
Possible Edith.
Come on. I love the Valentina. I love the Valentina because they saw the Lolita. This would be much more powerful if they go either Thams or Edith.
Play the Susayan game or play the knockup game. It's a good answer for the lineup of RSG.
At the very least, he got pressured into this.
What?
He goes for the Grok.
What?
This is XP Grok.
I mean, I understand.
Okay, Midnight. What happened from the route of TNC? Is this a more viable one, or this is more of a different shift?
I'd say the ideology is different. His main role here is to just get close to the glue, and Lolita can use the wild charge against the caddy to shut her down. Problem is, you're gonna lack sustain. You're gonna lack damage. Claude is like the all-in endgame condition here for TNC.
Cool.
They do have playmakers on their side, but I feel like against this lineup of RSG, Martis is heavily incentivized,
Let's see. It is
There
Midnight.
it is.
On to the predictions
Beautifully
here.
called.
You got it right. For H2's hero, it really make a good sense. But does this balance everything right now? Because on the other hand, we've seen H2 perform with the Martis. I believe this is a good pickup as well. But will it be effective though? Will it be the right street to go to.
I mean, if you look at the lineup of TNC, there's no way they're fighting into Marta's early game. Like the amount of sustain and sheer control that RSG has outmatches the Valentina on the early game. Even though Kufra and Valentina is a potent, potent early game duo against Lolita, Farsa, Martes, and possibly the glue running at your face, it's gotta feel good, for TNC.
At the very least, they slowed down that scary early game that TNC has because of the threat of their jungler, so RSG might actually have a chance before mid-game starts.
Yeah.
Okay, so now with the choice of TNC and RC Slate on the board, let's see, we're gonna go back to keys to victory on the start of this match. The junglers could dictate the pace, it could make or break situations, but let's see how they pull this off. Again, we're on a crucial state.
Oh.
Okay?
He loaded into the game, literally.
Amazing, amazing.
Just to remind you that this is still Mobile Legends.
Amazing intro. And now, we're going to show and see how will they progress this lineup. Look at this.
Matt seems very aware of this. Benfing's just trying to slow it down. Lots of flicker being used here. Is Benfing's locked into a wall? I think he almost got locked there. That's first blood.
Again, this is what we were harping on the draft. Like, how does TNC fight into this?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, honestly.
It's hard. Their life with the Grog is going to be hard here.
Okay, so now as we're trimming down the possibilities of this draft, the early game spike with H2's Mortis is becoming a trouble because we know how TNC could suffice the vision with Ben Things and also Escalera, right? But one thing that RSG could be independent for is he can freely rotate anywhere. He could pressure lanes, and just how he has eyes on the mid lane. Look at this King Kong and Escalera could be pressured to respond for pokes.
Yep. Very much in the zone here is RSG. They look like they kind of read into the win condition, or in this sense, the losing condition of TNC, which is this topside Grok. Yeah. It actually has very little utility in the early game.
Yeah, the downside is you want to build up damage as an XP lane Grok, but against Glue, it's mostly, magic damage, and you have no ways of dealing with that unless you buy magic defense.
Yeah.
And again, you don't want that as he is rocking the high and dry emblem. He wants to be able to build up damage to take out the carry. Hesu though.
Yeah, Hesu again, he's the guy who's in trouble. As we predicted earlier, he gets taken out by Nat so easily. King Kong will steal the turtle though. That's massive.
Yeah, too early retribution here for H2, so King Kong did take the turtle away from RSG, so that's a saving grace for TNC.
They're seeing and looking for trades on how they want to even. It's because as they were trying to check upon the ways of TNC, it doesn't because of their last pick of the Grok.
The advantage of TNC on the bottom side though, looking really good is of course that Claude built-in advantage, I guess.
Yeah. So going back to the thought, they have their advantage of early game power spikes. We have early game power spike for RZ, which is your jungler. On side of TNC, we're also seeing light for their gold laner, which is the Claude. Innocent. Just pushing away Eman onto base.
I mean, it's the power of the Claude, especially with Innocent waiting for the ultimate of Eman, because Eman didn't have his ultimate at that time. So Innocent was just capitalizing on that fact and used the Blazing Duet to both clear the wave and also, just zone Eman away from the gold lane.
Pushing away and pressure, seeing the possible winning condition of TNC to make work on their draft. So we're expecting more of an aggressive play or rotation from Extraordination, because in the first game, this is how they do it. They put pressure, they put ganks, and such as this. Look at that, Innocent using the ultimate
I'm not
right
sure
on
why.
the lane.
I'm not sure why nobody checked the eyebush. That's
yeah, no one's checking Ben Things, isn't he?
That's required, by the way, so Light comes in. But okay, TNC is already in position.
All right, Light's in trouble though. He's very, very low. Eman looks like he's charging up some damage. He's already used up that Feather Airstrike.
The flicker.
Wow, I don't know where that flicker was, but it worked very well for RSG. I think it also kind of took TNC by surprise there.
I understand the flicker play from Knots. You put the first kill, you flicker into it, so there's no delay. The stun is immediate, and King Kong was not expecting that.
Okay.
That's such a nice, cute. That's such a cute play from a Glue,
you see the ways of surviving. You see a bit of a micro play that that he could only pull off. It's one thing in surviving in terms of things would go out of hand.
Yeah, because I've seen it twice now. One from Hesu, now twice on Nats. I keep wondering why they keep on using the flicker after first skill. But I do understand the fact that the Lancelot can just dash out. So Nats on that specific moment was like, no, you're not going to be able to dash out.
Yeah, he's just trying to secure the damage, basically.
Escalera, though, with Decimate of his own, able to take out the glue. Very big kill, honestly. If the turtle wasn't taken, but RSG was able to secure the turtle at that moment.
Oh, they stunned down King Kong, but he was sliding already, and Escalera has the flicker, which means that RSG won't be able to get a kill off of that, but they do force some battle spells from TNC.
Yeah. Now, with Light using the Lolita, we've seen his performance back in all the matches that we have witnessed. The positioning would be really, really crucial for RSG because right now, they need to suffice that vision of RSG's getting.
Yeah. You might say that, you know, the attempt from Light was not necessary, but the thing is, TNC, they're the ones scouring for time in this game. And if you exhaust the battle spells, if you're RSG and you've exhausted your battle spell, but your opponent also exhausted your battle spell, it's a win for you. Because the next time you fight, you're still much stronger, but they don't have any ways of, you know, disengaging. So that is a win on Light's book. This Valentina cannot get away for 70 seconds. So it's a window for them to play around with, especially with the next turtle spawning in 25 seconds.
Well, we can say Escalera is on level 8 up against Exort. This is still holding their own mid lane progress. If you were a Valentina, you would want to have that XP ahead.
Oh, here comes the roamers. They're going to face off each other on the bush. That means that's a signal for TNC that, you know what, there could be something happening here on the bot side by RSG. We better be careful. And they are encountering that right now. That's a big escape being pulled off there.
Yeah, Bentings didn't use the flicker though, so that's you know, that's a win for him. Even though he lost a lot of HP, needed to go back. But RSG, this is a fast turtle, by the way.
Yeah, that's what you do when you have a Mortis and you have Emma and also building. Oh, King Kong!
Mortis advantage on the bot side, but that is the Lancelot and the Grok advantage on the top side being shown by TNC with that kill onto Nats.
There's 3 onto the Death Bush. There's 3.
Oh, they don't have a skill. Hesu doesn't have wild charge. He's gonna get taken out by Exor as well with a feathered airstrike.
Oh, okay.
That's a big kill.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a way of catching them off guard, but Benting's not responding onto the mid.
Here's Light with the flicker and Numenon Blast not gonna be hitting their mark. King Kong's already attacking their Farce on the back. Yeah, that's a big win for TNC if you think about it, controlling on the mid lane.
Yeah, Exort with the Purify. However, the Wings by Wings was cancelled by the jump from the Kufra, so he was not able to get away. Nice punish coming out from TNT. I'm actually very curious as to how the item situations is going on because I've seen H2 pull output so much damage, and this is the interesting fact about Mark. You know, even if you don't build damage, he does a lot of damage.
You're gonna destroy people with your true damage ultimate, basically.
He is just a natural way of, well, knockups and damage and chase, all check for Mortis. But on the side of carry and looking at the gold lane matchup, I believe we'll also have 2. Oh, Eman is ahead by 2 core items.
Yeah. Interesting for King Kong, he's going directly for the War Axe on the Lancelot.
Why?
So after the Molten Essence and Guardian's Helmet, he's going directly for the War Axe. I think they severely lack damage at this point and they realize that, so that's why he's going for that route. By the way, cute play from Light with a block on the bulwark, making sure that the tower doesn't die to TNC, because it is a it is real estate for TNC if they take out that tower. Light though.
Look at Light.
Haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah,
someone was
good
waiting.
Damage there coming in
from
TNC.
I'm not sure what's with that play. You know, he was really near with his teammates, but I guess it was just him checking the bushes. But this does give TNC an opportunity to punish RSG's positioning.
Yeah, not hesitating at all. That was one mistake they were committing over and over again. But look, H2 is on the Death Bush.
That's going to be fine, though. That is a Martis with a Mortal Coil. You're immune to crowd control while you're spinning around like that. And RSG's making full advantage of that.
Okay. So they know how they have a Kryptonite up against TNC. So we're just waiting on possibly trades. on we enter the mid game. But look at the player gold here. Amon is not missing being top of the charts. They're the same as Innocent, and they're growing their gold together.
King Kong is above H2. Actually, I'm surprised that TNC they're able to hold their ground in terms of resources.
Oh, there's a dive in, and Light will go down. The massive damage coming in from TNC. They did use up some of their ultimates, and I think RSG are aware, so they're still trying to go for the chase. Although again, at this point, TNC quite sturdy.
Yeah, such bad positioning coming out from Light. All throughout this game, he has been in weird spots where in TNC, basically Light is giving TNC the opportunity of being bursted down. And you might think that TNC don't have the burst potential, but think again, it's Kufra Valentina with a possibility of the Decimate being stolen from H2. So you have to be careful if you're RSG.
You know what I just figured out? Lolita's Bulwark can't block Arcane Shade from Valentina, so those projectiles, they can't block it. So all the damage going into Light is just absorbed by Lolita.
It's just a design.
Yeah.
Basically.
And then,
oh
pretty
my
good
goodness.
fight here. Oh my god, a beautiful set by TNC. Look at that.
H2 is
basically wiped out the defense of RSG right there, and H2O is also in trouble. TNC seem to have a good timing to take this first ward.
Innocent. The way he plays this Claude is, a treat to watch. And by the way, Nats is feeling, the downside of having Warrior Boots in this game. He doesn't have tough boots, so the amount of air time that he gets with the Cooper jump, he cannot even use the flicker out. He cannot even, jump out from the engagements of Bentings. Cannot even use the, the split. And he is feeling the effects. I feel like this Warrior Boots is shutting down the game of RSG.
Oh, okay, so this calls for an action for additional damage or armor item defense for Nats in order to split up TNC, because right now the strength of how TNC is invading everybody from RSG is becoming a big of a problem. There's a push up top. So we're checking on to the RSG's way of winning this. Damage is needed for Emma to go through. He has a Purify, so it's a better way of protecting their only win condition if things go wrong.
Such cute sounds coming up from
I think it was changed, right? The Kufra bounces. It's more, before it was more like of a bass. Now it's more, they took out a bass.
It's like a drum that RSG
It's like a
carrying.
snare. And it changed.
Very good observation.
Yeah, it changed because even when you hear those bounces from the earphones, it has more bass.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you because you're a tank player. I don't play Kufra tank. I play him as jungler.
Oh. Your unorthodox ways, Mr. Neil de Guzman. you do a lot of experiments, but at this point, TNC is not experimenting, and it's amazing that they're trying to grow from the mistakes that they committed. But will they spotlight? Oh, Recalled has been cancelled, and going back to the thought, the progress they're doing right now from game number 2, no hesitations at all. They might have a chance on this one, but RSG, we still can't count out the burst that they have for setups.
Light is basically being beaten up in this game, right? Like they're having maximum info and maximum damage output onto the Lolita. This time around, he's wanting to see if he can get a play going, but nope. Escalera steals the Numenon Blast this time around.
That's big.
They might be the ones on the back foot.
That's big. Actually, I was wondering where the Predator Airstrike was.
Yeah, he's holding on to it. He's holding on to the Numenon Blast instead.
Oh. I mean, we didn't see Exort use the Predator Airstrike. Now H2.
Oh boy, H2 could be in trouble here. He's low. And the Wild Charge being transferred over by Hesu means they secure that kill. But the damage is still ongoing. Innocent, very confident against Eman right now. But look at that.
Light is too late.
Here comes that carry damage. But nope, Light will get taken out in the end. And Eman could follow soon.
This adjustment from King Kong, it's paying dividends. You know, the War Axe build is giving him the the damage that he needs to take out these zeros on the side of RSG.
And they're going strong, and they have all the chances to do it. TNC, but just doing progress of seeing all the mistakes that they went through, it's translating into winning conditions. And they're up against RSG, and they have taken the Lord.
Man, if they can get this win, imagine what TNC could do with that. Right now, they're still holding on to hope.
And speaking of winning, Rockhart, right now, TNC needs a lot of games in order to win because we're talking about 6 teams keeping the playoffs dreams alive. You want to get your foot into the playoff stage to have a chance for the title of championship. Now, for TNC, this is the way that if they want to have a good way of their biyahing tagumpay success, they need to gather all the points right now. And they're doing it, and they're doing it right.
Again, this is, TNC, the form of TNC if they don't hesitate. The commitment is there, and we're now seeing it on game number 3. They don't give any, any space for RSG to answer back.
No space indeed, and they take out that inhibitor turret like there's no one's business now. Going in is going to be Benfings once more, very happy to go for the fight, but Tyrant's Rage is not present. Luminum Blasting Charge by Light means that RSG are not going to have that engage tool, but look at that Escalera, he messed up a little bit. He bumped into Jesus Guardian Barrier.
Oh, Eman got a kill on that one. That's 2 kills onto the carry. And out of position, TNC, we're seeing a bit of hesitation as how to go up against. They don't have any minion waves. And look at the total damage. Eman just climb up on number 1.
Yeah. That attack worked very well though, because they slowed down they got an inhib turret. They're slowing down the push. TNC seems to be unfazed. They're still doing some good damage on the Nats. Forced to use a split to try to survive here. King Kong tried to chase, but to no avail. At least they get a mid turret as well that opens up the camp of TNC for the meantime.
Yeah, but true. Innocent is also getting bigger, by the second. This Claude is going to become a huge problem in the later stages of the game, as well as Eman though on the carry. So both sides, they do have endgame, win conditions on both the carry and the Claude. It's just about how you, how you start the fight. Because TNC, they've been reliant on Bentinx's initiation, and RSG, we haven't seen a fantastic Luminum blast out yet come out from Light. And it might just be the game changer because TNC, yes, they're leading still, but they have been, they have been utilizing all of their heroes. But RSG, we haven't seen the Lolita perform that well up to this point. So if ever RSG is given a chance that they're able to use Light, it might be just the, the small tweak to that equation wherein they win in the endgame.
Okay, Light is the only way for RSG to take another chance. But look at his position.
Yeah, he's not able to channel these Numenon Blasts because there's so many ways for TNC to cancel it.
Oh, look at that.
And they're not afraid to just commit a wall, a Kufra, right? The Terrify from Escalera also cancels out these casts. So makes it hard for Light to actually do anything.
Oh, this would be a game changer right now. And who's going to take the Lord?
Light again shows himself to the Grok.
Yep, that's info being given over to Hesu right there. 3 members of TNC on the side here of the Lord. And King Kong, he's like challenging H2O. You want to go for it.
A showdown.
You come closer.
A showdown you're about to see. A retribution battle will be at hand. But TNC's becoming more careful on how they wanted to position.
Oh, they know
TNC has info on top side.
Exort's not here. Exort's not here. TNC,
This
they
is
want
the window.
This will be the call.
This is the window of TNC. But
Exort's flying.
Okay.
Light.
Wait,
That's a weird Numenon Blast. It's going straight to Escalera. Oh my god.
Bentinx?
That was beautiful. It was weird, but it worked. And now it's a 4v5. And RSG, they're going for the chase.
A crucial pick-off coming in from RSG. A great way to pin down Escalera. Now there's no ultimate that can be covered on the side of RSG. What will it be? They're still holding on and taking this Lord. But no magic damage for RSG.
The sad part about that engagement was Escalera didn't even know that the Numenon Blast was being casted. Because he was not moving.
It's in the bush.
It was not visible. He was not moving, so he did not feel the slow. And there's no indicator that you are under the Numenon Blast. And Light just knew for the fact that Escalera was there.
Yeah, everyone just... That was a high-level IQ play.
That's just a major peekaboo onto the bush.
Yeah, Light entered the game, but again, it's not enough. They need to win a fight. They need to be able to take out key heroes on both sides. TNC, they need to take out both the jungler as well as Emma.
There's back, Bentinx. He wants to go for the trigger, and he pulls it. H2O's going down. Lord is half. Innocent King Kong are close.
Jungler for RSG.
And good zoning from TNC means this Lord is going to go over to TNC.
Now they're on a crashing situation right now of RSG. There's a push up top. They're going to call back. Conceal used to retreat. TNC's knocking the base of RSG.
They're not even waiting for the Lord. They just want to go for it.
Oh no. This is not looking good for RSG. We have 22 seconds for H2 to recall back, but is the damage enough? I say Eman has all the tools to go for, but they need to hold the line. They need to hold the defense for the counter initiations, or the initiations rather of Ben Things.
I mean, you're saying that Eman has all the tools. So does Innocent. This Claude is a beast at this point. RSG. If they if they want to defend, they have to somehow deal with the Blazing Duet of Innocent during the Lord push, because it is gonna be done at the same time.
Oh, look. This is now the march of TNC all to the base of RSG. We still have minions, but they have a Lord on their side. Who's going to make the first move?
Look for Bentings.
Who is going to blink? 2 immortalities on the roamers and the XP lane. Look.
Really
Lord is
holding on here.
in. Melted down like butter.
It's a 5v5. It's all about the team fight. Who wins the team fight wins the game. Nuno Blast being used by Escalera. No flicker committed though. I mean, it's going to be the re-engage. That's really powerful here for RSG. Immortality for Benpings already used. Light still alive. H2O up front. They take out Benpings.
Too far?
Light going down with Immortality as well. Chase is going to be on, but will be cancelled by RSG.
Ooh, Light's chase was too far. Even though they did force out the Purify from Innocent and as well as the Blazing Duet, I'd say the Immortality was more, more of a priority here for RSG. Now Light doesn't have that second life. King Kong though, he shows himself. No puncture target.
Use a lot of those punctures to get out of trouble.
No bad things.
And Exhort committing that feathered airstrike. Are they ready to face it? Wow, good damage coming in here from RSG. There goes Light. He tried to go for the engage with split, but looks like RSG is happy with just that turret.
Ooh, Escalera was happy with that Numinum Blast, but Light was more happier.
Eman, the artillery man, the first player to reach 100 kills of the season. You're the man.
He's the artillery man. Eman.
Eman.
Oh, another one. H2 is too big on kills. Now ranked 30 on total kills in MPL Philippines history with 661. Surpassing Oheb's 660 kills. Wow. 2 achievements for RSG right now.
That was off of 1 kill. Which means when the game started, he was tied with Oheb.
He was already sitting near the Filipino sniper. It was like, hey, how much is your kill?
1.
Okay.
660. All right.
We're the same.
I'll get 1.
I get 1 more.
That was the one that's needed.
Seems so.
Man, thank you for all the backs popping up on our screens.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, they're too far,
All
RSG.
right, RSG, I think they know they might be a little too late on this
reset.
one.
No!
Oh, he let go.
Oh no!
And Innocent wanted to hold the Lord. King Kong was like, nah.
And Nats is on split.
Okay, the rest of the members of RSG were too far on the place of the Lord pit, but that is one mess of TNC they need to fix. And H2 was happy that happened, because they have a way to push some minions up top, because right now the base of RSG is too open for everyone.
Yeah, RSG was too far away, even though, okay.
It was only H2O, right?
Give credit where credit is due. The thing is, the NC did not know that RSG was too far, but still, you could have committed on H2.
Yeah.
You have the damage. It's still the same storyline on game number 2. You have the damage to take out H2.
Okay.
Full vision right now for RSG's jungler. The rest of the team are behind.
This is such good positioning from H2.
Oh, look at that.
Gonna win the team fight. I think the Lord will be reset once more.
Oh,
yeah, King Kong is very...
reset.
Yeah, that's fine, because Claude is on here.
Very happy to go for the reset right there. But this time, RSG will show H2. Their jungler is also in tow.
But Escalera has the ultimate.
Nats is on the side. Light is also visible.
This is a big concern for TNC. Escalera doesn't have Numinum Blast. He has Decimate though. I'm not sure if that could be useful in this Lord fight. Numinum Blast you would prefer, because this is a matter of team fights. Bentings jumping in. They know the Kupra is there. And Nats is again in split push mode.
Oh, a lot of things right now. Oh,
Exort is on defense mode as well, so that's
TNC
vision.
knows!
TNC knows it's a 3v5. But
artists
here's
though.
Light with a Numenon Blast Flicker committed as well. No joy for their support.
okay. So there's a lot of things the Rs need to take care about. They need to secure their base. They need to have security on the waves from the minions. Oh, knock up on two. Ben
Seem
thinks.
to be quite happy to just face off with each other. But Nats is really absorbing a lot of damage.
Bentix!
Cancel on that Federate airstrike is massive, but Ben Fings will pay for it with the immortality and possibly his life. Emmon's damage is through the roof on the carry.
Escalera on the other is too far on the other end. Ben thinks he's trying to be the casualty. Emma takes the kill.
Oh man, they dropped the ball big time.
Two members left to defend the base. TNC committing a major mistake up against RSG, and they're knocking on the base.
That's gonna be it. No more defense available here. And just like that, RSG takes the game.
The Kings of C prevailed once again. Coming from a loss yesterday from Major Riptide, now they dance their waves and now they're set on course and they take back a win.
The jump from Bentix put TNC in a dire spot. And RSG, again, this is the beauty of this type of team. They capitalize on these mistakes. They make the hole even bigger and they punch through the journey of TNC.
Oh, now look at the hog coming in from Nats. And those members of TNC right now, they really gave the Kings of C a hard time. And that took a window of mistake to take back RSG's way of winning this tiebreaker match.
It was still a very ferocious fight from TNC regardless, right? They're not completely molded as of yet, if you think about it. The way that they took those team fights and the way that they fight those team fights, it wasn't always to their favor. I mean, it looked like they had the advantage, but it gets pulled back right away, and that shows the veterancy, on what level RSG is right now.
And again,
discipline, man.
It's it's
amazing.
It's both RSG's discipline just to patiently wait out for the mistakes. Because this time, TNC was still the more dominant team. They were the more superior team when it comes to team fights. But RSG, they held their ground for so long and they waited for the mistake. And when it came out, they just pummeled through. And TNC did not have any answers. And I would say that jump from Bentings was
that was a boo-boo.
Yeah, that was a boo-boo. Because Federer's like, yes, you want to cancel it out, but Innocent was already out. He was nowhere near that fight, and after that, they didn't have any roam. And in front of a carry and a Amardis, after immortality, you're gonna die before even the second starts.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a way of amping up the carry, right? Because in the later stage of the game, that is a beast. That is a walk-in winning condition. And to talk about how the damage was showing for Eman to go through all to the defense of TNC, that was purely physical penetration right there. And the window of mistakes that TNC made just gave them back a win.
I felt like they could have won that.
Yeah.
Honestly, TNC.
It was so
they
close.
were so close.
That reason on Lord, though.
Yes.
That reason on Lord. They reset
Yes.
it thrice.
Ah,
And
that
the
really-
way I see it,
That was painful.
Some teams would reset the Lord in favor of actually, fighting. Like Echo, they are very good at this. They reset the Lord just for the fact that they want to fight. But TNC,
But they
when
win those
reset
Lord
the
fights.
They win those Lord fights. TNC, when they reset the Lord, they tried to look for vision, didn't get it. Tried to go for Lord back again. Usually, when we see Lord resets, it's backed up by a concealed play. We
Yeah.
didn't see that from TNC.
Okay, so there was a lot of underutilized ways of making their play style work. And for some reason, their head was all over the place. And
Yeah.
that was one thing that RSG took an advantage for. Because those windows, they see the opportunity. That's how they attack. Because there's a lot of ways Light was missing out all the setups, man.
Oh, yeah.
The flickers used up resources. And that's one way. And even Exort went to base.
Yeah, a huge commendation for RSG. That shows that they have a heart of a champion. Because they know they can't always win every team fight. You
Yeah.
can't always get ahead in the early game every game. But what you can do is wait for a perfect opportunity for your team to take an advantage, even though you had a bad start, even though you made some mistakes along the way. You knowing and recognizing where those opportunities are for your team to go back up and get that win. That's what defines a championship team.
Yeah, and kudos to TNC. This is the first time I've seen Light perform this horribly.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not because
Yeah.
he underperformed. It was because Bentix was just catching him.
He was
catching him off
countered.
guard.
Yeah.
He was basically countered, you know?
Yeah, we need also to commend how TNC made or gave RC a rough time, because in most of the plays in game number 1, yep, they lost. They were trying to go for a possible reverse sweep, and the vision for Ben Things was really showing off. I mean, they're doing small progress, okay, but at this point in time in week number 6, this is too crucial to commit mistakes. But again, we still gotta give it to TNC
was
for
a good
trying.
game. That was fun. That was
for
fun to watch.
and giving us a good show. And it's the Kings of C.
Yep.
It was almost unpredictable for me. I could not know who was gonna win.
Yeah.
And
Like-
especially in game 3.
Even at the most dire moments of RSG, you know for a fact that they can come back. They might bounce back. TNC might make mistakes, and maybe TNC takes it, but it was RSG that prevailed at the end.
Well, RSG Kings of C. Now let's call on Mark here together with the team on their stage for their winning interview.
RSG Slate Philippines came out the winner for today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, may drums and all. Okay, Light, you were facing your former teammates. Actually, may mga galawan nga si Bentings na parang ikaw, lalo na dun sa Lord fight na nangyari. Umaabot tayo ng Game 3, ang haba ng ating games. How do you feel about today's match? Do you think that you guys did everything you wanted to do in this match?
Siguro hindi kasi may mga gusto kaming i-full up na parang di namin ma-execute ng maayos sa game na yun kaya
Tulad
sobrang
ng?
siguro yung tamang pwesto sa Lord tapos mag-split push kami ganun. Kaso di namin siya maayos. So, yun nagkakaproblema kasi nakakapwesto yung kalaban.
Ano yung tinitignan? Actually, H2, gusto ko malaman kanina, you guys had your phone out. Anong play yon yung tinitignan nyo kanina? Anong usapan doon? Curious ako.
Yung may di ako chinek na bush. Nakita sa akin ni Coach.
So kaagad-agad sinisilip natin. Okay, actually, yan ang gusto kong itanong. Coach, maybe you could answer this one. There were a lot of games na dapat sa inyo na. We were all sure na kayo yung mananalo. Pero somehow, hindi siya natatapos the way you guys wanted to. What's happening there? What's happening? Is it the communication? And how did we solve it for today?
Parang I feel like this week, our game is the worst. Last time, I was really disappointed sa NXP game namin na. Pero this week really was like pinakababa of performance that my team showed. I will find the answer and fix it. Siguro, this week's problem was the team is overthinking too much. Tapos, kulang sa communication and lack sa sync. For example, if you want to play an initiator hero, some players say, sige G, pero other players, yung mga core players who are really the follow-up damage, they don't answer. So kaya we execute, hindi maayos pa rin. So kailangan ko talaga mag-fix yung team ko this sunod sa week regarding sa execution nila and communication talaga.
Usually nangyayari to, Coach, in the first week. And before this happened, a lot of people were giving praise that you guys actually changed the meta to what it is now because you exposed yung mga world champs, the strongest team, na expose nyo yung weakness nila. And then all of a sudden, second week, napansin nyo nga the weakness. So in the boot camp, who here takes the lead to wake them up and to fix what it is that's happening? Who's the most vocal in the boot camp that kind of guides the team? Okay, ito yung nangyayari. Hey guys, let's do this. Taking initiative.
Ako talaga. Wala eh. I say, let's do this. Sige, coach. Let's do this. Sige, coach.
And you know what, Coach? Even yung daddy ni Exort praises you because of the discipline that you give the players, the guidance that you give the players. So today, when you come home to the boot camp, what guidance are you going to tell them about today's match?
guidance. Siguro 2 hours lang of coding today and then 3 hours of coding sa Monday. So ayun, I will make sure talaga that we will be prepared for next week. So please keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach. And the last time you did that, you guys won, and it was such a great match. And we're waiting for that to repeat.
Can I father ko, Bert?
Oh, go ahead.
Happy birthday din sa papa ko yun. No?
Happy birthday to Light's father. Congratulations. This game is for you, Daddy. Take your bow. And now it's your turn to give the walk of victory. Thank you, Coach. There you have it, RSG Philippines. Kahit sila ang nagwagi, aminado sila that there's still room for improvement, and we're gonna see a lot more of that as the days go by. We're gonna break down that game for you, so we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
The Kings of C perseveres through this series, denying the reverse sweep up against TNC. But right now, RSG really accepts that this was a really tough week. On even Coach Panda's interview, it was one of the challenging and one of the baddest performances they experienced. But on the other hand, that's how he disciplined his players.
That's how you get a winning team. You win, you still got something to do.
Oh, Midnight, I know you have something to say on what happened in game number 3. Go ahead and break things down about how RSG won that game.
Well, they did experience a bad game on game number 3. TNC dominated on the early stages of the game on the back of their very, very aggressive lineup. King Kong was leading the charge here with Lancelot, and Bentings was sure with his engagements and initiations for TNC. And that gave them the boost in the early game to be able to capitalize on the fact that RSG, if they don't have the fighting capabilities to duke it out against TNC, you are going to be heading towards that late game battle. And that did happen. TNC did force RSG to, towards the late game area wherein they did have the lead. But the danger of it is that RSG was also having a fantastic time in the late game with Eman on the carry. It is a late game monster indeed, and that is what happened on the late game. TNC, after all the successful initiations and engagements, it came down to the Lord fights, and it was really, really important for both sides to not just take the Lord, but utilize the Lord to execute team fight advantages. And TNC, they kind of crumbled, I would say, around the Lord fights because they didn't know when to reset the Lord, how to position. But what is sure is Bentings had the right idea of engaging into H2O when they gathered information. But at the end of the day, Eman was able to catch up with the amount of farm that the Claude had. He even surpassed the amount of GPM that Innocent had, even though Innocent had a much more damage output on this Claude because he was activated much earlier on. The positioning on Eman was also fantastic for the side of RSG Slate Philippines because the thing is, Bentings always kept on engaging onto H2O, and TNC realized that Eman was always on the back line. And H2O was always near the carry. So it goes hand in hand. If they want to take out the Martis, they have to suffer the damage output that Eman brings into the table. And the late game didn't have any fruitful events for TNC because they didn't have any answers. They don't have the feathered airstrike on Valentina. It was one of the things that we pointed out during the last Lord fights actually because it was important for Escalera to secure that feathered airstrike so that they have a sort of pseudo backline access against Eman, so that it guarantees that Eman cannot fight into the engagements that TNC are starting. But it didn't come to fruition for TNC because RSG was always the one dictating the fights, and TNC again not having that feathered airstrike on Escalera was really hurtful for their side. And Light, again, we highlighted that it was not a particularly good Lolita game for him, not because of the hero, but because of what TNC has been doing to him. He cannot find engagements, he cannot start the fights. The only answer for RSG is to wait the initiation come out from TNC and then re-engage with the Numenon Blast. That happened with TNC engaging into the base, and after that, Light re-engage. And after that, Light find some sort of light plays we're used to seeing onto this guy. And this was the crucial Lord fight that we were mentioning earlier on when Bentings jumped on the Farsa. it was kind of unnecessary because Innocent was already out of that fight. And after TNC lost to Gufra, they didn't have enough frontliners. They didn't have initiations against both H2 and Eman. And the carry's damage, Eman's damage, translated into a quick victory here for RSG Slate Philippines. It was a monstrous late game for TNC and RSG, but at the end of the day, RSG got their hands on their win condition.
It's all about reset for these two teams. For the side of TNC, they need to go cuatro time. From triple time, they need to go 4 times.
Cuatro.
Yeah, cuatro time.
KH cuatro.
Yeah, that's how I emphasize it.
Cuatro horas.
Yeah, because we only have 6 teams to go. And as climbing up the chart is concerned, they need to have more ways of experimenting. But now I see this is a better form of TNC. And if they can hone this, and if they have this mindset, it would be a great way of getting and securing that sweet spot for the
Almost
playoffs.
there. Phoenix Army. Almost there. That's all I can say.
Yeah, keep the dream alive because right now, as we go in for a break and all of the action-packed matches, this is serious, okay? We want to remind all the people for the deadline of the sim registration, and that is on April 26th. That will be the last day for the deadline of registration of your sim, and it will, well, be inactive. So all of the things that you work for, all your Mobile Legends, everything, your social media, well, all of it will disappear. So make sure to register your sim before April 26th to avoid the disappearance of your number. Maybe it's one unique way of giving your number to anybody, but now, yeah, go ahead. Be sure to register. But now in the next match, we have Echo versus ONIC Philippines coming right up, the world champs. And remember, ONIC Philippines was the first team to get 1 point up against Echo.
All right, good luck with that. It's going to be a fun match for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big treat to watch these two teams battle it out.
And once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Rockard and I'm with Midnight. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Action pack happening right now on Saturday in MPL Philippines. Don't go anywhere.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody! Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 11. The second match for today features two franchises with a rich history that goes all the way back to the early stages of MPL. Now, these two were once rivals who have shown how strong MLBB players are in the international stage. But for the first time in the league's history, the Sonic faces the possibility of elimination. Coach Bluffsy admits that the pressure is on, but Nets promises for cleaner execution as they face the Orcas. Matutupad kaya nila ito? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fight between two teams who were once rivals, ONIC Philippines versus Echo. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
Back in the first half of the regular season, this match was called the David and Goliath match because of the fact that ONIC Philippines was the first team to get a point out of the world champs. Now, with all of the challenges they went through, will they finally translate their winning lessons to go up against Echo this time around? Let's find out together. My name is OSX, and I'm with Naisu and Renmar for the match of Echo Philippines and ONIC today. Quick of a match as we turn up the heat in this fight.
Turn up the heat, man. Speaking of the heat, wow. I'll tell you, it is hot in here.
Yeah.
And I'm glad
It's
we get
summer.
to be here together for this matchup. It is summer, man.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm
I thought
happy.
for a second there you guys were about to hold hands and I was going to feel left out. But none of us are going to feel left out with this matchup, Echo versus Sonic. And what I like about it is, yes, even though the first one, David versus Goliath, it went for Goliath. This time around, though, I feel like David's going to put up more of a fight.
Well, speaking of fights, and as we enjoy the happenings of the day, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Now it's an action-packed Saturday. We have triple headers matches. Now, for this specific one, this was the first team to go up against Echo and had a win. And they had this condition, and they weren't phased. They weren't even challenging. Like, they know they were up against. And again, this is the danger of elimination of ONIC.
You know, it's a weird place to be in because if you're an ONIC fan and you've been following them for a while, and even from, last season where we saw this really strong showing of them, you're kind of left here wondering, like, what do they have to do?
Yeah.
Where do they need to make the adjustments to hopefully make it to the playoffs because, time is running out here, boys.
Yeah, time is running out. A very looming threat. And it's crazy to think that there is a chance, and quite a big chance, that we might not see ONIC Philippines for the first time in the playoffs of MPL-PH. Although things are not so dire, they're not that far from next play EVOS in terms of the points. But you see here, Nets promised that their games are going to be much cleaner, their execution is going to be more refined. And then he says that, man, is this going to be a 2-0? I'm not so sure, but I feel like for ONIC, they're going to go into all this mentality of we got to get points and we got to get at least 2 points if they really want to contend up against Omega and Next Play Evos in terms of securing playoff slots.
That's Net's mentality of a normal day. Again, he
Normal
wants
day.
Yeah,
normal day.
He wants to have a clean game, and they're up against Echo, which is one of the biggest threats right now in the top of the standings. And all of the challenges that went through ONIC Philippines, there were some ups and downs throughout their matches, but this time around they can't afford to expect. They can't afford to lose this series. Even just getting a win up against Echo, that could make a statement today.
I think, even just what we have seen so far, even if a team can get a point, especially the bottom half of the teams in the standings right now, that's going to play a big role as we get to finish this week 6 and then lead into week 7 and 8, right? Where things really come down to pretty much that point difference, and then who knows what is left by the time we're in that last week of the regular season.
Man. So we only have 3 weeks left. Time flies so fast. Now let's go on for our insider. What do you have today for us for our backstage bash for this match?
Maraming salamat, casters. It is, again, backstage, or should I say, the center stage, dahil makakasama natin ngayon para sa inside report regarding Echo and ONIC Philippines, ang isa sa mga naging kilalang mga manlalaro. And in fact, galing din siya sa amin. Please welcome Chico from MPL Philippines Season 1. It's been a wonderful and momentous opportunity para sa'yo. And my question is, para makilala ka lang din ng ating mga MPL fans, sino ba yung mga naging kakampi mo from before Season 1 na hanggang ngayon ay kilala at naglalaro pa rin?
Una sila, si JP, si Kel BJ at si Raplesha. Hanggang ngayon nasa MPL pa rin po sila. At saka nasa MDL po si JP ngayon. Tsaka hindi pa rin po sila nawawala ngayon.
Yeah, and in fact, nagpapakitang gilas sila. The very first, I believe, na mga back-to-back champions ng MPL Philippines ay hanggang ngayon nagpapakitang gilas pa rin. So now, we're talking about a lot of things here. And bukod dyan ay yung fact na nauuso na talaga ngayon yung mga backdoor plays. Specifically from the two teams na maglalaro ngayon, which is Echo and ONIC PH. What do you think is the strategy? Ano sa tingin mo yung parang nagiging bago? Kasi parang nagiging normal na talaga yung backdoor plays ngayon sa MPL.
Nung panahon po kasi namin, way back MPL Season 1, di pa po talaga uso yung pang backdoor talaga. Pero sa play ko po talaga nun, ako po talaga yung nang backdoor talaga, yun yung po role po. Tapos nagkataon po talaga na backdoor ko po yung game na yun. Tapos lagi na rin po siya na backdoor ng Echo ngayon, kaya nag-update po si Munto na magkaroon ng anti-backdoor dahil po sa kanila.
Alam mo, buti nga nabanggit mo yan because for everybody's information, para sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon, it is based on facts na siya, si Chico, ang pinakaunang manlalaro na nakapag-pull off ng backdoor play. At gaya na nabanggit niya kanina, mahirap talaga siyang gawin, especially with the meta that we have from before. Talk to us about the very first play na nagkaroon ka nung Season 1. Ano yung moment na yun?
Sobrang saya po kasi sobrang long game po kasi nung namin nun, yung game po namin. Tapos gabi na rin po talaga. Tapos hindi ko pa expect na matatapos ko po nung game after ng 25 minutes game. Ako po talaga yung tumapos kahit sobrang hirap po talaga.
Yeah, 25 minutes. It was already a long game from there. And for everybody else, ngayon, you were a pro player from before, pero ngayon nakikita ka namin sa stage, you're one of the current referees ng MPL Philippines. So paano nag-transition yung career mo from being a player to a referee?
Yung Season 9 po talaga, bala ko po ata mag-coach nun. Kinukuha po ako ni Doggy nun. Kaso nagkataon po na nakakontrata na po ako sa MPL. Kinuha po nila ako as a player care. Then tinry ko po siya. Then masaya din po pala kasi napadali po para sa akin kasi kilala ko na po halos lahat ng player, kaya madali ko sila alagaan. Tapos pagdating po ng Season 10, pati po ngayon, naging stage referee na po ako. Tapos sobrang saya po kasi sumusunod po sila sa akin. Madali ko lang po sila mapasunod sa mga mga gagawin po.
You're still part of the industry ngayon na hindi talaga nagagawa ng karamihan sa mga nasa MPL. Again, a final message, I suppose?
Kahit hindi po ako player na po, masaya pa rin po ako kasi part pa rin po ako ng MPL. Nakakasama ko pa rin po yung mga kalaro ko po dati, kateam ko po. Lahat masaya po talaga sobra. Wala na po ako masabi.
Yan. And you can definitely hear na patuloy ang suporta, especially from the ones at the back. That has been my report here on the inside. Actually, meron pa isa?
Special mention po dahil kay Ate Mitch Liwanag po kasi simula Season 1 po, siya po yung manager namin. Hanggang ngayon, siya pa rin po yung manager ng Echo po. Di pa po siya nawawala, kaya best manager po talaga siya.
Consistency is key. One of the reasons why Chico is still here. Maraming salamat. Hope you got a lot of that one, casters.
Thank you so much, Sona. Truly, our league has rich history on how the professional players started, and specifically on a team fight or gameplay like a backdoor play, man. It's ONIC Philippines games that like back in season 3 or 4 when Baloyski and Dilar was up against one another and they pull off a play. What's with ONIC Philippines pulling everything? It runs with their genes.
That was like the beginning of that split personality that they played with.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't a banana yet, I don't think, but where that started, and it's kind of crazy too when you see that gameplay. Back then, that was season 1, I think.
Yeah, the season 1
Season
backdoor
1.
play. That was the first ever backdoor play.
First ever. And that is throwback, and it's not even Thursday.
Yeah, and again, rich history, but also just the roots and the family. So I just got that. I just registered
You're
in my
welcome.
head. I mean, like, MPL-PH is like a family. Like Chico, the man interviewed there, he was a player in season 1 and season 3, and now he's part of the referee staff. Our awesome operations league here. So it's great to see that we got to highlight that, and I'm glad we did, because these are two teams that have the propensity of the backdoor plays, those split push plays, especially Echo, but definitely it does run in Onyx genes.
True, and also Echo on the other hand, Benny Cutie did it, and also there's one time Sanford did it. Everybody can do it in Echo.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, do some backdoor plays, but right now let's call on the teams Echo and ONIC Philippines as they walk in for their match of the day. Go ahead.
The heart of a champion is weighed not by their victories, but how it be stronger during tough times. Ready to prove that their hearts are prouder and louder, they are the reigning champions of the world, Echo! What time is it? It's only time! Despite being outside of the playoff seedings for now, they proved to be one of the most competitive and surprising teams this season. With eyes set into making it for the playoffs, Sonics get loud for your ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Tic Tac. Round 2 of David versus Goliath. Can David triumph this time around?
I am loving the confidence of the M3 World Champs. Just imagine, that's Thanos walking out in the form of Yaoi. All the championship rings turns into infinity stones. What's time now?
Well, he snapped, by the way, right? So I don't know who's all going out.
The M4 snap.
Yeah, the snap. But yeah, these guys have played 22 games up to this point in the season, and for the most part, they've been doing amazing. But the teams have slowly found out some weaknesses, whether they have all those rings or not. The thing is teams are starting to figure them out. Now, can they maintain something new, with some of the changes we've seen in the past, yesterday up to this point, we'll have to see if they have something up their sleeves.
Yep. Exciting and surprising are the opponents of the M4 World Champs. Here's ONIC on your screens right now. It's Nets and Sui, Super Prince, Kekadut, and the Filipino broadcast call him Atoy R, but that is Ryota manning the XP lane. And for this ONIC squad, yes, they are surprising, but they're also innovative. And the innovations that they bring, they just need to balance it with really good chemistry in-game, cleaner execution as was promised by Nets. Because if they bring that innovation, how they tackle drafts, really tailoring it to their opponents, and then coming up with strategies that work very well for them, but catch their opponents off guard, make the most out of that, and they might walk out of this with a win over Echo.
You're talking about synergy, you're talking about how ONIC Philippines could bounce back up. That is the minds of Coach Bluffsy and also Coach Lyric to make or to share with the team. But looking at this head-to-head, Echo is ranking 2nd, ONIC on 7th. Now, it's a bit of a race, but Echo has the upper hand in terms of points. In similarities, Echo has more an advantage on using Farsa.
Yeah, and when I think about these two teams, I think of Echo as a team that's very honest, man. Like, you know what they all bring to the table, position 1 to 5, what their favorite picks are. Of course, sometimes they swerve with the picks of Sanji in the mid lane. But then at the same time, you have ONIC who are surprising. It's what kind of ONIC woke up today? What kind of ONIC are we getting today? Are we getting the crazy roam picks? Are we getting crazy XP or jungle picks? What kind of ONIC is it?
Well, one thing I would love to see is, because even looking at the stat breakdown here, ONIC Philippines has to do a lot in a lot of areas, right? They have that one advantage there. We know that they like to fight together too, but I think one of the biggest things here is also contesting that XP lane, because that has been something that teams have done to find that weakness in terms of Echo, right? I mean, there's a lot of things they have to check off there, but that could be one of them for them to start.
XP lane is a one big great factor, especially for Echo right now. As we break things down, the possibilities of this match, let's throw it over to Wolf on what you have for us today for this match for our keys to victory. Take it away.
Important match para sa ONIC Philippines as they want to recover. Para naman sa Echo, ganun din. Kailangan nilang gawin ay idikta ang tempo quick enough to force rotations from their opponents. Nakikita natin na ang teams ay nagpapanik kapag nakatapatan nila yung Echo system. Kung saan alam na alam ng Echo kung saan sila gagalaw. At minsan pwede nilang i-flip ay switch na i-activate nila yung napakabilis ng tempo with the Echo Express. Both of those kinds of interactions ay makakalamang yung Echo dahil doon nila mapapareact ngayon yung ONIC Philippines. But for ONIC Philippines, flexibility of picks. Gamitin nila yung bluff ni Bluffsy para doon sa draft mas makakakuha sila ng lamang. Echo nga lang ay hindi madaling team na i-bluff sa isang draft, but ONIC Philippines will have to use every single thing that they have para lang talaga manalo sila dun sa drafting against Echo. And for both teams, Nets and Benecuti will determine the advantage of the teams. Gold lane ang target ng dalawang teams natin dito. Malaking difference nga lang ng playstyle. We know for sure na si Benecuti naging a certain point naging gold standard din, lalong na rin sa performance ng M4. So, mahirap na task agad to para kay Nets dahil experience ang katapat niya, pati na rin yung fact na malupit talaga itong si Benecuti. What can he do to dictate the tempo and to help his team na makakuha ng crucial takes dun sa mga objectives? It will start with the draft for sure. Kailangan lumamang dyan ang ONIC Philippines, but for the side of Echo, they can be very, very smart about how they take this. Win the macro battle mula kay Benecuti. Yan ang kanilang keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for those keys to victory. Now, to go on point on these two teams have similarity for outdraft Echo. These two teams are known for the flexibility of their picks and bans.
Yeah. You know, not only that, but I was just going to ask you, because I know you've been talking about this a little bit. How has this changed the draft, right? I mean, with the recent changes and everything, what is the biggest change so far?
The patch.
Well, it really is just, well, most, of course, with the, it's not even a patch thing. For me, it's more of the situation with Faramis. The Faramis being banned out takes away a very strong tool for teams such as, well, these two. These two love playing the Faramis and know how to play around it incredibly well. And with the Faramis gone, that opens up a lot of options. But then when it comes to the draft, actually, or for with the most recent patch, it's more on the itemization right now. I love how teams really adjust their item picks. Of course, the adjustments to items such as Twilight Armor, there we go.
Yeah.
Makes it an even stronger option. I believe Echo, is that called TNC wearing his World Championship ring? By the way, it is.
They are wearing
they
it.
are all wearing it.
Ooh, okay.
That is cool.
Thanks for noticing that.
Yeah, and so now, and it's interesting because, again, we go back to the very important matchup that was RSG versus Echo. That really changed the game of drafting because teams even more now are so confident just banning out non-top picks or non-meta picks that much, especially on the blue side. Red side, you still have to get rid of like 1-1. You still have to get rid of Joy.
Yeah.
But then now you see blue sides even banning out things like the Yuzhong.
Yeah.
And prioritizing picks such as Tanks-a-Lot, the Farsa, Valentina have risen as the first pick. It's not always just going to be Fredrin on the blue side first pick. So there's a lot more room for creativity, a lot more room for flexibility and diversity in the draft now.
Well, let's see how they will adjust because these two players, or jungles rather, from Echo and ONIC has focused on Frederick. Well, let's shake things up. Now it's Echo onto the blue side, which this gives a factor. Well, it's a climbing track record in winning and being in the first pick.
Yeah, I like it, right? Not expecting this Diggy to go through here for much, especially for these two teams. But I think we're thinking the same thing. You know, you see that if it's not banned out, I think it's going to go in the hands of Carl Teasy, the tank Lancelot. They'll go ahead and play that. But I would love, as someone who was, by the way, at home yesterday, viewing your guys' beautiful cast, right?
Yep.
Thank you. When the Assassin versus Assassin matchup came up, I was like, that's what I want to see, right? I want to see this shift now that we're here in the second, the second phase of the regular season, heading into the playoffs, weeks ahead of us. But I would like to see that, some more of this dynamic in the jungle because we know how impactful they can be early game. And hopefully we're seeing glimpses of that in these teams adjust to, some of the recent changes, some of the facts that Faramis is kind of banned right now. You can't pick them. So this adds a little dynamic to that draft and seeing what else these teams can bring out because so far, heck, we even saw Hellkurt yesterday, right?
Yeah.
The lights were out. And I want to see more of that, basically.
Yeah, and we might. And that's one of my biggest questions for ONIC now is, are you going to field more Assassins for Sensui? He's played the Lancelot once. Karina, technically an Assassin, but played more as it's built with a sustain, not really an Assassin type, more of just like a counterpunch similar to Martis. But Hayabusa, Slings, Lancelot's more of that for Sensui will really open up the field of drafting for ONIC because his comfort really is those tanky junglers. Speaking of course, the Chadrin goes onto the side of Echo. So for ONIC, typical, they can pick up the Valentina, they can pick up a favorite Yuzhong pick. There we go. Could be a value Yuzhong for the first two, and it is.
Oh, okay. Just a safer gamut for Echo, or for ONIC rather, to go up against their first stage of picking. And as far as well, I said it's all comfort picks and not wasting any second. Hello, Arlet for Echo.
Yeah, Arlet's just been massive lately, rising in the ranks here.
Yes.
I was going to say, too, this Fredrin, they've knocked a little bit of percentage off. That at one point it was 99%, so we're now down to 95, and the response for that last pick for the first phase from ONIC Philippines is going to be this Grok, who we've seen pop up more and more. Now, is this you feeling like this is going? Where's this going? XP lane?
That's the Yuzhong's already there. It's either the roam or the jungle, and that's one of the strengths of ONIC when they go into the drafting phase is that. Most of the time, they like going into the second phase with one flex pick that can really change the picture of the draft. Because if ever that Grok can actually go into the jungle, of course, typically you'd think the Grok jungle as something that contests against the Fredrin well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Echo actually considers to take out the Lancelot to sort of force the idea of that, pushing that Grok into the jungle. They're taking away the carry. They're focusing here on the heroes of Nets now. On the side of ONIC, though, they're taking out the heroes of Yaoi.
Yeah, we're going back to the keys to victory back there, and Wolf House shared these main points. Echo, they need to dictate something out. They need to force something out for ONIC Philippines, and it's working. Now, both teams present in flexibility.
Yeah.
We both need to check on what could be their playmaking hero would be, because they have taken out the Natalia, which was a disaster in most of our games, but specifically up against Echo, they're respecting the fact that ONIC Philippines can use this against them. Now they're taking out a tank. They're trimming down the choice of Yawi. Or will if they continue this route, is it still...
What a flex.
Well,
What a close-up.
I need to stop for that flex.
Flex, my goodness.
the World Championship rings.
Yeah. Now, gentlemen, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that right now, if I'm Echo, I would be scared of going up against the Grok that has a flicker plus the wild charge. But then at the same time, you're going to the second phase wherein Sensui has the possibility of either picking up the Lancelot or more importantly, the Hayabusa. They're up against a Farsa in the lineup of Echo.
That's a good point right there. Well, being onto the side of ONIC Philippines, they don't want their team fight to be disabled or disrupted, and they just ban out, focused on two nets, the Brody and the carry. That's two.
Yeah, this is something that they know they have to do, right? Narrow that pool down for nets specifically, and it will eventually come down to that matchup, the gold lane matchup too. So you kind of now have this room to work with here. Hopefully, if you're ONIC Philippines, like Renmar said, we're going to have to see, too, where this Grok fits in here. But you were asking the question earlier, OSX, which teams have that capability to start that momentum early, because it is one of the keys to victory here, specifically for Echo. And so far with the first phase, they have it. But if ONIC Philippines responds well around that and plays around even this Valentina pick, they're going to do really well, especially if she grabs that final slash.
Yeah, another elephant in the room is, will ONIC pick up an assassin, because a Hilda Rome is still available there for the side of Echo. So they go ahead and pick up the Claude first, because if ever they decided to pick up an assassin, Hilda Rome right away is going to be the pickup for Yawi. And now, because ONIC, again, they're going into the second phase with a lot of flexibility. You still don't know what the jungle and or Rome is. Echo, they can just hammer down on the idea of, okay, protect our backline, so I won't be surprised if that's going to be a Melissa for Benny Cutie.
Oh, yeah, it's open.
Yeah, and for Yawi, well, I wonder if they're going to go something... Well, I mean, Kufra is actually still available if they want to pick it. Yeah, Kufra is still up. If they want to go heavy pick-off magic damage early, they can go Kadita into the Rome.
Wait, Kufra? But the Franco is still open for Yawi.
Ah, yes, the Franco as well, too. So there's actually still a lot of picks available for Yawi. Great call there, OSX. There goes the Franco. And for the second time this day and this season, Leslie gets picked up.
The second team to use this.
Yeah, I like it, right? I mean, even
hurts.
seeing it in the previous series, yeah, she hurts, man. She
does, bro.
She's got big damn, bro.
She's like a Natalia with a gun.
Yes, actually, that's a good way to put it.
See?
Yeah, of course, with the most recent patch, her passive increased base damage, of course, and reduced cooldown for her first skill. So they pick up the Lolita, and again, the power of ONIC, their key to victory of using flexibility picks, especially in the jungle. They flex the Grok into the jungle, and then they pick up the Lolita, which is more of a response towards the Leslie. And of course, great setup.
Okay, with the setup now, let's call on our talent predictions. As Yawi collects the Infinity Stones, yeah, our smart talent prediction is all in for Echo for this match.
Yeah. Given the prediction there, though, I want to say, based on this draft here that we just saw unfold, I like what ONIC Philippines is bringing to this first game, right? I'm just hoping that they actually have the capability to execute it well, because also, like you guys mentioned, especially with this Franco on the table, it is a literally sure way for Echo to hit their key to victory to build momentum.
Well, that's how you dictate. We have focus on roamers. Yawi and Kekadu. Let's see how this version 2 of a David Goliath match pulls out. Okay, let's see how it goes. But the flexibility is now brought into the table. Now let's trim it down.
Oh, okay. So this is actually going to be the first R-Log game for Sanford this season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, most of his picks have been Yu Zhong, Lapu, Joy, Benedetta. This will be the first R-Log for Sanford this season.
Okay, I like it too. Oh, there's so Apex Predator is still ranked first blood percentage, 68.18%, and that is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Momentum-wise, wanting them to start it off.
Yeah. And for ONIC, they really have to time their abilities well, especially with their dive entries. They're up against an Arlott. They're up against a Fredrin and Franco that can be very punishing if ONIC don't time their entries. They have to layer their abilities well for the dives, because if they don't, if they go one by one, what we call an audition, and they don't time it, Echo will counter-punish.
That's one thing that they need to be worried about, because in all sides of ONIC, they have the tools. They have their way of making their team fighting composition work. So all they need is this proper way of balancing it out. A pull from Yao with the Iron Hook.
Well, so that's the thing, right? You're going to look for those hooks if you can early game. If you can't find them, then at least you have good early damage potential, especially with Sanji. But I feel like all of this, if there's no picks being made here, then we're going to have to see how that first turtle objective kind of unfolds, right? Because still, with ONIC Philippines, they've got great setup potential themselves. Not only can they actually set things up, but they can counter-punch really well as well.
Yeah, good evade from the distance of Sensui up against Hook of Yaoi. Well, you know how Yaoi lands his hooks onto this Frank, one of his comfort picks. But onto the side of XP, look at this, Ryota and Sanford. There's also a signature pick with the Use. Look at that, pressure onto bottom.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be ONIC going to test this. Oh! All right, they already went in with Wild Charge. They're going to commit to this. Sanford, can he get away? He can't. He falls. First blood, Ryota. The battle for the first turtle still going to ensue. Sensui should be able to grab this. Carl T's going to go in and going to get zoned out quite a bit here. And he grabs it anyway. An iron hook comes out. They might get punished here. The flicker comes out. So Echo able to secure the objective, but first blood going over to ONIC Philippines.
Oh man, it's like Carl Tizzy got some second wind there. I mean, with how the Fredrin works, got like a little bit burst of regen that really helped him survive through all of that. And I really thought Echo would give that up, but kudos to them for committing because ONIC started that out very well with a great pickoff. We have to look at Nets here, by the way. He's not rocking a Purify, so this is going to be Nets wanting to play aggressive and going to be slippery to catch because he rocked the sprint, actually. So his entries to the Blazing Duets, I think that's what ONIC is really thinking about here, and him being harder to catch, which is interesting because if you want to be harder to catch, you pick up the Purify, but heck, it could work out for them.
Well, maybe this still Nets. Oh, look at this.
Okay, I thought they were going to be able to commit on that. Great play there from Yoda, though, to avoid that.
Well, Nets onto this Purify. Yeah, so we might see an aggressive Claude and Dexter in terms of getting his first item in. Oh, look, Yaoi be trapped.
Wow. Okay, he's going to get locked down with Bloody Hunt here. Yaoi not going to be able to escape yet. His own barrier. Actually, no, the barrier from Sensui. Able to lock him down in that position.
Yeah, that was a good call by ONIC. They decided to force that issue because now they can get a lot of gold into the gold lane here. Let's see if ONIC can counter punish with this, but look at Nets already maximizing the gold he can get from the energy shielding of the turrets.
Well, Sensui could be in trouble here. He's going to get poked quite a bit. Carl Teezy's still going to go in. Priestman's Wrath does come down. There's the feathered airstrike. Sanji able to grab the kill here. One falling for ONIC.
Still a good counterplay for Echo. It's the pressure up top, right? This could be an unfamiliar. Oh, the hook!
Oh. That is going to be crucial here. Kakadut, though, able to survive despite getting hooked. And you saw the burst damage was there, but it wasn't enough to capitalize on the kill.
Yeah, Leslie hurts. If you need more proof, well, I feel like we've seen enough with the win earlier today, and with that little sequence there, that's barely any items on Benecutie. That's a lot already. So Echo here, they might actually be able to get this turtle without a problem, but they're going to contest.
Ryota with the dragon form, going to try to push people off this turtle if he can. Can they commit to it, though? Still trying to zone. Yaoi could be in trouble. Sensui able to secure it. They're in a bad position here. Echo going to lose 2 members. Sanford trying to do his best to fight out to survive. Sanji with the backup there. Another final slash coming out from Super Prince this time. And now they get the Terrify off. Should be able to get another kill. Sanford running with his life, has the tenacity to survive.
Still working on for Echo, but that one way of having a Retribution up against Carl T. Sensui is still on point.
Yeah, one of the best, again, Retribution duelists in MPL Philippines Season 11. Now he goes in with a flicker!
Yeah, he's going to get the lockdown here. Nets can't escape that. The damage, like you guys mentioned, already showing the 5.5-minute mark for Benecutie.
Yeah, and that's why ONIC put a lot of focus onto that gold lane. They know they want to delay the Leslie for as much as possible. Just a Berserker's Fury on Benecutie, and they're already dealing a truck ton of damage. ONIC, on the other hand, again, we get to see one of the interesting relationships between the Valentina and Arlott. And no, I'm not talking about an actual relationship, but the fact that Valentina can steal away the final slash means there's so much more Sanji has to watch out for. He's very conservative with the timings of his feathered airstrike during team fights because he's waiting for the dragon to come out. He's looking for Sensui, Kakadut, and Super Prince with the final slash.
But just hearing that Super Prince's ultimate right now that he can do up against Echo could be a total momentum breaker.
Yeah.
You know how Echo can become aggressive if they see a possible way of ganking one? That's how they do it. From what I see here, ONIC is capitalizing on these mistakes that they can do up against Echo.
Not only are they capitalizing, but the fact that Ryota has 3 of these kills on this, Yu Zhong pick that he's very comfortable with is going to really put them in a good position as the game transitions, especially later on to the Lord fights, the Lord dances. Having that lead gives them that confidence as well.
Yep. Item pickups here. Dominance Ice for Sanford should help with the attack speed that Nets already has. Already built up the Golden Staff for himself, so that's 2 key items for the gold laner of ONIC. Sanford goes in, he gets punished.
Okay, he's going to have to final slash himself. The damage, the follow-up just wasn't there, though. Carl Teasy does get the taunt off. The hook on the minion. So now Sensui going to go in. Carl Teasy able to get the turtle. Thanks for the leash here. He falls, though. So Carl Teasy traded, but he gets the turtle for the team. Now ONIC still looking to punish another iron hook from downtown. Yawi grabbing the secured kill here for the hands of Sanji.
Classic Franco flicker ult combo. Was that still Echo's win in gaining that objective?
Oh, definitely. They got a kill. They got the turtle. Even though they lost Carl Teasy, that was a W for Echo. Echo now with the rotation bottom side. You have to know that Yawi also has the anti-harass, so that's a good amount of physical damage reduction being dished out by the roamer of Echo.
Oh, Yoda.
Oh, look at that.
Nice step.
Benny Cutie just going to push him off further. Off camera kill. Coming out from Sanji again. So even, talking about Ryota having these 3 kills, now Sanji in the hands of this Farsa pick going to be even more devastating.
Yep, action-packed game. The key to victory for Echo is to dictate the tempo quick to force reactions from their opponents. But right now, Echo, actually, it's quite even in terms of who's the one setting the tempo. At one point, Echo will set up something, then eventually ONIC will try to set up something. But lately, we've seen Echo be the ones more aggressive and eager to initiate by getting kills. ONIC, most of their plays have been called from around the objectives or just around making sure helping Nets get farm.
Again, we're going back to the keys to victory. Nets or Binacutie will determine the advantage of their team fighting capability. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it in action, but Ryota is spotted here.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted. Doesn't have to use
Oh,
the
look at
Dragon
the peel.
Ball, though. But the damage, you can already see it happening. You're just going to have to go back to base. Sanford's still in the hunt. Going to cancel it!
Not
Ryota! Not there!
Oh, just when you thought you were safe. Ryota, no way home. Well, now he's home, but he has to respawn.
But not that way of going back to base. Now Echo sees opportunity here to take down mid. But there's one opportunity here. It's the objective, the first lord of the game. They had a push, they had good clear waves here. Now it's Sensui trying to block off entrance against Echo.
Are they actually going to commit to this? Okay, it's going to reset. They wanted to also put some pressure here. Again, Echo with this lead that they have now. This is going to be tough for Echo or for ONIC to pull off.
Yeah, ONIC needs to take care of their mid lane, although I like their positioning right now on this Lord. Not bad at all. Very competitive in terms of the positioning, where they are in the specific shrubs. Going to be a good check here by Kekadu.
Death
force back
push.
Sanji. So now ONIC has the advantage of that little movement. Sanford gets pulled back.
Yeah, he gets pulled back too. So basically both final slashes gone now. Still the Lord dance going to ensue for now.
Yeah.
Sanford quite low, but he's also got the tank emblem. He's got that tenacity to help him out.
Yeah.
Both jungler still squaring up here.
Very good positioning right now by ONIC. They committed that one little play to make sure that they get a bit more advantage. Yawi, it found out misses the hook.
Nice little sidestep now. Benny Cutie in position where he needs to be.
Super Prince on the death bush.
Got to keep an eye on Super Prince
Super
as well.
Prince.
Going to go in, jumps in, pushing Sanji back. Benny Cutie now looking for an angle on the backside. Lord still being worked on. The flicker comes in. Benny Cutie with a clean kill. Lord secured here as well for Echo. It's all collapsing down as they come in. Sensui with the wild charge, looking for the follow-up. Nets is running for the hills though. Double kill already for Benny Cutie.
What just happened in ONIC? They had a good setup, they had position. But one thing that they haven't seen is how Benny Cutie had angles. Target him right onto the bushes and onto those shortest distance.
Yeah, literally couldn't see Benny Cutie. using the ability of a Leslie to be slightly invisible and then go turn it around. That was a good call there by ONIC, by Echo. Echo were getting beat by ONIC in terms of the position, so Echo very dynamic. They shifted their angle, put a little bit more bodies towards the lower half portion of the map. They put Yawi there, Benicuri in the shrub, and then they pushed forward. What looked like a fantastic positioning from ONIC turned into an Echo sandwich.
Not only that, but you know, you got to respect the fact too. Benicuri burned the flicker for an offensive flicker, right? He jumped into the fray basically, and was confident enough in himself and his team to actually survive that whole fight.
I just gotta say, Benicuri has a record of doing that, even for a carry or whatever marksman he used. Instead of escaping, I want all in up front.
Living on the edge.
Yeah. And speaking of Benicuri, he's on top of the charts, having the player go to ranking 1.
Yeah, Benicuri and Nets will determine the advantage of both teams, the key to victory for Echo and ONIC. And right now, it's Benicuri with the advantage. I like his itemization here, gentlemen. Of course, he started with the Berserker's Fury. He eventually built that into the Endless Battle, so that, of course, that skill activation to increase, to get that even more true damage basic attack enhanced. But then he also decided to build cooldown reduction shoes so that he has more access to his abilities, especially that skill 1. So this is a Leslie with focus onto maximizing skill 1.
Oh, Leslie on a fresh patch. This is one way of getting a fresh catch today if they want to get a win. But now let's turn the discussion around on ONIC Philippines on how they can go up against a possible comeback in entering like ultra late game. It's almost 30 minutes. The only way could be up front is Kekadut, being reliant on the ultimate flicker combo.
Yeah. The flicker ultimate, but at the same time, if they really want to be brave about it, just dive Benicuri and Sanji. Easier said than done. There is still a high possibility they'll get counter-punished, but if they find Sanji and they find Benicuri in an off angle, if they have like at least 3 bodies there and they can dive, they have to commit to that and then either try to go away, or if you have enough information, continue the fight, because at least that's one major source of damage from Echo gone.
If they took note on how Benicuri makes an entrance with his aggressive flicker plays, maybe that could be used. Again, it's easier said than done. We're talking about how the possibilities of these heroes can be countered. But right now, it's a major objective up in the table. We have positioning clear for Yawi onto the bush. Kekadut spots him.
Okay.
But do they know?
Do they know is the question, but the thing is, too, do they commit to this? Little reset's going to happen with Sensui. But still, positioning-wise and everything else, even given the fact that there's a 7K gold lead here for Echo, ONIC can actually still contest this, and that's why they want to plant themselves around here. They just don't want to lose this pressure, especially in the bottom lane. There's going to be a wave pushing in there, and they might have to go take care of that and possibly just defend for this Lord.
Point. That's a good point right there if they want to have a good way of contesting it. But again, Sanford.
Okay. They're going to go in. Sanford already flickering out. So they get that out, but still, look at this. Sanji and Yawi trying to get in position. Turret just taken down bottom side of ONIC base. So all this for the Lord Dance, and right there, a surprise in the bush. Can they capitalize on the kill? Lord's still going to be worked on. Ryoto with the dragon form goes in. Yawi has to flicker out, gets stunned, and Nets with the kill. They're going to try to get this, but Benicuri doing exactly what he does.
Here we go.
Working on the base. And they forgot that it's Benicuri they're playing against as he closes game 1.
Another one! Another one for Benicuri. We're talking about backdoor plays, and hell, put that in the books.
Oh, you couldn't write the story any better than this. These are the moments you think, are you sure MPL Philippines isn't scripted? Because the storytelling in the beginning was about the backdoor plays. And then in the first game, Benicuri with a backdoor play yet again.
Wait.
My goodness.
Wait, it just happened again.
Darn you, Benny.
Darn you,
if
Benny.
Our friend Leo was here. Darn you, Benny.
He could have said it in all feelings out. Leo right here could witness once again, but man, we did have a camera back in the base of ONIC Philippines.
I mentioned it too. I said there's going to be a wave pushing in, and then that's going to expose that, right? You saw kind of the plan of Echo that whole time. They were meaning to keep ONIC there, and then you kind of just expect, hey, this is Echo we're talking about.
Oh, Benny Cutie went on a trip. That was a long crawl by that Leslie all the way to that bottom lane and then eventually to get that.
She's
That's
pretty
crazy.
fast though, right?
She is pretty fast.
Fast, undetected.
That's the thing too, because of the way her first skill works, it's like, well, where is Leslie?
Yeah.
Where is Benny? And the fact that I was waiting for Sandy to pop up the ultimate, he just waited for everybody. What's the call? And didn't know. Hey guys, check your recall. As Thea would make it in his rap. That's how you do it. It's the classic that Echo does. And again, on the other hand, ONIC does this too. But ONIC or Echo really got a better hand in this one. Okay. Let's break things down a bit. Let's take a breather. Renmar, go ahead and break things down what happened in game number 1. Good luck with this.
It was perfect because as Benny Cutie was already showing himself in the bottom lane, going for that split push. Thank you for the wish of good luck there, Francis. Very obvious here what Echo improved on for this week and especially this match. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call dynamic objective team fighting, wherein these two teams obviously definitely showed that when it comes to fighting for the objectives, they changed their positioning, send 1 or 2 more bodies to go for flank angles. The most important thing here is flank angles. We've gotten used to Echo fight objective team fights a certain way. Very honest. Before, they were more eager to go for those flank angles, but then teams actually got to cover their base as well. This time around, though, Echo were a little bit craftier with their positioning in team fighting. That ONIC in the key objective fights that they lost was because they got surprised by Echo's positioning going for flanks. It's either Yaoi plus Sanji or Yaoi plus Benny Cutie. In that scenario, with the last objective team fight, it was the ultimate flank angle, wherein, yes, Echo decided to put themselves into a flank angle for ONIC in the Lord fight, but the ultimate flank angle was Benny Cutie was flanking the base and going for that split push. We have to talk about his build here. Of course, getting more cooldown reduction items, around 20% is what he was able to build for this Leslie. So of course, there's a Leslie maximizing that first kill. Going for the BOD, Berserker's Fury, and then the Wind of Nature as his last item. So it's mostly maximizing that basic attack, that enhanced basic attack she can get with just a little smidgen of attack speed from that Wind of Nature. So for Leslie users out there, this is going to be a good approach on how to build your items, but the MVP of the game will be Sanford. It's crucial here for the team fights, as we saw the timing of the final slash and the interrupts. These are two teams who love interrupting team fights. Hell, why do you think ONIC's top picks, or one of their top picks, is a Ruby? Is because of how well it interrupts team fights. An Arlott can do that, and the timing here of Sanford in the team fights with his final slash, getting those stunts in, maximizing vengeance, and of course, his key positioning to get information. Sometimes he'd be the bait that ONIC would bite, and then Echo from that already knows how many members there are here. He had a relatively good time up against the Yuzhong in the XP lane, but he was a lot more active in the map in terms of going around, being more present for Echo. In the objective team fights, Sanford's presence was something ONIC had to watch out here because, yes, as much as you can avoid the dashing and the damage of the Arlott for some time, at some point you're going to have to answer it. And because of some great plays here by Sanford, he was able to keep himself alive long enough so that he would be a bother for Echo, just like when he was able to stop Ryota from going home. This is one of the key things we talked about, those flank angles, dynamic objective team fighting, changing your approach to a team fight in objectives mid-team fight to surprise your opponent. That's what caught ONIC off guard here. Not once, but twice here, especially with the last one, going for that split push play. And of course, Sanford did a great job here from stopping Super Prince from going home. Super Prince was supposed to go home, defend, clear those waves. It was Sanford and his MVP performance, Arlott, stopping him that made sure that they got that.
Man, did you see the flicker? He flickered too. He flickered his way in there.
Again, as we witness all the amazing things happen, Bren Esports is now playoffs secured today. Congratulations. The first team to land a spot in the playoffs is Bren Esports.
Yeah.
But it's just by Echo winning that up against ONIC.
Yeah, with ONIC losing, that means their max points is less now, and Brent Esports is past that point. The magic number was 25, but with this loss, this, I believe, brings it down to a hypothetical 24, 23.
Which they're at 24
which they
already,
are
right?
24 already, and match up Brent Esports is over ONIC, so Brent Esports secures their playoff slot. Congratulations to them.
Well, that's Bren Lang Malakas back in form.
Bren Lang playoff so
Bren
far.
Lang Malakas.
Bren in the well, then they're the first team in the playoffs because back in season 10 we were all happy to see them back in the playoffs. Now they're the first one to be there, and they have a spot. Well, okay,
it's been a journey basically.
Yeah, for Bren Esports, they took it like a champ, and now we're going for the game phase. It's time. Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati, right? Oh, Maris joined the game. I think she's going to win, or just to be an example right now, but that's just how you do the game phase. And we're on the hunt on who's going to win for this segment. Let's see who's going to win. And we have our game phase of the day. Congratulations for our winner. So Team Shooting Gallery is the next Smart Games of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in a green background. Once the camera is right in front of you, go ahead and make that face.
Yeah. And if you're wondering there why Echo has those bunny headbands, actually got to ask. It's simple. They have it because they were colored purple. That's it. I thought, like, why rabbits? Oh, no, because the headband was purple, so we got it.
That's literally why I was wondering. Like,
It's a new thing for Echo fans.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of new things for Echo fans. They
They're
have
actually selling
drums.
those.
They have bunny. Are they bunny ears?
They are bunny ears.
They have electric fans and Jericho Rosales.
Well, I mean,
in some point that some fan is using the photo of him. That would be crazy if he shows up in this event.
Just for once, out of nowhere, one of the biggest celebrities in the Philippines, Jericho Rosales, shows up in the crowd and you just go, hey, smart game face of the day.
With the 5 Echo fans. Now let's take a breather and let's throw it over to Mara for a quick interview before heading to game number 2. Take it away.
Everybody echo loud! Oh, okay, one more time. Echo loud! Echo loud! Nag-iingay ang ating mga fans at syempre mag-iingay sila kasi katabi ko dito. Dun 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 dun! Coach Arcadia!
Hi, guys.
Welcome back, Coach!
Hello, hi Mara.
Parang na-miss mo kami.
Siyempre, na-miss ko lahat dito sa Pinas.
O ano yung pinaka na-miss mo dito sa Philippines?
Sobrang na-miss ko yung Filipino crowd. Kasi iba
Filipino
talaga
crowd.
yung energy dito.
Oh, pakita ng energy! Echo loud! Okay, ano pa? Other than energy, ano pang na-miss mo sa Philippines?
Na-miss ko yung sinigang.
Sinigang.
Kaya sinigang.
Kaya sinigang. So, kailan ka ba? Since when did you come here?
This week lang actually.
This week.
Yeah.
Ilang sinigang na ang nakain mo?
Naka-3 na ata eh.
Nakatatlo. Yan ang kakainin nila after. Nakita kita. Actually, doon sa dugout ng Echo kanina. How's the feel before nagsimula yung laban?
Ayun, maganda. Mataas yung intensity ng mga players and sobrang excited sila to go for the match.
What did you miss about the players?
Na-miss ko yung mga kakulitan nila. Yung mga kulitan namin to each other.
Sino ba yung pinakamakulit kanina?
Alos lahat sila eh. Pero siguro pinakamakulit si Yawi sa si Carl.
Si Yawi, oo nga, makulit si
Si Yawi talaga eh.
Bakit si Carl? Anong ginawa ni Carl?
Si Carl kasi yun eh, mahilig yung sa hawakan ka, kukulitin ka, pareho sila ni Yawi. Lagi talaga silang ganun.
So, since nandito ka, who do you see yung pinakamalaking growth out of all the players?
Siguro para sa akin si Benny.
Oh!
Unang tingin sa kanya
MVP?
Parang, MVP. Tapos matured na matured. Parang iba talaga yung niya na ngayon, yung aura niya.
Iba yung aura. Wow, what a play on. What a play on there. Okay, what did you think about yung ginawa niya kanina, yung backdoor niya? 14 minutes. Ang bilis ng laban. 14 minutes. What do you think about what he did?
Nung nakita ko na 5 yung ONIC sa Lord Pit, wala na to. Classic Benny na. Parang normal na lang. Ito yung ginagawa niya si Screams, ito yung ginagawa niya sa tournament. So, parang expected na talaga.
Ito, yung honest coach, usually, pag nananalo ang isang team sa world stage, sa world championship, they become champions, they change a little bit.
Yep.
Minsan, iba na yung motivation, yung drive. What do you think that Echo has changed a little bit?
Tingin ko nararamdaman ko pa rin sa kanila yung gutom eh. Although, hindi ko naman sila nakasama na matagal kasi kakarating ko lang. Kita ko pa rin sa mga mata nila and the way they talk. Talagang gutom na sila na hindi pa sapat yung world champion. May gusto pa silang patunayan.
Anong message mo sa kanila? Nakikinig sila lahat ngayon sa'yo.
Message ko sa Echo, galingan nyo para pag nanalo tayo ngayon, hindi ako mabash. Kasi pag natalo, sasabihin ni Mitch, huwag ka na manonood ulit, malas ka. Okay.
Okay, Coach. You know how I do it. Matunan natin sa casters. Ikaw naman ang in charge ngayon.
Okay. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Marikina. And that was Coach Arcadia from RRQ Indonesia, gracing his presence here live on set. Again, one thing that he misses, and most of the players or coaches that we interviewed back in Jakarta, they miss one thing, and that's sinigang.
Did you ask me that?
You were busy.
Okay, I was busy. But you know what's funny?
What?
Funnily enough, as soon as I got back to the Philippines, I was like, man, I want sinigang. What is it about that dish?
When you go out of the country, it's something that you long
miss.
for. Yeah, and miss.
The real sinigang, whose version of sinigang were they talking about? Was that TNC's version of sinigang?
Do they have a version?
I think they were talking. I think Manjin was talking to them.
Oh,
anyway.
the sinigang, yeah.
Sinigang's the best.
Personally, me, I miss adobo when I go out. But if we go back to the context on how Coach Arcadia put it, on how Echo wants to keep on going, they're hungry for something. They want to keep going forward, and that is the possible MPL championship title, which they don't have yet.
Man, seriously, can we get through an MPL Philippines English broadcast without food references? 'Cause
Never.
I'm always hungry when we cast, because we always somehow turn the conversation into food, and it still goes well, because now, I mean, like, what dish are these two teams going to prepare? Because some ingredients are getting taken out, and you see here already the priorities on Tank-Salot ban, a Cho ban as well. So, again, this is ONIC very tailoring their next dish against Echo.
It works so well for here in MPL Philippines, though, but if it was for example, in a different region, it's like, whoa, what are they going to make? Pizza? Burgers?
Yeah. And what does that mean?
Man, I will never
It's a hidden code.
Like, remember when Moba Zane visited us in MPL Philippines Season 9 and during the playoffs?
Oh, yeah.
We bombarded him with questions of, so bro, what'd you eat so far?
What have you
What's
eaten?
your favorite dish? Have you eaten yet? Like, literally, one of us would ask, hey, bro, have you eaten? How are you? Then someone will come in and go, hey, bro, have you eaten? How are you?
What are the things that you've tasted? Man, he enjoyed the Philippines. And again, knowing Filipinos and being in the Philippines, we're rich in flavor and food. That's what we're known for.
Speaking of, the snack that is Valentina has been taken by ONIC. Meanwhile, Echo gets the R-Lot for themselves. Sanford will get to play back-to-back R-Lot games. And what is going to be the pickup here for Echo? Actually, I love the bands here for ONIC. It's a great sequence. Echo didn't want to give the Fredrin.
I'm just laughing.
What's for dinner?
I thought you were going to say the snack that is R-Lot.
The snack.
R-Lot's also a snack.
He's pretty fancy, man. Look at him. He looks great.
He has a glowing eye.
Glowing eye.
And back and again in the hands of Sanford and Sanji, not changing a thing.
Yeah.
And also with ONIC.
This looks very similar.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it's a different set of bands, slightly different approach, but it's still very similar of like what picks we ended up getting.
It's kind of like they have a recipe.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going there anymore. We're not going there.
We won't see the usual this time around, despite. Let's see if there's going to be a lapu-lapu or something like that. Again, we're still trying to understand more of the potential matchups up against an R-Lot in lane. By the way, Glue's still open. They want to pick it. But it's going to be a Kaja picked up by ONIC. It's one of those unique picks that Kekadut loves.
And it also it breaks down a lot of team fighting heroes of Echo that they're known for. And the Kaja was one of the factors that it needs fleeting time, and the teams or the players yesterday made an alternative to make it work. In terms of cooldown, that's one way of conserving on who are you going to target in the side of Echo.
Man, you know, and I feel like, especially when we get to the point where it's like those last couple of the weeks of the regular season, and then even playoffs, every team that plays against Echo needs to have pretty much a plan Benny. Like, they have to have a little
plan B.
Benny.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah, plan
B. The plan Benny. Let's go.
They have to be able to manage that because, you know, especially in a meta, in a region where those Lord fights are so important and everybody, even viewers, I'm sure even sometimes us casters, you know, you tunnel vision on those fights And that's what leaves those openings for players like Benny Cutie, because we've seen even Nets do it. Like, Nets has done the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So there needs to be a solution for a lot of these teams to throw back. But again, that's why even Renmar highlighted this, the fact that there was kind of multiple instances where Sanford played really well on canceling those recalls, whether it was that one or the one previous where he actually got the kill. Those are so crucial as well.
I wonder if Echo are going to ban out the Franco or make sure it's open for themselves, because they can pick that as their fourth pick if they want to. They still ban out the carry. So this might be another Franco pickup if ONIC doesn't take it out. Because ONIC can focus more onto the heroes of Krautezi. I mean, they can take out the Akai. But then again, that will open up the Hayabusa as a possibility for Echo. However, you don't see enough picks on the side of ONIC to really warrant a Hayabusa just yet. But then at the same time, you're going to end up getting a jungler that can scale up relatively quickly, pairing up the quick scaling with a Farsa, and then that'll help cross on over to the late game for Benny Cutie. And as we were speaking, there's Jericho Rosales on someone's smartphone there. ONIC decide to take out the Atlas though. Franco very much open here for Echo.
Okay, another one for Yawi. Or are they prepared to make Yawi pick that again? Because as what we're seeing in the last ban, they're focused on trying to squeeze out maybe something new. Because again, as we see on this broadcast, don't fix what is broken. And Echo, one of the teams who does it perfectly.
What if he just goes Franco again?
Yeah.
I mean, he literally could. You know?
But the thing is, they're going to be giving 2 suppresses to ONIC, because Super Prince can just take the ultimate of the Franco. You also have the suppress of the Divine Judgment of the Kaja. So I get why Echo might be thinking twice about that. If ever they want to play safe, they can go tanky jungler. There's a tanky jungler there. They pick up the Martis for Carl TZ. The crowd control immunity that he gets spamming his skills should be good for him.
Okay, sorry, just a laugh. The screen was black when he was trying to show something. Okay, back in the draft, and let's see. Now it's Carl TZ's hero onto Martis. Now for the side of ONIC, they don't have the marksman yet, but the answer now with Beatrix. And what would the better way to partner it out with something for the EXP?
That's the question, though, right? This is the flexibility that
I'm still
they like to play with, because you don't actually know who's going to the jungle just yet.
We don't know it yet.
Okay, now we know.
Oh, okay. It's a Thams. It's General Kai.
Yeah, so they're just getting a lane anchor, someone to help hold. And that makes sense, because you don't really imagine the Kaja as someone who will hold the front line for a team. He's more of just like utility in that sense. So they have a secondary tank in that Toms. Ryota is going to be taking a brunt of the damage alongside Sensui potentially. Sensui can take up a punishing for the time being before he has to back off or then make sure he's alive for the Retribution battle. And of course, the Kufra is going to be the last pick there for Echo. And that is a handsome ring.
Man, I just gotta say, Yawi back on Kufra. Back in Season 8, that was one thing that we played on to how would we tell Yawi's story. And this hero is one of his signature picks, comfort picks. We have the Akai, we have the Kufra, we have the Franco.
Yeah.
Now he's back. And this is one way to get a good catch in terms of the team fights of the side of ONIC, right?
Yeah, at the same time, with all the dashes that ONIC has on their side,
Yeah.
the Kufra blocks a good amount of the mobility that ONIC can bring out. And at the same time, this actually is just the second game for Yawi on a Kufra this season. Like you would have thought that there was more, but no, it's only the second.
It's the second game, and well, he uses all the time. Maybe he's just one thing. That's one thing that he has on his pocket always. It could be a candy, it could be a menthol, but it's a Kufra that he could use on a special fight.
All right.
I did not expect that train of thought.
I was going to say,
You mentioned candies, and then, oh no, it's the Kufra in the pocket.
Yeah.
I get it. It's his pocket pick.
Yeah.
I understand, but I just was not expecting it. So, yes. And I think it'll work great for whatever they want to approach this game with. But I think one of the biggest things, too, is just avoiding these lockdowns, especially from Kakadut. But, you know, what we've seen so far, too, with even Kaja picks here is sometimes it can backfire against you. Yeah, you have that lockdown, that single target lockdown, the Divine Judgment, but in times you could just misplace yourself and then just get bursted down, especially with Sanji here on this Barca pick.
Still the same hero for the possible duo what we can get from Sanji and Sanford. Oh, look at that. Peel from Ryota up against Arlet, dealing a good amount of damage early game.
So it looks like the Ryota seems very comfortable using that Tomza up against Arla. Quite aggressive, already forcing Sanford to go back first. Although with the timing of it, he'll be able to get back in time to clear the wave a little bit. Both teams taking it easy right now. Echo are gonna be putting a lot of focus on just making sure Benecutie gets his farm. They wanna disturb Nets as much as they can. The inevitable mid-game power spike of a Beatrix is undeniable. So if they can delay that and expedite the farm of Benecutie, all the better for Echo.
Speaking of better way to put this, ONIC Philippines, this is the only team that I mostly noticed that if something doesn't work game one with their own draft, they still lose in the game number. There's something that they keep on working on that.
Yeah.
It translates to something good.
Yeah, just slight adjustments here and there. It seems like the idea for ONIC when it comes to their drafting.
Look at the positioning here. Sensui. Ryota on the other hand.
He doesn't have the level 4 yet, so he's just trying to zone Kekadun out here while that Turtle's going to be about half health. Sanford getting in position to allow Carl TZ to jump in here the best he can. Sensui does secure it. There's the Divine Judgment on Carl TZ. Nothing else going to happen here. No first blood, but first Turtle going in the hands of ONIC.
Yeah, great call there by ONIC to contest that, be aggressive with it. You can't let Echo set the tempo, and so far, ONIC are the ones setting it. I wonder where they're going to be going up next. Seems like the next sequence might happen in the gold lane or somewhere in the jungle, somewhere near the river.
Yeah, look at the damage onto Benecutie. Almost trimming down his HP to 1 by Super Friends on his level 5. Now that's a Valentina they need to work around. But there could be a jump here. Yaoi still securing most of the edges. Now they're looking for something for the laning stage that they can push with Benecutie.
Oh, Kekadun. Easy. He's going to get caught out here, but can he survive? He can't. Sanji grabs the first blood. ONIC was just around the corner. They couldn't get there in time. Yaoi just going to force them back here.
Yeah, a bit of a gambit there. People are probably wondering, wow, what was Benecutie doing in the mid lane? Nets got a lot of gold from the energy shielding, but Echo actually got to cover their bases. And because of the rotation that Echo showed up, I don't think Kekadut expected that he would get caught out like that in the jungle. So it was a bit of a gambit, although it did work out. But this means that Nets' scaling is going to be faster, so which is why now ONIC are focusing on a sequence up here in the gold lane.
And again, this is one of the comfort picks of Nets that we've seen back in Season 10. Oh, look at that.
Wow, Yaoi going to go in with that flicker too. Nets going to get shut down here in the top side. Already going down. Yaoi will get pulled with Divine Judgment. A wall to the face as well. He's going to fall here. Look at the Blazing Duet. They get the stun off. Benecutie still trying to find a kill. Can't find it, but here comes Sanford with the final slash. Has the vengeance now. Carl TZ backside. Gets it with the Decimate. And now Kakadu fall too. They all came from the side. And now looking for more. Carl TZ falls. Now it's Sanji. The overzealous commitment turns into a couple kills as well for ONIC.
And that will most likely turn into a turtle for them as well. Overzealous, definitely was Echo there. Although that looked great, ONIC countered that beautifully.
Man, that stun onto the bush. How do you even see what's coming? And then they perfectly timed it to counter one member of Echo, and it turned to, well, dust. And how did they respond? And Echo is on point with giving reinforcements. But now ONIC is likely setting up everything.
Yeah. We also have to commend Nets there. Actually, he was the one able to land the kill onto Carl TZ with a snipe. The vision was provided by Sensui. The last time we saw Carl TZ was he used his kill to get past the wall of the Grok, but then Nets, with the vision, with sights on Carl TZ, landed a snipe on him.
Now Nets is starting to have a normal day, and I hope he keeps on getting it, because now we're looking on points to climb back up. Again, one is ranking 2, one is ranking 5. This is about the playoffs Jim we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's normal to see this happen in a game we're in at around the 5th minute mark. If things goes well for a team, if a team with a Beatrix versus a Claude can help their Beatrix farm up, then the lead will balloon to around an 800 to 1,000 goal difference in favor of the Beatrix over the Claude. So this is just, as you said, a normal day, not only for Nets, but for the Beatrix versus Claude matchup in the gold lane.
Yeah, comfort pick on the hands of ONIC Philippines. 1.3k gold lead. Now let's look on possibilities. Now they're eyeing on the gold lane pressure. Or remember,
Okay, Yawi gonna go in again. He's gonna get bullets to the face.
Oh!
Sensui gonna get shut down with a feathered airstrike, and now Carl Teasy still looking to continue. Gonna get out in time. Kakadu burning that flicker as well. So they lose the turret on the bottom side. Echo coming out with a little bit of win there, top side, and trading objectives.
Yeah, Kakadu burned that flicker because he wanted to Divine Judgment Carl Teasy, but the animation of his skill knocked up Kakadu just in time. It was an unfortunate coincidence that the moment he flickered in, you knew that he was going to press that Divine Judgment, but the knock-up from the Martis came out first.
Kakadu managing to utilize everything, even for animation of the skill, even Akaja. It works!
Yeah, it worked. Well, it didn't work out well for him there.
Yeah, that time it was Carl Teasy. Yawi gonna jump in again. Sensui secures it. Carl Teasy gonna get punished here. Now Yawi running for the hills. The team here trying to help out. Nice final slash, but not gonna be enough. Net's gonna get chased down by Sanford. Still looking for the kill. He grabs it as he falls as well. A 1-for-3 trade in favor of ONIC.
All goes well for Echo, though they were able to take down the marksman, but ONIC definitely the clear winner there. They're still going to be able to push down the mid lane. Good effort by Echo to at least take down Nets to lessen the damage of this push. But again, another beautiful Retribution duo win for Sensui.
Man, Sensui really has it in his hands. Up against Carl Teasy, he remains unfazed. And looking by the items, I say they had a good start entering mid-game.
Yeah, you know, plays like that is what needs to happen for ONIC Philippines. We talked about momentum. They clearly have had it up to this point. They just got to continue building on it, right? And then punishing Echo to take them to a game 3. And you guys already talked about it. You know, Nets is doing a rather good job at positioning. Eventually, he's going to get chased down with as many tools as Echo has. So Nets eventually will have Wind of Nature at some point, right?
Yeah.
Which then will help him last a little bit longer. He's got the flicker as well. So at some point, too, ONIC starts to need to commit some resources to peel for Nets, especially on these initiations. They're going to find Carl Teasy, though. The damage is there as they just blast him out of the map. Carl Teasy down. And now ONIC, where do they make this play?
Oh, that was a great position there by ONIC. They can make plays in mid and top, shove that so that they now have advantage over the Lord. They will naturally have the advantage, but they can press that even further. Make it difficult for Echo to even consider contesting. The snipe won't land here for Nets. Echo here might actually be able to contest just in time, unless ONIC decide to rush it. But Echo find themselves in a good spot to... Yeah, this is going to be a contest for the first Lord of the game.
I know they have a Kufra, but one thing that Super Friends keeps an eye on for ultimates is that final slash of Sanford. And one way of breaking down the invade and jump of Echo is like putting them into a corner, and that breaks everything down. And that's just they want to keep on doing it, and they have good angles to point at. Specifically Nets on that last Lord fight, man, he got really good angles.
Yeah. And right now he is at a good angle for himself to keep safe. Man Beauty staying back. Of course, again, naturally, the Claude will be behind 1,000. Nets already on the way to, or maybe already built that.
Seal play, they heard it.
Wow, they're coming to sandwich down. The flicker's going to come through. Kakadu does find the pole here. Carl Teasy's in trouble. Still able to survive, though. He falls back for now to the orange buff. And ultimately, nothing happens, even with the initiation from ONIC there.
3 ultimates down. Yeah, we still has the one way of punishing this. Oh, that's a knock-up. Oh, it's almost hurting from Nets.
Yeah, ONIC right now taking their time, even though they saw that Carl Teasy was low. No information as to where the jungler of Echo is on the map, so ONIC cannot rush this. Oh, but that's a good stun.
And they're still, okay, Yawi gonna jump in. Not able to find the connection he's looking for. Sanford now in the focus. Ryota here has the Vengeance pop. Still able to survive for quite a while before falling here. Now Lord gonna be the focus. Can they capitalize on it? Carl Teasy pushed out. Sensui securing the Lord. And Sanford running back to base here with the team.
A great instincts there by ONIC. The moment they saw Yawi, good adjustment there. Used the dash to avoid what could have been an incredibly damaging setup coming in from the Kufra. With that sidestep, it was just a textbook reversal, a counter coming in from ONIC. Key items here, already a Wind of Nature on the hands of Nets. See here, total damage are actually dealt by the mid laners, but that Tom's XP lane pick has been big for ONIC.
Yeah.
Ryota has been the anchor for team fights. He's been the one stopping Sanji and especially Benny Cutie from entering.
I love how ONIC is adjusting right now. In terms of team fights, they're more capable of getting a pick off, right? They have the Kaja and they have the Grok. And one thing that they're waiting for is probably mistakes on who's going to make the first move. And on the other hand, their positioning, they're always know that Yaoi can come out of nowhere and how they able to use that space, uses all the resources for Echo to even get in for a counter punish.
Well, right now, they're going to be assaulting this top side. We'll see if Echo can actually defend. The flicker comes through. There's the pull on Sanford. He's trying to get out of here. Sanji drop the feathered airstrike. Lord's still going to be up. They lose the turret. There's the damage. Yaoi has the immortality, but it's going to fall to Nets. And now Echo on the defense. Carl Teasy looking for a cutoff here. They can't find it just yet. Now Benny Cutie going to focus on Sensui. The backup is there, though. Echo not wanting to take this fight. Carl Teasy going to have to get back to his team here. Sensui trying to just show some face. The rest of Echo going to defend the mid lane for now.
Yeah, Yaoi's just struggling right now to be in the front line.
Yeah, every time he shows up himself there, ONIC are countering that really well.
Yeah.
Yaoi flies in. If Yaoi doesn't hit anyone, ONIC will counter punish immediately. So Yaoi needs to adjust his timings and his decision making when it comes to when he enters team fights a little bit more.
Yeah, this was one thing I was about to ask you, Redmar. The defense right now of Yaoi, he has immortality used. Molten Essence up against the defense now of ONIC. He can out-sustain some damage that they have on the lead right now.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to be getting that Radiant Armor then eventually. He had to rush the Immortality because of the situations he found himself multiple times in. It's like, it was a sign like, oh, I keep diving in, but I keep getting punished. So yeah, I think I'm just going to pick up an Immortality to be a little bit safer right now. Because if ONIC aren't careful, if they pop that Immortality, but they blow their abilities and only pop the Immortality, that means ONIC are down a lot of key abilities to either escape or fight back.
So that's the window that Echo that needs to do, because right now we're counting off a bit of checklist on how they can go back for a comeback. So they need to respect the fact that there's always a possibility, and those mistakes, resources being depleted out on the Yellow Hedgehogs, could be one way of getting another, clap back.
Can we just also point out the fact that ONIC has done an amazing job at not allowing Echo to get any space to work with aside from one turret so far in this game? That is huge. And that's why they're having such a big advantage around these objectives. So right now they're going to get the pull again. Carl Teasy all the way to the pit. Able to get out though for now. No backup to capitalize on that just yet. Kakadu now going to be in trouble. Sanford going to jump in. Waiting for the rest of the team. Goes in with a flicker too. Can't find it just yet. Forcing Super Fritz back. Yaoi finds the stun. Two members are down for ONIC. And Echo still looking for more. Kakadu on the run. Sanji, one more hit. Finds it. That's a double. Looking for another. Ryota falls. And in a blunder for ONIC, Echo now charging down the mid lane.
It was half blunder, half Sanford happened yet again. Death timer's taken. ONIC running out of time. Sensui trying to defend with his heart and his life.
Oh no, Sensui's the last one to defend the base, being slashed out. Sanji takes the kill.
That's going to be it as Echo in a quick maneuver take the game from the momentum that ONIC had.
And just by that, the world champs is saying, not today. A sweep up against the first team to get a score out of them back in the half of the season.
David falls to Goliath. And in an even bigger fashion. They fought hard, they controlled, but one moment meant that time ran out for ONIC as Echo are the victors here. 2-0 for the world champs.
Whew, that's tough to see. You know,
very tough. Yeah.
As I was just saying, ONIC's done a great job holding on to turrets, holding the space advantage that they had against Echo, and in a split decision. Again, that was started. Again, they focused on Carl Teasy. They brought him back to the pick. He survived. And like OSX mentioned, and you also mentioned this, Renmar, if you commit everything and nothing falls into place for you, you are you lose everything you have.
It's
And
done.
then it just collapses on top of you.
Yeah, all ONIC had then at that moment were their flickers, their escape abilities, their battle spells to get away. Nets was able to survive that a little bit longer because when Sanford went for the entry, Nets had the flicker, and you saw Echo securing because, gentlemen, with that victory by Echo have also secured their slots into the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs.
Bren, Esports, and Echo into the second team to enter the playoffs. Man, this is getting good. Just imagine having all the power rankings back in the preseason. We all did. Now it's all breaking in. We don't know who's next or who's going to climb up. And it's amazing.
You know, that's the thing about it, too, is even though these teams have secured their positions in the playoffs, their games ahead of them can still actually do a lot of, I don't want to say damage, to do a lot to the standings and chances of these teams going into fighting for that position in the playoffs ahead of them. Because, again, we're only on week 6, man.
Yeah. And because of this, teams such as Blacklist, Omega, Next Play Evos, they looked at this and saw, whoo, all right, guys, we can breathe just a little bit more because now ONIC, of course, ONIC in the bottom of the standings alongside TNC as the teams outside of playoff seeding. And the ones closest to them right now are Next Play Evos and Smart Omega. So with that result, even though they're not playoff secured yet, it's a little bit more comforting to know that ONIC lost points here, dropped a lot of points here.
Bit of a challenge because right now we're seeing ONIC Philippines. Time is ticking because we have 4 slots remaining to head into the playoffs with few matches that we need to count it back on our charts, right? We only have week 7 and week 8. Who knows? And all the teams we're looking forward to rise up, a lot of ways of gaining more momentum back. We have Omega, we have we have more. We also have
Blacklist later.
Blacklist, TNC, and Omega. We have an El Clasico match coming right up next. But now to talk about how the World Jams did it, well, that's how Yaoi snapped.
They snapped. Well, that play right there, the way that game 2 ended was literally a snap.
Yeah.
Because you had I think it was a 6-7K gold lead. You had all the map space to work with. And for the majority of the game, they were doing the exact same thing, right? They were getting the Divine Judgment on Carl Tizzi. They were bursting him down like crazy. And then, they won those objectives. But then, and Renmar couldn't have said it better. He right after he said that play happened.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you meant because in a snap of a finger, because of those decisions, when you could have probably just zoned out, Echo for the most part. You didn't actually have to go for a pickoff there. You could have forced them to fight in that pit, probably even better, right?
Yeah.
And had that advantage in your favor.
Yeah, exactly. Skill conservation, even though you are at a massive lead, is still very important against a lineup such as that. Again, in the mid lane, you're up against a Farsa.
Yeah.
You're up against a Martis who can chain his ultimates together for the counter punish. And of course, Benny Cutie's Claude there can counter with just his basic attacks. He doesn't need to do it with just the Blazing Duet. After the Blazing Duet is gone, man, he's going to join in the fight. So, ONIC there, I feel like they got comfortable with their lead. And then they forgot with some key item pickups on the side of Echo that there is a chance for them to get counter-punished if they don't convert into a kill immediately. And since they couldn't, Echo counter-punished.
Again, we can't count out ONIC Philippines.
Yeah.
The early game was a big of a problem, but right now, let's all focus on Echo. They're on stage with Mara Aquino. Let's call them up. Mara, what do you have for us today for the winning interview?
Everybody, here we go. Echo loud. One more time. Echo loud. I've always been saying they're loud, they're proud. In fact, lahat sila, actually, ginawa mong Thanos yung, pakita mo. All of them, dala nila, suot nila yung kanilang championship ring habang naglalaro. What is it about today na, uy, Yaoi, kakausap ko. What is it about today na lahat, kaya bakit nyo lahat sinuot yung championship ring nyo in this match?
Ano po?
Naririnig
Hello?
ka?
Ano po? M4 mode daw po.
Bakit M4 mode today? Anong meron today?
Natalo po kasi kami nung nakaraan sa Brent. So reset po kami. Tapos yun po. Parang simula po ngayon yung reset. Ngayon po start ng reset namin.
So, because there's a reset, M4 mode, roar, parang reminder, kami ang champion. Ganon.
Hindi naman po.
So what is it? Bakit today?
Ano lang po, parang gusto lang po namin ibalik talaga. Parang motivation po namin kung paano po kami yung journey po namin ng M4. Gusto rin po namin ngayon din po sa MPL.
Ito, actually, kanina kapag kino-coach ni Sanford, gusto ata niya magsalita. Sige nga, sa'yo yung mic. Yung Sanford. Okay, nung unang, wow, daming fans. Nung unang meeting nyo, nakaisa sa inyo yung ONIC. But this time, tinapos nyo kaagad. Actually, akala nga namin delikado yung game number 2 eh. Pero tinapos nyo both games in about 14 minutes. What's different about yung match nyo this time around?
Ayaw na daw po mag-round ni Carl, kaya gusto na po tapusin yung series.
Sabi ni Carl. Sige nga, Carl, ikaw naman. Alam mo, namimiss ka daw ni Coach Arcadia. Sabi niya, yung kulit mo. At meron siyang sinabi. Tinanong ko kasi sa kanya about yung mga team, pag nagto-champion, minsan nag-iiba yung drive, yung motivation. Para pansin ko, kasi you've been with another team before, and we can't deny yung performance after nanalo ng World Champs. Pero kahit World Champs kayo, yung performance nyo, sabi nga ni Coach Arcadia, nakikita pa rin yung gutom. What's different now?
Siguro po rin po, parang mas na-motivate ako. Kasi dati, akala ko pag nag-champion na, matikina na talaga. Siguro na-motivate ako sa V-Wise kasi parang pinanalo nila lahat ganun.
And ano yung parang ang gusto mong mag-goal or ma-achieve na with this team na hindi to keep on going? Para nandun pa rin yung gutom mo. How do you keep yourself hungry?
Pag gutom po sila, parang ganun. Ako din, ganun din.
So it's just the team. You guys pump each other up. All right. Eto, actually, sino nagpa-pump up kay Benny Cutie kapag nakakapag-backdoor siya? Sino? Yeah. Pag nag-backdoor ka, naka-on yan.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello, Daddy Buddy. So pag nagpa-backdoor, lahat ba kayo nag-iingay? Lahat? Oh.
Apo.
May count ka ba? Ilan na yung backdoor na ginagawa mo?
Ngayon po ba? Isa lang. Ngayon lang po.
Sa buong career mo, ilan na? Ilan?
Hindi ko po alam. Siguro po 5.
So hindi mo kina-count?
Hindi po.
So hindi ba pag nagba-backdoor ka, wala ka bang parang, tingnan nyo, I got you. Ano yung expression mo doon?
Masaya po. Panalo po kami.
But you don't count it?
Hindi po.
Ano yung pinaka-favorite na backdoor mo?
Sa finals po, syempre.
Oh,
ng M4.
syempre. Now, okay, happy ka ba kasi ang pagtawag namin sa'yo pag naka-backdoor ka, Backdoor Benny eh. Meron ka bang ibang nickname na gusto instead of that?
Pwede na po yun, siguro.
Pwede na yun. Alright. Before I throw it to the casters, pwede bang i-show off niyo yung mga rings nyo? Ayan! Ladies and gentlemen, the world champions! Echo, congratulations! Once again, they will now take the walk of victory. Napapaano ako, pati ako nadadala sa drums eh. That is how the world champs won today. They wore their championship ring to get the vibe. At sabi nga ni Yawi, para mag-reset. We're gonna take a look kung ano nga ba ang ginawa nila. That was so perfect, they were able to sweep their opponent. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Marin. That is Echo with their winning interview. And to translate a bit of a context on how Yawi mentioned and how they went through this game, they wore the rings in getting that game face on the M4 mode. They lost again. They said that they lost against Brand Esports, and this is their way of, or this is their start of reset.
I'm wondering if they're going to do that like every game now, or is this just like a one-time thing for the reset? Or maybe they'd bring that to the playoffs. I don't know.
Well, all I can say is, I mean, you got to follow one of them words of a wise philosopher.
What's that?
Said,
What's that?
If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. And they put a ring on it today. They like that win. They like that reset, and they got it.
Okay. Let's now go to our post-analyst segment. Go ahead, Beyonce Renmar. Break things down a bit. What happened in that game?
All right. It was a moment in time that just went very well for Echo. Of course, that counterplay that they decided to go for, despite being behind, knowing that ONIC blew key abilities in that final team fight. Well, Echo decided to just go for it, and that was the right call. 2-0-8 here for Benny Cutie, and I'm going to say this as early as now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be the MVP of the game. If not him, maybe potentially even Sanford. Because in that last sequence there, you got to see how big that final slash was. But Benny Cutie was able to build himself an item near the end of the game. Very important, of course, the corrosion side, and of course the Wind of Nature. Having that meant that he was able to avoid some of the physical damage and the initial blowout of that fight, and hence why he was able to enter, get that Blazing Duet, secure that kill onto Super Friends, forcing Nets back and forcing back the members of ONIC who were now unable to help out Kekadut and then Ryota, and then that's how they fell down one by one. Rich guy in the game here is Benny Cutie, and again, very impressive for a Claude that will naturally, up against a Beatrix, will be playing catch-up, and especially with how ONIC played this. ONIC, we have to commend how they fought those objective team fights. And of course, again, Sensui, my goodness, we really cannot stop praising Sensui. And how great he is with the timings of the Retribution. Almost all major objectives of the game going on to him here. And surprise, surprise, the MVP of the game is actually going to be Sanji. What is one of the heroes that we mentioned, we were listing down that is great for counter punish is, of course, the Farsa. We talked about all the tools that Echo had there and their ability kits, how they will be able to punish the members of ONIC if ONIC cannot convert their initial dives and entries into a kill right away. They're up against a feathered airstrike. They're up against stuns coming in from the Curse of Crow of the Farsa. Get that markup, even a basic attack will be enough to stun, and of course Sanji even able to secure one of the key kills to end the game there in the bottom lane. As we revisit the highlights, it's going to be a good amount of ONIC first, because, well, ONIC set the tempo here. But of course, early on, you got to feel the punishment coming in from Sanji. And it seems like that was a, how do I say this, a teaser for what was to come eventually in the end of the game. But of course, ONIC, they play to their strengths. They play to their relatively quicker scaling, having a Kaja with them and his paralyzed passive, alongside of being able to dish out the slows as that Kaja, really stopping and countering what ONIC want to bring out in certain key team fights. And as you look at the objectives here, the Divine Judgment of Kekadut was always on point. Sensui and his timing again with the Retribution, most importantly the Wild Charge. But in the glimpses here of what would eventually become the game-winning play for Echo, it was the counter punishes that Echo played well, because ONIC, when they would find a pick or they would try to find a pick, they'd blow so many abilities. But that was also the story for Yaoi, actually. And so ONIC also had their own counter punish, but more onto one, sometimes two. And eventually, Echo again readjusted their approaches to the team fights. The moment they saw that ONIC have burned key abilities after failing an initial pickoff, they will go for the fight. Sanford with a massive final slash to show up the members of ONIC. And of course, the placement of Sanji in an off angle, placing his feathered airstrike perfectly so that the members of ONIC wouldn't be able to get away. At that point, Sanji was just brave. It would sound risky as a Farsa to use your wings by wings to get into an angle like that, but it was perfect for Sanji because it converted into kills and it converted to a victory.
And also the space for everybody. Benny, Carl TZ, not using his skills right away. And that discipline in terms of getting into team fights, man, that's how you hold the line and wait for the right moment to strike.
Yeah, I want to use this moment to make that a very big learning experience for all the players out there. Skill conservation. Really timing your abilities, holding on to them as long as possible, and then finding the right moment to use it. Very important.
It's just crazy saying that, and then, in a game with Benny Cutie, who flickers offensively 9 out of 10 times.
But he holds on to that for a sure kill.
That's true.
For the right moment. And then he's
the
only player who keeps on doing it.
Yeah.
And how many, for the record, how many backdoors did Benny did already?
Did he say 4?
I try. His estimate was 5, but if I'm not mistaken, counting from season 10, it's actually around 7 to 8. Rough estimate. I could be wrong here because he scored a lot during M4. He scored 2 or 3 this season, a couple in season 10 as well.
Well, that's one milestone for our daddy Benny Cutie for Echo. Now for our last match of the night, an El Clasico, Smart Omega and Blacklist International. Once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Renmar. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Go ahead and cup coffee and have some dinner. We're going to eat for a bit.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
What's up, mga ka-ML? Welcome back to the home of the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world, MPL Philippines Season 11. We are now down to the final match of the day, featuring a banner that is known to have carried one of the greatest gold laners to have ever played. However, in the absence of the Filipino sniper, this team looks to tap the strength of another accomplished player who's about to make his debut game in the MPL right now. Now our question is, can Owl lift the Codebreakers back up to great heights as he faces Kelra, the gold standard himself? Nasaan na ang ating mga agents? Barangay Omega! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. Casters, pasok!
Undoubtedly one of our El Clasicos here in MPL Philippines, not just in Season 11, but all throughout ever since. Welcome here to the English desk, where we will see Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. I'm Rockhart, this is Naisu, and Reptar. How goes it, guys? What is this game going to bring us today?
Well, I'm feeling refreshed, and ready for this matchup. Like
Did you
mentioned.
eat?
I ate.
Yeah, you ate.
If you were here, Francis said, we're going to go eat. We ate a little bit, and now we're here for this matchup. Can't wait.
Yeah, and now as these teams are going to serve, we are all definitely going to eat up all the action we're about to see. Gold Standard versus a gold medal winning gold laner who is making his MPL Philippines debut. That's Al for Blacklist International.
That is exactly the headline we have today. And don't let that title where it says from MDL fool you. This guy has been playing with Blacklist for a long time and is part of their roster for their CBO lineup, which they did get a gold medal in the last SEA game. So it's going to be interesting. He's pitted up against undoubtedly one of the best gold laners as well in the league. There's a reason why he's called the gold standard. He's Kelra.
The thing is, and when there's gold standard, Kelra is there, but I always say the whole game is obviously a 5-man game, and those gold standards, those gold laners, they 100% need that support to get to that point. And that's what I'm excited to see, how this unfolds, especially now that we're going to see another new variation of the code, which we've been seeing actually throughout the season.
Yeah, it's going to be a trial by fire for Owl, but I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this day, a lot of us wouldn't be surprised of how Owl will play this game. This is one of my fearless forecasts starting this off. I'm not going to say Blacklist are going to win. I'm not going to say Omega are going to win, but I feel like Owl is just going to look comfortable because he's already seen the spotlight, the limelight. Owl.
That's not
That's
Diggy.
who. Not Diggy. It's Owl. And because he's played on the big stage. He's gone up against Southeast Asia's best in the SEA Games. Got a gold medal with it.
There you go. These are his stats from MPL-PH Season 1. There is a good reason why he was opted to go into the MPL to carry, or to help carry, Blacklist International to the playoffs. That's pretty good stats, I have to say so myself.
Yeah, he's got great stats. Just taking a look at them. But also, I feel like one of the biggest things here for him is just the fact that, like you guys mentioned, the experience factor that he has. You know, it's been no joke, basically. And he could be what was deemed earlier on in the season here, where Blacklist International, with these different variations, it can be plug and play, right?
Yeah.
You swap out these players into these roles, and it's more or less a similar Blacklist International team you're used to seeing, but then they have these variations where they could change things up.
Yeah, I've frequently visited MDL Philippines all throughout their season, and one of the players that they've really praised is, I mean, alongside the other talented members of Blacklist Academy, definitely Al is their focus. A lot of them really say, out of everyone on the team, Al just looks that damn good.
And I would say he probably learned a lot, considering that, of course, we all know that Oheb is one of the captains. He's actually the captain of the Blacklist Academy team, all the way from MDL. So learning from the world champion, the Filipino sniper, I'm pretty sure that Al has got a lot of potential that we can't just wait to see here. And against, of course, who else but the Filipino sniper's greatest rival, Kelra.
The gold standard, you know? But that's the thing, too. Like, I feel like now there's a lot of history for both these teams, but also between both of them in this particular season, they've had their own obstacles that they've had to overcome. They've had their own challenges. And what we've seen, at least so far, is there's some changes happening for both of them to the point where is it enough for them to get that spot they want heading into playoffs? Because honestly, both these teams are still fighting for every single point that matters. Although we did just see Bren and Echo secure their playoff spots.
Yeah.
So everyone else fighting for those last 4.
Still a free-for-all, because right now only 2 teams, like Niso said, have been secured for the playoffs. And it's surprising that's as early as week 6. So everyone else, the rest of the 6 teams here in the MPL it's still a free-for-all. Everyone is still griping for those points. And there's only, 5 days remaining here in the regular season.
Oh, it's week 6.
Oh, sorry.
3.
There's
7.
7, yeah.
7 days remaining
7 days
after
remaining,
this game. So that's going to be something to watch out for, of course. No team is eliminated as of yet.
Yeah.
And I would say Blacklist right now, I think they are in the middle of the pack or close to the middle, right? So they really need these points to make a secure on those playoffs. And it's against Omega, which we did see finally starting to get those W's slowly but surely.
Yeah, exactly. That's been the main storyline recently for Omega, where it does feel like the poison is awakening. It's getting more potent. Right? Yeah, the slow, the age-old story of Omega, where they will start off slow, but then get hot by the second half of the season. We're starting to see it. But can they continue it here today against a team that swept them in their last meeting?
So, slowly but surely, I'm pretty sure that we'll find out, just like the venom that we are seeing from Omega so far in the season. Let's have a look at Backstage Pass, though, where we will see an interview here by Marakino.
Maraming salamat, casters. Right now, I'm over here at the Blacklist International Trail Lounge, and makakasama natin ang pinakabagong agent. Please, everyone, let us welcome Owl over here as their very own goal laner. Owl, ito na ang binyag mo sa MPL. Talk to us about your experience. Paano ko ba nakuha ng Blacklist as a player?
Chinat ko lang si Oeb nung nag-post si Coach Bon. Tapos, nirefer niya ako.
Alright, so reference was there and nakakatulong naman talaga si Oheb sa pagkuha sa'yo sa Blacklist. Now, talk to me about your Seaball experience, being part of the national team. Paano nakatulong yun sa'yo to be a better player?
Nakagain ako ng experience.
Ano yun?
Nakagain ako ng experience.
Okay, kasi,
ayun lang.
okay, yun lang, tama. Nakagain siya ng experience dun sa pag-participate niya sa Seaball. Now, heading into MDL, feel ko this time, meron kang statements about it. Like, how was your MDL experience naman bago ka mapunta dito sa MPL? What was it like?
Masaya naman kasi kaklose ko lahat ng mga teammates ko dun.
Yeah, and I'm sure nakita naman natin yan all throughout back when we were at the boot camp. And speaking of which, ngayon, from MDL, you're now in MPL, and I believe your very first game is gonna be against Smart Omega. At kilala na natin tong matchup na to ever since, I believe, Season 7. Talagang naririnig na ng napakaraming MPL fans tong matchup na to. What do you think can you contribute to the table? Lalo na ngayon na ang kalaban nyo ay ang Smart Omega.
Wait na lang natin yung game. Manood na lang kayo.
Right, I guess that's it. Again, final message mo para sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta.
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Sana patuloy niyo pa rin kaming suportahan.
You finally heard it from the newest agent, Owl Smart Omega versus Blacklist International. Pasa na natin sa ating mga casters.
Yeah, in my opinion, Al definitely is one of the most veteran rookies we'll ever have here.
A veteran rookie, that's a great way to put it.
In the MPL. And I'm happy to see that, he doesn't really change. That's been how he is ever since we saw him in the SEA Games. So hopefully we'll see something from him. We'll definitely, he has big shoes to fill here.
He has big shoes, and I feel like he's going to do the talking in game, because he's still settling in. This is a lot too here, because if you guys are here with us in Shooting Gallery, it's loud, man. And a lot of people have been waiting and are excited to see, how this edition for Blacklist International will pan out. But on top of that too, again, I think we also have to talk about Smart Omega and exactly what they need to do to win this matchup and where it starts. And I know we're going to be hearing keys to victory in a little bit, but anything off the top of your head here?
The roamers. It's going to start with the roamers and the mids. It's going to be Venus and Yue versus Miko and Stome. They're going to be the ones setting the tempo in this game for sure.
I'm going to have to add to that. They're going to have to rely on the roamer in the audience as well. If you were watching yesterday, Chaknu was here. They say he's a big buff. So we saw him earlier.
Just saw him, yeah.
We did see him. So maybe that's that's a possible win condition for Omega. And it did add to their morale according to the interview. So something to watch out for. And you guys also, I know you guys love your Chaknu, right? No matter where he is watching or playing. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for. The players are starting to get ready here. So what do you guys think? Is this going to be a real trial by fire by Owl, or maybe it's going to be a walk in the park?
We'll see.
We'll have to wait and see.
Hope so.
As we do see our players, Blacklist International and Omega, walking into the stage.
They have won 3 out of their last 4 matches. And as the season goes on, their poison gets more potent. I set on proving they are a playoffs-worthy team, hailing from the barangay. It's Smart Omega! Ladies and gentlemen, for the longest time, they have been the standard which teams followed. They still have their eyes set in defending their crown this season, and they are the reigning, defending champions of MPL Philippines, Blacklist International! And their coaches, Coach Pakbet, And Coach, master the basics. An age-old story. Only one of Victor. Question, which one?
Age-old is the rivalry of the barangay and the agents. This is smart Omega. Now, I have to say, they're looking better and better each and every week that we see them. And wonder, is this going to be their final test to see if they are really on the rise to the top?
Well, they need to prove that here, right? And better more if they can get a sweep. I don't think it's going to end in a sweep. I think it's going to be a three-game series. But, you know, this lineup right here that they have played 20 games together at this point, you would hope that they figure things out. The synergy has been showing, but there has also been weaknesses in this lineup as well. And so at the same time, if you really want that gold standard to shine, you want Kelra to get to the point, you've got to get him there.
Rockhard, I like how the way you put this, that for Omega, this is like a proving ground game for them. I feel like at the same time, for Blacklist International, this will also be a proving game for themselves. Wise, Edward, you and Oh My Venus, how will they slot in and play around their newest gold laner? They're debuting Al. We've already seen Wise and Oh My Venus play with Al. The chemistry is there. The history is there. The gold medal is there. But Edward and Yue, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing them play with Al in this stage.
Right, and again, you guys mentioned one of the powers, one of the strengths of Blacklist rely on that plug-and-play ability that they've had and they have switched with, that we've seen with their Cebu lineup. And in the team head-to-head, I gotta say Blacklist definitely looking a lot better. The Fredrin looking like they are gonna have to look at, and the Valentina.
A lot of Valentina.
That is a lot of Valentinas, I have to say so myself.
Very surprising, to say the least. But the thing here for Omega, though, gentlemen, that I'd want to point out, and especially for Al, the main thing we have to consider is that this might be an easier time for Al to get used to things, because looking at how Blacklist Academy plays in the MDL Philippines, they try to emulate a lot of the playing style of Oh My Venus, of Wise, of the Blacklist International we know. So the identity of Blacklist we've known for such a long time is evident as well in the MDL team. So Omega, they don't need to overthink this. They don't have to overthink, oh, what are the hero pools of Al? You've already seen it in the MDL. How does Al play? You've seen it in the MDL. And just think, you're going up against Blacklist. Yes, they have a debuting member, but just remember, it's Blacklist.
Yeah, and if you guys don't watch the MDL, you really should. They've been going on for like every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday ever since. So if you haven't watched it, watch the VODs. You will know what we're talking about when we say that Owl definitely is up to par if you just look at those games themselves. But of course, this is completely different battlefield, right?
True.
So this is a huge reason why we just keep calling this their proving ground, their trial by fire.
And again, not only that, but that's their whole point. That's the strategy, right? You want them to go from, you know, the Blacklist Academy and then fit right into this Blacklist International lineup.
That's going to be one of the things that we might be able to discuss here on the Keys to Victory here by our analysts.
El Clasico nga naman ang laban between Blacklist International and Smart Omega. Ngayon, para magwagi sila sa serye na to, ito ang kanilang gawin. Ito ang ating Infinix Keys to Victory. Now, for Smart Omega, don't give the Queen her comfort picks. Alam naman natin, marami na nag-try ng Haka Venus. And for the longest time, mukhang ito yung nagiging recipe talaga to success para matalo mo ang Blacklist. Kasi hindi mo talaga pwede ibigay kay The Queen or kay Oh My Venus yung mga comfortable heroes niya, kasi talagang mabubuo ng Blacklist yung final composition, ika nga na sinasabi natin. Kumbaga yung ube ay lalabas at lalabas talaga. Now, for Blacklist International, take advantage of Owl's debut on MPL. Again, nabanggit natin kanina na si Owl ay playmaker din. Nakita natin yan nung SEA Games, nung campaign nila para kunin ng Corona for Southeast Asia. Talagang nandoon yung aggression, nandoon yung Owl vision, ika nga, na lagi siya nakakahanap ng potential outplays against his enemies na nagsisimula ng teamfight upang manalo ang Blacklist International. Now, for both sides, engage in early skirmishes to force reaction. Omega being the late game kings. Alam ng Blacklist International na kailangan nilang kontrolin yung early game. Kailangan makuha nila yung macro battle. But that is also the same for Omega. Hindi pwedeng puro late game lang. Kasi alam naman natin na kapag nakakuha ng control ang Blacklist International ay hindi na nila binibitawan. Napakaganda ng kanilang resource and macro management. Yan ang kailangan tignan ng dalawang teams, Blacklist International and Omega. El Clasico, simulan na natin to. Kaya casters, magkabalik sa inyo.
Time and time again, we see that Hakavina's strategy, just ban out 5 support heroes. I wonder if that's a possibility here, because for Omega, I'm thinking maybe their strategy is to not to focus too much on Al, or what do you guys think? Is that maybe the case here?
Okay, the breathing room that Omega is working with is the fact that, again, the Faramis is gone. So Hack of Venus is a little bit more applicable this time around, considering that they will prioritize bans on Diggy and Estes.
Yeah.
There's one permaban gone.
gosh.
So Diggy, Estes, I wouldn't be surprised if those are the focus bans here of Omega. Right now, the player head-to-head, though, is one of my favorite lane rivalries
the best.
in MPL Philippines. Renjo and Edward, the showstopper versus Agent Zero. These two have put on absolute master classes ever since they've really made the name for their rivalry in MPL Philippines Season 7.
That's scary though, because like you saw how in favor the stats were for, Edward.
Yeah.
And even that, the fact that what we've seen him do, even with Paquito lately. And yes, they were also showing Arlot specifically, right? So who knows what they want to go ahead and prioritize and grab for these XP laners.
Wait a second, the Paquito buff was before Edward made that huge play?
Yes.
Last week? Oh my goodness! Imagine what he can do with that now. Now that apparently a lot of these heroes that they like has received some pretty good love from the game itself.
The shield on the Paquito is crazy. But then don't forget, if we have Edward Balboa, we also have Renjo Pacquiao. So
Oh my
these two,
goodness.
you know what? That's in my wish list for the series. I want to see both of them
Make it
get
happen.
a hand on the Paquito. Maybe like game 1 or game 2, on Renjo, then on Edward, or Edward, then on Renjo.
We don't mind 30-minute games, 1-hour games. Just give us a free game
Whoa.
series with one of them.
1 hour? I agree. I was here with you for the 30-minute.
Yeah.
You went to an hour, and I was like, I had to look at you twice.
Brother Carl, if that happens, we're going to have
preach.
words after that. I'm
Yeah.
just going to look at you and say, what did you bring onto us?
Well, you gotta hand it to them, guys. This is a great way to debut that Paquito, if ever. So we're gonna have to watch out here as we go into the draft if it's gonna go through. Here we go with Hakavina starting right now, though.
Oh, the 2 bans that I mentioned earlier, of course, those are going to be the priority bans. If you're Omega, the Diggy messed them up in the game 1 that they had in their first meetup this season. And of course, Blacklist just ticking the boxes of priority bans. So Fanny, Joy, and Wanwan might be the bans for Blacklist all throughout. But no, Omega actually surprised and banned the Joy themselves.
I guess they don't want to risk it
Yeah.
going into the hands of Agent Zero. We know the damage that he can do with that Joy.
And that made sense as to why they banned out the Joy, because usually we see Stone, of course, other than the Valentina, he loves playing the Eve and Farsas. Omega like building lineups around those 2 artillery majors.
It's the glue though, so we're still getting a few hits on the XP lane matchup.
I wonder if this is still Frederick. Oh, it's not. Okay, we saw the comparisons earlier. We knew that this was going to be a contested hero. And now to Arlot being first picked for Smart Omega. So on the answer back from Blacklist International, I'm wondering, do they go ahead and just take the Fredrin here?
Yeah. Freddy looks
Yep.
good.
You should.
And I would say, are we done with hero picks for Oh My Venus? But no, it's gonna be the US special. It's the Valentina.
These two teams, they like, even with the changes that they go through, they know how to draft against each other. They know how to play against each other. And,
It's so smooth too.
It is. It's smooth.
Right? They know what's gonna happen like beforehand. I love how it was basically passed on. Right? We have different coaches, obviously, from either side, basically almost. With the addition of Etomax, Master the Basics, obviously taking head right now as coach. It's interesting that they feel like what they were previous seasons ago.
Oh, here we go, though.
All right. Quad's coming up.
And again, that is the tendency for the season. If your blue side opponent has not picked their marksman, you will pick the marksman on the red side as the 3rd pick and just priority ban marksmen for the second phase of the banning. Brody might be a prio ban here for Blacklist, but they might even be considering the idea that he's going to be playing Nathan, and by he, I mean Kelra.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, excuse me, Harith.
We're
not
also
Nathan.
thinking about Melissa. Those heroes are very
Yes.
important. The Harith actually is something that really plays with a lot of emotions of teams, right? Do we have to? Is it worth it to ban out this hero?
Oh, that's very true.
Right?
teams like really do consider that.
They get caught by surprise. And there it is. Oh, that's an indicator. A Lolita ban means they want to go for a really hard marksman, so maybe Harriet's not.
What if they also play the Leslie, though? Like, we've seen that
makes
trend
sense,
today.
yeah.
You know, and if it
Oh, you
goes
saw
in the hands...
Leslie's last game, right?
Yeah,
That was pretty
actually,
good.
previous 2 series, technically, if I remember right, even the first series, she popped up, right? So, that's what I'm wondering. Do you put that in the hands of Kelra here?
No, honestly, that does look good. Kelra doesn't need to worry about a Farsa. They have the Eve on their side. So a Leslie would slot in really well here for the lineup of Ryzen, or for the lineup of Omega rather. And so the Matilda gets taken out, so that is 4 Venus
bans.
heroes gone.
All right. So, by the way, if you just watched right now, Leslie's on 100% win rate. Is it? Oh, wait, 66%?
We have to point out here, literally all of the heroes that Oh My Venus has played this season are no longer available for picking.
Oh my goodness, even the... Oh man, that is
because
true.
with the Faramis permaban, all of them are gone. We're going to see Oh My Venus play something new here.
Here's the Minotaur.
Could be.
Here comes the Minotaur.
I wonder if they consider a Popple and Cooper Rome. But
Oh,
there's a Florin!
All right, no Minotaur, but Florin is going to be in. The first Florin of the season picked up by Blacklist International.
Okay, so I'm happy that there's like a double debut going on right now, right? We're going to see Owl play. We're also going to be seeing Florin for the first time for this season and really see how it fits into the meta. Because actually, even I'm sitting here wondering, yes, the play style is still, you want to sustain, you want to help support the team and everything here. So I'm wondering how they also capitalize this. Like, how do they build around this with that last pick for the XP lane?
The Cho still kind of, oh, there it is. The Cho still kind of works. There you go, another Miko special. So to close out this lineup, though, they might need a little bit of burst somewhere there. I can smell the Paquito, bro.
Right?
I can smell the Paquito from a mile away.
I mean, it would make sense if they'd want to pick things like a Yuzhong. I mean, La Paquito into an Eve is a little bit terrifying at times, but I wouldn't mind if they pick La Paquito right now. But Yuzhong is still available, Lapu-Lapu's still available. A lot of the Edward picks are still up on the board
100%
here.
100% it's going to be a damage-dealing XP laner here because that's severely lacking. Benedetta's not a bad pick, but again, the presence of the Cho, there it is. I was going to say the presence of the Cho makes it a little bit hard sometimes to play a Vendetta, but there it is. Agent Zero, very comfortable on the Vendetta, is going to be the last slot for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and it makes sense because with, again, Omega playing an objective team fighting a skirmish lineup with an Eve on their side. By the way, Omega has the Eve and the Harith as more scaling, although Harith scales pretty quickly. They needed someone who could really space out the map.
There it is. We got our predictions down for this matchup. And I have to say, Omega's still looking good. I have to say their lineup right now, it's a little squishy for my liking. But I'm still pretty confident that they are going to have some fight here despite these predictions.
They should have the fight. They should have the objective advantage, right? I mean, you've got Eve. You've got a great final slash that you can use to even capitalize on the real-world manipulation. And then also, Miko, right? If Miko can actually find pickoffs, and then you layer that Zalman Force on top of that Death Box, you have all the tools you need to fight these objective fights if you're Smart Omega.
Here it is. We are loading up on the game one. It's Smart Omega versus Blacklist International. It's definitely the El Clasico of the Philippines. In Indonesia, they've been using that word a lot. I don't know if you guys saw that, but this is gonna be, it's gonna be the true El Clasico right here, folks.
So many El Clasicos at this point all over the world, honestly. Like,
oh my gosh.
I am willing to start pitching more names for signature mashups. Like in my
The Duo de Lubio.
Yeah. That make
yeah, there needs to be like a name for the specific
Duo,
matchup.
yo, you're right. Duo de Lubio sounds good, man.
Yeah, a specific matchup like what's a good agent versus barangay fight? I don't know, man.
The Raid.
The Raid.
Well, you can't say that because then there's a
That's a high level. That's a high level
true.
thing. Yeah.
With a great Filipino bash. It's like
I don't want to
the great American bash.
throw anything out there.
Yeah. might
cross lines.
No, it's a pay-per-view event in wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
Great
what-
American
That's
Bash.
what the creative writers are for, right?
Yeah, man.
If it's Omega for Blacklist, definitely should be a pay-per-view, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So here we go. Again, there are different changes that happened between both of these teams. A huge difference from what they were in previous seasons. Obviously, some players got shifted out. Some players started coaching. So we'll have to wait and see if the addition, the replacement to the Chakmama Miko is going to be up to par, which right now is having his flicker used up.
Okay, so that's actually big, right, as this leads into this first turtle of the game here. And very aggressive decisions already from Blacklist International, right? So now they start this up. Miko should be hitting, where is he? He should be hitting level 4 soon.
Yeah.
But he probably won't have it for this turtle fight. Okay, he does have it now.
Right.
But he doesn't have the flicker. So he's got to be able to force this situation here. Renzu going to jump in. There's the real world manipulation. There's the kick on Wise. Ryzen able to secure the turtle, though. Now Renzu going to have to flicker out. And this is the best case scenario for Smart Omega. Grab the objective, get out of there.
That was interesting because Miko pulled it off without any. The Way of the Dragon was just a delay. There was no kill potential. There was nothing there except to delay that retreat.
Man, I'm just going to say, if I was Ryzen, the moment I saw Wise flying closer to me in the turtle because Wise got kicked back, I'm like, Miko, what you doing? And now Miko just made things a little bit spicier there, but a little bit of control, the hang time Wise had while he was flying in there. He got his retribution off, but just a second late because he was controlled.
Definitely very clutch there at the very minimum.
Yeah.
If he was off by like a millisecond, the retribution would have definitely gone down. It would have been a 50-50. But there you go. Once more, the guy who has a lot of big shoes to fill as well on the other side for Omega is Miko against Shock Mamba.
Yeah, that's what, but again, you know, this is what I expect their lineup. Now he's going to be set up again. There's the Way of the Dragon on Oh My Venus. Dominant Force can come out too. The heal is there, but it's not enough. First blood drawn by Ryzen. Smart Omega getting on the board here.
Man, the heal from Florence Ultimate Bloom is crazy. I didn't expect that to be that strong this early on. That might be something that Omega wants to watch out for, but they're pressuring Owl.
Oh, Owl could be in trouble here. Can he survive this? The team now here a little bit too late, but they do punish Ryzen, the 1-for-1 trade. Looking for more. Miko waiting patiently. UA also using the ultimate. There's the Way of the Dragon now on Wise. Dominant Force gonna come out here. Kelra bobbing and weaving back and forth. Doesn't have enough firepower just yet. Stone, they're gonna force him back as well.
Well, Omega back off of that fight. Kelra was slow. If he had more mana, they could have continued that. But now the Purify has been burned. A minute though, so it's gonna be a timer the Blacklist International are gonna be watching out for here. Both teams Omega a little bit more aggressive here. Blacklist International, though, they need to stop the tempo of Omega at some point because this is why you have a pairing such as a Cho and then a Harith together in the lineup. You're the one who wants to play this game really quickly.
That's
how
true.
you rotate the map position and pick off like this.
Oh.
Speed it up.
Okay,
Ooh.
they're gonna trade Owl. Owl goes down top side, but this should be an objective. Ryzen's still gonna look for an entry if he can find it. Can't get it secured by Wise. Also using the Appraiser's Wrath. So, Blacklist International, they might have lost Owl, but they get an objective.
No one stopping the King of the Jungle for the retreat means it's going to be pretty much a Blacklist objective. This time around, what seems to be the plan of Omega here? Is Owl on the top of their hit list? Apparently so.
Oh, definitely. If you have a lineup with a Harith on you and you're up against a Claude, you want to bombard the gold lane as quickly as possible, as much as possible, so that you delay the farm of the Claude. I mean, already 2 deaths into Owl early on. This seems like a very Omega thing to do. I mean, it was a key to victory. Exploit Owl's debut in the MPL. Although Owl is very experienced, he's a gold medal winner. This is still the MPL, as you put it earlier, Rockhart, where even though you come in with a lot of experience beforehand, this is a different stage, whole different field.
Miko's going to get the Way of the Dragon off on Wise, but he's so tanky. Has the help of the team as well. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? They do. Kelra finds it. Now going to run for the hills. Ryzen there on the angle. Now looking for a crash down. They get the flicker out from Oh My Venus. And it's only 1 down here for Blacklist International.
Oh, they don't seem to be done yet. They want to go for round 2 here around the mid lane, but Agent Zero, of course, very capable of escaping those fights.
Oh, flashy moves there by Edward. But Omega are undeniably in the lead here. And this is expected, honestly, with the lineup the Blacklist fielded. It's very honest. Their mid to late game they're actually focusing the do onto, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be going into the hands of Owl right now.
Yep, that is correct. And that is a shield. And I actually had to double check if Bloom has enough healing. You're right.
Yeah.
Early game healing's pretty good, but later on in the game, it's going to fall off a little bit.
Okay, they're going to focus on Edward. He hasn't used the Petrify just yet. Going to try to get out. It was a little too late. Falls bottom side. Now the response from Blacklist International. Third turtle of the game. Going to come up here, and the dance is going to start. The numbers advantage.
Yeah, there
for
seems to be
Smart
the advantage.
Omega. Miko, though, going to get zoned and poked down a little bit here. Going to be secured by Ryzen, though.
Really maximizing this show right now, brother. It's so hard for Wise to get positioned with Miko around.
Yeah, and there was a good call by Blacklist. You saw initially Wise actually wanted to put some focus onto Miko, try and take him down, because with Miko down, then Omega will think twice. Here the bottom lane, you already see here the signature Omega lane switch. Keller has gone to the bottom lane.
There you go. So right now, once more, Blacklist just sticking to their win condition here, just trying to delay the game as much as they can. Oh, my Venus is basically on just vision duty right now. And Agent Zero this time around having a hard time with his lane.
Yeah, the gambit here actually is with Keller going bot lane, this gives a little bit more space for Owl to get some more farm. So
It is
Renzo
an
now will
Arlot
hold
though,
it, but yeah, it's an Arlot that he's up against.
Still scary.
Still scary. Oh, the Florin breaking the tower. I never thought I'd see the day.
Well, you know what? I was surprised that happened too, but one thing I'm really wondering is how effective will this Florin be as we get to mid-late game, especially when you know you're going to be forced to fight in these objectives from Smart Omega.
Yeah, I'm really watching the scaling here. I literally have my game client up to see those numbers, and it's not looking good in the late game, I have to say.
Yeah, well, they're going to be battling out here. Renzo going to flicker out. Focus on him is still there. He's going to fall. UA grabbing the kill. But still, you got Ryzen parked in the bottom side, going to push that up. But a nice little kill there for Blacklist International. But so far, Smart Omega still controlling the game.
Yeah, Blacklist are now upping the tempo, though. They're going into Ube mode at this point. UA focusing on getting the ultimate of the Eve. Is really Ryzen going to be able to take it on Edward here?
Man,
Backs off.
What is up? Agent Zero seems to be having a hard time today with Edward being just bullied. And
You're in enemy territory. They're going to crash down. Stone did fall. Razor's Wrath was used too. All this leading up into the first Lord of the game as we see both teams getting ready in position here. Both still holding on to their Tier 1 turrets too. So it's an even Stevens game for now.
Yep. Omega though looking really good, I have to say, but until when can they keep this up? That's a big question.
Yeah. At this point, though, the damage of a Harith is going to be more felt compared to a damage of a Claude. They still have to watch out. A lot of utility on the side of Blacklist, and most importantly, a lot of interrupts, actually. The Sprout from the Florin, of course, the chain of interrupts and taunts, crowd control coming in from the Fredrin, and, of course, the Terrify of the Valentina. In the past few fights and skirmishes that we've seen, Blacklist International has been catching Omega off guard with those.
Even on the gold though, that's actually the most surprising part. But we can see that right there, movement.
Okay, Edward, Renzo in a 1v1. He's just putting pressure where he needs to, right? Renzo going to go ahead and let him go back to base. They're going to get in position here still, but at least Edward able to put pressure bottom side, get the turret, and now still one of the big things is getting these mid lane turrets down. You can even see Owl scraping for any gold that he can gain to really be a valuable part of this team fight that is going to unfold here if they continue with this Lord.
The 4v4.
Okay, they're going to push home. There's Owl. He comes in with Blazing Duet. The heal is huge. The sustain is there. Ryzen getting pushed back. Oh, my Venus has to flicker as well. Now Kelra, the fighting force here, not going to be enough. As Renzo a little bit too late, using the final slash. Going to get chased down mid lane. And Blacklist International now in a prime position to take the first Lord of the game here. Ryzen still might look for an angle, but he's got to be careful. Edward also waiting patiently. They're going to zone them out the best they can, and this Lord is looking like it's going to go in the hands of Blacklist International.
I can just imagine the comms on Omega. Why is no one dying? They've been trying so hard.
Yo, that heal was intense.
That was clutch.
That heal was intense. Very clutch indeed. Signature Oh My Venus. Like, similar to how she plays the Estes, waits for the latest possible moment to pop off that heal to completely turn a team fight around. As you look at the items, my goodness. Quickly, just like that, Owl even has like a slight lead advantage over Kelra. That Claude spiked up quickly, and that was just a string of great engagements and skirmishes coming in from Blacklist.
Considering how much focus was put on Owl early game, he's done a great job at keeping up with Kelra, right? I mean, look at the gold.
That's exactly what I was about to point out. I mean, it was not far off. And if you're a Claude, you expect to lose out on that phase. So far out, with the help of their team, his teammates,
Man,
really
it's great.
keeping up the part.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think all the healing coming from Blacklist, and that's considering the fact that that's 3 dominance ices on the side of Omega. Yet the heal being dished out by the Florin is just like that.
That's really saying something.
Well, right now, it's just Blacklist International getting the space they need, playing around this first Lord. It is taken care of pretty quickly by Smart Omega. So they're happy with what they got. They flipped the gold lead in their favor now. And now it's time for Smart Omega to step this up. They did have that lead. They had everything they wanted. They got to get back into this portion of the game, though.
It's crazy to think that Florin is just like an Estes, but with a stun.
Yeah,
instead of a slow. That's what Florin feels like. The more I'm seeing this, I'm like, oh, it's just like Estes. I mean, not exactly, but think about it. A first skill that heals, a second skill that controls, an ultimate that deals massive heal to your entire team.
There should be a new stat. They're most healed.
Yeah.
We should have, I don't know if you guys hear me, production, but let's add that someday.
That's just going to be Venus.
That's going to be the biggest input here of the room for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question minutes ago, right? It was like, how useful, how valuable would this Florin pick be? Because now, you know, with it being debuted here and showcased, does this add another option, you know, for even other teams to utilize? Because it seems to be working out pretty well so far.
Oh, I still think the Minotaur is a great pick.
Well, no, I agree with you. It's one of the picks that finally helped bring me to MG. Who was a Minotaur this season?
Congratulations, by the way, the Raptor for reaching mythical glory just before the season ended.
That's right.
Clutch.
It has reset, and now it's time to grind again.
Yeah. And Omega need to reset and grind right now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's crazy to think. I'm really thinking that I wish someone in Omega could actually build a Sea Halberd. It would be a perfect item, but since they don't have a marksman with them, and it's gonna be it's a mage damage dealer.
Durance for Kelra, maybe.
Yeah, Durance is there, but
wasn't
a Sea Halberd would be so much more punishing because of the new punish mechanic of the Sea Halberd dealing more damage.
Okay,
there it is.
Miko gonna find the kick exactly on who he needed to. The heals are not gonna be there for Oh My Venus as she falls. Appraiser's Wrath gonna come down.
Bang!
Miko goes down as well. Another immortality gonna be popped. They're still focusing on it. Ryzen gonna get forced out. Edward joining the party. Finds the lockdown with the Petrify. 2 fall for Smart Omega. And what looked like a good moment, they lose the Lord here to Blacklist International.
And Yue with a 3-man final slash, just nailing the coffin there for that Lord.
You also can't deny there the involvement of Al. Yes, Edward put the focus on him. Agent's assist, now ranked 17th in total assists in MPL-PH history with 1,192, just surpassing one of the legendary XP laners, Kilowash, of course. Kilowash, a legend in his own right. And the involvement of Al in that last sequence, you saw there Omega wanted to continue fighting, especially Ryzen wanted to string more dashes together to consider taking down Wise. But since Al kept himself at a good distance and actually just decided to free hit, that was immediately a deterrent. Like, oh no, this Claude hurt. So the moment the members of Omega had to back off.
Now for Omega, the ultimate test for Miko. Can you stop a rampaging Claude on your opponent? That is going to be it. We're looking for those really good plays, those Way of the Dragons out of nowhere. We saw one, but it's still not stopping the Blacklist squad so far.
Well, right now, again, they got to defend here. They're going to lose then the Himber turret top side. Nothing they could really do to hold on to that. They're going to make quick work of this, though, before they lose more. Blacklist International, eye set on the mid lane. Ryzen clearing the wave the best he can. And Omega still holding on to this game, and now Edward showing up bottom side with the rest of the team. Not going to be able to commit just yet. Ryzen going in, forcing them back. They do use the real world manipulation. They get the flicker out from Oh My Venus. Do they ensue? Looks like they're going to call it off for now.
All right, that's going to be the safe play. And they did get some damage done to the Omega base. One inhib on top side is going down, but it looks like they still want to fight.
Yeah, the CC, the...
Again, that pressure to do a really strong play got into Miko, but also got played by Edward. That was seen from a mile away.
Yeah, eye for an eye. Just at the right moment so that he wouldn't get knocked up. Oh, that was fast hands there by Agent Zero.
Yeah, that's why it's so tough, right? I mean, this is what we were talking about when Miko locked in this Cho. It's always the responsibility of him to find those moments for the team, to find the setups, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh,
and
that's juicy.
Yeah, they know how to play around this. Actually, he's going to be
It's
looking
V.
for Oh My Venus again. Can they get the kill they're looking for? Winter Tronchet comes down. Real world manipulation goes. The Queen has fallen. Renzio goes down as well. Now Al the focus. Can he escape? He can. Ryzen gets the kill, but 3 down for Omega. And it's now with 2 versus 3. Ryzen trying to escape. Edward, can he get away? A dash and a dash. And now Stome, all to his own. Wise.
The retro
kill is too much. And now it's all up to Ryzen. He's caught in a bad place. Immortality is popped. And he is still running for the hills. As the rest of the members left alive of Blacklist International.
Can he clear
punch
this?
it in. I said on game 1, Blacklist International takes the game.
Hear the crowd roar as a sea of agents cheer on Blacklist International with that Game 1 victory. No Lords necessary for the agents today in that game.
Man, the Florin, you know, sometimes you didn't even get to see the heal pop off. Used that Winter Tronchet, bought some more time, and that just allowed that team fight to unfold. And even though they got a couple members down, Omega got a couple members down, ultimately it came down to just a better team fight for Blacklist International.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's another Estes-like hero. Florin, my goodness,
Florin.
the heal coming out of Bloom. It was the deterrent. Omega fought this game incredibly well. They had some initiations that went their favor, counter engages, but getting off that heal in time, the Sprout stun in time, and then a Blacklist International countering from those scenarios. Oh, insane.
Yeah. First Leslie, now Florian, sitting on 100% win rate. Just let that sink in for a moment, and then you'll find out. When you play that back in your head, that's pretty insane.
It really is. It's a crazy amount of heal. The first time we saw Bloom drop, I was like, what?
Early game?
Early game in level 4, that's the heal you can dish out?
That last fight, I got to look at it again, because I thought Oh My Venus wasn't able to get it off, but maybe she did get it off.
Actually, I saw it after the Winter Truncheon, immediate
went
heal,
off.
and then she died, but it didn't matter.
She did her job. Like, that's all she had to do.
Yeah, once you get
the
that
heal
heal
off. Okay, because, you know, first time, honestly, there was a time when I never saw Florin, right? And now that we
Even
see
in
her,
ranked games, right?
Yeah, even in ranked games. So now, now that we see this here in debuted, and going back to like, oh, Hack of Venus is a thing, well, now it's even harder. Even if the Faramis is out, now you have Florin to worry about.
Adding another headache to the teams that MPL Philippines already has right now. I mean, good luck with that. And I have to say, good luck to Reptar in breaking that game down and how that went down for Blacklist International.
Okay, as much as I'd want to say for a second, let's not focus on the Florin. The Florin is undeniably had one of the biggest impacts in this game. The timing of Oh My Venus, again, very signature at this point. Really waiting for the last possible moment to use a big healing ability with Domain of the Moon Goddess, or Blessing of the Moon Goddess rather, for Estes, used at the last possible moment. Oh My Venus similarly uses the Bloom, the ultimate of the Florin, at the last possible moment. And let's talk about how this went down, because again, one of the key factors here we talked about would be the roam and mid matchup between Miko Stome and Oh My Venus Yue. Now, understandably, Omega was the one setting the tempo. They have a Harith with them. Scale that as quickly as possible. Set the tempo with a Cho. Hence why Omega didn't want to go up against a Matilda rather. Other than it being a good form breaker, the Matilda can stand toe-to-toe with Cho in terms of setting the tempo for the team. Omega didn't want that. But what they were up against was a hero similar to Estes, where in a team fight scenario, it's very powerful. What does the Omega lineup want to do? Get those team fights. And again, the idea of them fighting around the box, playing around the box of the Eve. That's Starfield going down. You saw it in the approaches of Omega. Miko Stome together, get a kick, punish right away with real-world manipulation. But Blacklist International also had the real-world manipulation for them. If it wasn't the final slash of the R-Law that Yue was stealing, it was the real-world manipulation of the Eve that Yue was using to counter-punish and give Omega a taste of their own medicine. Edward is the MVP of this game with his late entries. Wizard is never late. He arrives exactly when he needs to. And that felt like the story of Edward in this game. He would be playing catch-up in terms of, well, he cleared the wave and then he joined in the fight. But Edward, my goodness, still, what a performance by him. His entries here were picture perfect. The Electro Final Blow, Petrify combination into the right targets, and then the cleanup counter punish. And counter punish seemed to be the theme here for Blacklist. Just when you thought you'd knock them out, here comes a heal, here comes Edward, and here comes a real-world manipulation and/or a final slash from Yue to turn things around. And now, again, intense is the healing that the Florin can dish out. And of course, don't forget, Florin with a flower that she could give onto a specified ally that is stats given to her allies, physical attack, magic power, and of course some extra HP. And Florin has a item in herself with her Shimmering Lantern, which eventually evolves into the Lantern of Hope, where it's magic power, plus 10 movement speed, and plus 5% cooldown reduction, which is why Florin, we've seen Blacklist International play that hero for Oh My Venus on her streams for the longest time. We haven't seen Florin for the longest time, but then again, the X factor of the Faramis being a permaban, Florin is an option here. And Omega, I won't be surprised if they're going to change their approaches in the draft later on. Maybe sort of reduce the Hack of Venus strategy, because now you have the Florin to compete against potentially. Now for the other members of Blacklist, again, I still want to comment Owl here. He had a very tough early game. As expected, he was pressured by Omega early on, but especially there in the end, he came up big in the clutch to be able to free hit, deal damage, stay alive for as long as he can. He got punished there by Al and he was found out, but at this point, he got to deal enough damage as a Claude to make sure Blacklist International would win that engagement. The counter engage. One of the signature Blacklist International approaches to a team fight. Just when you thought that you have us down, we're going to turn this fight around. Gentlemen, that was classic Blacklist.
Yeah, classic Oh My Venus, actually.
Yeah.
Oh My Venus has had the reputation of just bringing out the best in players. And I have to say, I think that he did as well here, especially for Owl's debut game. This is massive.
Yeah.
And I have to say, huge deserve there for Agent 0. 0, 1, and 6 MVP. Whenever that happens, whenever you see an MVP performance from a player that doesn't have kills, you know that he influenced the game in intangible ways for them to earn that victory.
He had clutch, I mean, even some of those objective fights, he didn't kill anyone, right? But he set things up, and he actually got a lot of attention just using that Benedetta the way that we've seen him do it before. The Petrifies were on point, but still, you got to commend also Owl with his debut game, his matchup here. Obviously, you know the way he's going to be feeling.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to hear. But I hear that we have an interview from Mara here in our audience. Let's check out what's happening there.
Puro legends ang kasama natin dito ngayon. Bumalik si Jack New. Wala siyang date last time. Magdala siya ng isang date. Si Rebo! Hey! Welcome, guys! Uy, kanina naglaro yung dati mong team. Ba't ngayon ka lang?
Na-late ng gising. Hindi ako na-inform na may laban sila eh.
Oo, okay. Bakit late ang gising mo?
Galing inom.
Oo. One shot or more than one shot?
More than.
More than. Sino sinusuportahan mo?
Siyempre, Omega.
Oh, Omega. Okay. Sige nga, ano sa tingin mo mangyayari ngayon? Sweep, reverse sweep. Based sa game 1.
Reverse sweep yan. Dito kami.
Oh, yan. Eto alam mo, Rebo, you are known for your honest opinion. Diretso ka talaga magsalita. So, okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Sinong sa tingin mo nakupunan ang humina this season?
Yung mga nasa uli. TNC. Hindi, pero sa tingin ko ang humina Blacklist.
Bakit sa tingin mo?
Dati, lagi silang top 1 eh.
That's right.
Ngayon, parang tinatalo na sila ng Bren o tsaka Omega o Echo.
Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban. Sino sa tingin mo ang mas lumakas? Sinong nagtaas ng lakas ngayong season?
Bren, top 1 eh.
Okay, tama, Bren. Now, kung meron kang top 4, okay, napapasok sa semifinals, anong mga koponan yon?
Bren, Echo, Blacklist, Omega.
Bren, Echo, Blacklist, and Omega. So sa apat na yon, sino ang top 2? Sa Grand Finals?
Hirap ba?
Di ba?
Siguro Echo, Omega.
Echo and Omega. Ooh, interesting. So, ano ba nangyayari sa tingin mo sa Omega na, yun nga, sa umpisa, di ba, they're a bit slow, tas ngayon umaakit na. What is it? What's happening? Ano ba the mind of a player? What's happening?
Siguro, nagkakamali lang sila sa communication.
Nagkakamali. Tama ba yon? Yung communication, yun ba? Yun ba? Jack, kukunin mo yung mic. Bakit? Ay, may napansin ako, iba yung communication ngayon ni Kelra. Nag-mature siya. Agree ka?
May.
Ano yun? Ano yun? Naka-on yan.
Hello?
Ay, hello! Hello, Jack. Okay. Ano, hindi mo na nakakasama si Kelra?
Oo.
Bakit? Ano bang ginagawa mo?
Wala.
Wala. Ay, may tanong ako. Okay, ikaw kasi known as one of the greatest tank players. Nagta-tank salot ngayon. What do you think about tank salot?
Teka, ang ingay na yan. Hindi ko narinig.
Ay, yung nagta-tank salot ngayon, hindi nakita yan before. Pero what do you think about it? Gagamitin mo ba yung tank salot kung ikaw pa yung naglalaro?
Ang ginamit ko yun sa 1v1. Madaya yun.
Ginamit mo sa 1v1. Eto, parehas kayo known as the legends sa MPL. Kung meron tayong iboboto na makakasama sa Hall of Legends, sino yung boto mo?
Number 1 idol ko si Sapno.
Zapnu. Okay, bakit si Zapnu?
Isa rin kasi siya sa mga nagpakilala ng ML sa Pinas. Parang mga ganun.
Tama. Ikaw naman, Rebo, sino yung iboboto mo sa Hall of Legends?
Siyempre, yung idol ko, si Zapno.
Si Zapnu talaga. Okay, bakit?
Kasi kasabayan ko yun eh. Dapat kasama ko rin siya sa Hall of Legends.
Ay, pwede rin kayo bumoto sa ating Hall of Legends. Meron tayong isa na mananalo para sa Season 11. Ngayon, pupunta na tayo sa casters. Ikaw, bato mo sa casters ha. Yung parang ginagawa ko, okay? But Shaqnu style. Shaqnu, go ahead, bato sa casters.
May sahod na to,
Fried chicken yan, fried chicken.
Alam ali yan?
Bato mo sa casters.
Sa inyo na, casters.
All right. I don't know how much we're gonna pay if we can even afford Shaqnu, but welcome back. And yeah, two legends right next to Maracino. Obviously, have had some pretty interesting opinions.
Yeah. And I'm sure, some of the international viewers out there, if they don't know Shaqnu, that's just how he is in person. But man, when he's in game and he's one of the best roamers in the world that has ever played, the guy's a monster.
He's a literal genius.
He's a genius, and he's had some of the most epic moments in just MLBB history. So that's the dynamic of him in person and him in game.
Yeah, and of course, Reba there, the first GOAT in MPL Philippines and MLBB Philippines scene. And now we've just turned into a goat farm. We have multiple goats all over the Philippines. you got 2 goats playing there right now with Oh My Venus and Wise. We saw the current goat, the only 2-time world champion, playing right now earlier in the day. So it's just goats everywhere in the Philippines.
Actually, before Carl TZ won the World Championship, Rebo was the most decorated.
Yeah, that's why he's the first goat.
MLB player in the world. And
Yeah.
now, obviously, the new generation stepping in. And they are having their own nominations for the Hall of Legends.
Yep.
Well, stay tuned for that. And here we go. It's going to be draft for game number 2.
So I'm wondering, exactly if you're Smart Omega, how do you approach this? Especially with what happened the previous game. And also because, I don't know, watching Smart Omega play, sometimes you have to feel for Miko because sometimes it looks like he's forcing these situations to try to set the team up because if he doesn't do it, they're just going to get further and further behind.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering exactly how do you do that this time for this game? Because we've seen him do it successfully before, but I feel like more now in recent games, he's kind of been struggling there in that department.
Yeah, I feel like that was an off one. I mean, in the past 3 matches for Omega, I mean they are on a streak going into this. Miko's done amazingly well for himself, and I feel like that last game was really just at that point, Blacklist International having adjusted their approach and knowing that okay, we can punish Miko here, and that just goes to show the respect the Blacklist has for the roamer and the matchup in terms of how they're gonna set the tempo in terms of Omega. Is the joy gonna be bad here for Omega? Is my question. And so far, very targeted here are the bands of Blacklist.
Yeah, speaking of Blacklist, their maximum respect target is gonna be Ryzen, unspoken. We barely touched on Ryzen in this series.
Yeah.
And they have to say that, according to Blacklist's bans, he's the guy to watch out for in Omega.
Yeah, and I also like how Blacklist banned out here the Beatrix because I was thinking, oh, maybe for this matchup because of the healing heroes that Oh My Venus will have, Omega might consider now putting Killer on a marksman instead. Although other than the Beatrix, he has the Moskov still available for him if ever.
First pick to Fredfred.
All right,
Not too much change in here.
Not that much change at all, but the big changes this time around, we got a few Oh My Venus heroes ripe for the taking, and it's not denied by Omega.
Oh, rushing the Claude right away. I was also thinking about that.
Pretty quick.
I thought he was going to go 3rd pick, but they said, you know what, let's not give that to let's just get the Claude here instead. And if we're going to follow the trends of MDL Philippines, the marksman for Owl might end up becoming, of course, other than the Brody, might actually be the Moskov more favored.
Yeah, Moskov, he played 6 games of that. The Brody, pretty much, I think, around at par. So either one of those actually output some tremendous DPS, which most can be answered by a Lolita pick. I don't know if Miko's going to be willing to give that up for his show, but it seems to be, if that's the way you want to stop Owl, this really rampaging rookie, that's the way to go.
Yeah, you mentioned a Lolita, that might be a pickup, but oh right, the Estes was open. The Eve was open too. It's going to be classic Ube for Blacklist.
Oh, it doesn't get classic than this.
Yeah. And it's still, like, even with this, it's still the same boxes that Omega has to tick, right?
Yeah.
They still need to be able to handle that. And that's, again, going back to my point with Miko, yeah, Lolita would probably be one of the best options because, again, with Cho, you have to have the backup for those sets, right? You have to be able to follow up with that. Yes, there's this R-Lot here, which now we've seen the tenacity, kind of tanky R-Lot, but still, if you're going to put yourself in a situation, it's where it's almost like the Kaja pick, right? Where you are putting yourself in danger and hopefully you have that layering tankiness or CC available to you. And so I'm wondering, again, what does go in the hands of Miko here? Because I would love to see him on something that is more that set potential that isn't just a single member, right? But maybe even a team-wide thing. Lolita's probably going to get banned out, though.
Yeah,
for this
Lolita,
second round.
Atlas, Cho might be the bans. Kaja, Franco, also still actually good for Miko here. So all of the ones that we mentioned, honestly, they can just decide. All of them can sort of like slot in better. And which is why I'd rather see Omega pick their roamer 5th instead of 4th. And then just prioritize their jungler now.
Let's go ahead and do it, right? But again, these are still subject to the bans of Blacklist, I don't know if they're going to go for another jungle ban. Very unlikely, obviously, but you never know.
I am the power of light.
All right, Kaja. I don't know. I don't feel Kaja bans right now because without the fleeting time, I feel like Kaja just kind of falls off a little bit.
Well, we actually saw it though that even without the fleeting time, Kaja still does really well, rushing brute force breastplate instead.
Brute force for the maximum CDR at least. 10%, 10%.
Yeah,
10%.
the priority is brute
Right.
force, oracle, and then dummy ice.
That's all your CDR items.
Yeah.
So basically, that's what they try to go for, plus the additional from the emblems.
Yeah.
Right. So, but still, I think at this point, very happy against teams like, for example, Echo. You still want to ban out Yaoi's Kaja, and pretty much the same for Miko, apparently.
Yeah, we'll see if this is going to be that Lolita last ban here. If they focus on the roaming options again to kind of narrow the choices here for Miko, it's going to be a Franco. So there's the Franco being taken out. How you feeling about that, Renmar?
Oh, great bans here by Blacklist International, honestly. You take away the two suppressors that could honestly mess up the lineup of Blacklist, so they're respecting that. I'd rather see Omega just consider an Atlas if they want to, honestly. They don't have to worry about a Diggy. They're going to be up against an Ube, but that's most likely going to be a Purify on Estes, and the Eve will probably just try to use a real-world manipulation, maybe even a Purify also for you. So if not the Atlas, Lolita. Atlas or Lolita?
Lolita, man.
It could be all the same, yeah.
You already know the marksman that's going to come out of Owl,
Yeah,
right?
it'll most likely be a Moskov. Unless Owl also decides, hey, I'm going to play a Harriet also, but maybe.
Maybe. You never know. So
Okay.
here's the Akai. That is going to be their jungle, most
Yeah.
likely.
Most likely their jungle. And again, I like this. That means that this is going to be the roamer picked last for the side of Omega. And that's what they needed to do.
All right. Muskov or Brody? Let's flip a coin, guys.
The Brody's banned out. So
Oh,
they
Brody's out. Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's Moskov if they want to go, at least with the data that we have from Owl playing an MDL.
Historically.
So,
Comfort.
yeah. Comfort pick, definitely. Especially with the last game, how much focus was on Owl in lane. And he was, 0-2? I think it was 0-2 at the start. And then he did an amazing job staying, in terms of gold.
There. Being hovered over, carry is still open. So that is just going to be a simple carry lock. And yeah, this is a lineup.
Carry's good against
built
Kai.
for carry. And it's a Lapu Lapu. Classic Ube. Very obvious here what Blacklist International want to do. We'll fight as 4, as 5
Oh, that
around
caught me by
objectives.
surprise a little bit there.
Me too. And there's the carry.
What happened? And the carry, again, great for any tanky heroes. Atlas is going to be a problem.
There we go.
There it is, the Lolita. I'm glad they didn't shy away from that. That makes the most sense, to be honest.
Yeah, I like this because this is what I was talking about. The overlapping of CC and tankiness here. You've got great peel. You've got great setup. And especially if Ryzen can get the lockdowns or even just push Wise away, man. If he could just push him away from these objectives, secure those for Omega, they're going to be in a good position. And also, you already can rely that Kelra is going to be where he needs to be with his Claude.
Yeah, it's going to be a Mika Stone game and then an Owl Kelra game. So similar to the story of game number 1. Let's see how things are going to go this time around. Game number 2.
Yeah. Ryzen, this time around, on more supportive role on the jungle, but definitely it does fare well against the Fredrin. So that jungle matchup is going to be washed. It's going to be a little bit 50-50.
Yeah.
It's all going to be up to that mid lane. What's it going to be, ladies and gents? Do we have a game free? Let's find out as we load up into the match. Smart Omega versus Blacklist International, game number 2.
Man, I hope for a game 3. Considering that this is the last time for now for the regular season that these two teams, the RL Clasico, are going to see each other. Hopefully they get to a game 3, and the tools are there, especially for Omega. Again, it just comes down to the execution factor, especially when it comes to these objectives.
Yeah, the actual El Clasico. Cough. So we're going to get into this, but early in the game, I have to say, Renzio taking a beating here. And it is Oh My Venus on the bottom side of the map, contrary to what we usually see, which is Roams going with their gold laners.
Lapu Lapu might be hitting 4 before the R-Lot, so slight advantage for them. And that is just them, Blacklist International, showing like, okay, we really want to win the objectives early on here. We don't want to extend this game any further. We have a good mid-game power spike. Let's rush this.
So on
Let's
the
win
bottom
the
lane,
turtles.
instead of a 50-50, it's now skewing to a little bit 55 or 60-40, right? Because of that just simple move.
Yeah. Good adjustment, a good start here, but now just as quickly, Oh My Venus makes the top side, and Kelra is going to have to back off here. Wise though, dangerous position for him.
So already using that Appraiser's Wrath, going to force Renzio to get a little regen here. Still, you know, it's a while until that first turtle comes up, so
yeah,
it's just both teams kind of poking to see where they can possibly get an early play, an early advantage the best way they can before that first objective comes up.
I gotta say, Kelra back on a very comfortable hero, that signature Claude, which I think is one of the heroes that really got him his Savages, actually, in previous seasons. I would say that Omega looks better in that department, especially right now that it's not the focus of Blacklist International, man.
Okay, this is going to be interesting, right? Oh My Venus not going to have the level 4 just yet. Actually should be able to get it if that wave is cleared, but will he be able to make it in time? Edward going in. There's a real world manipulation. Ryzen using the heavy spin. Not low enough on this turtle just yet. Still going to be careful here. Miko not going to find any connection with the Numeron Blast. Now Ryzen the focus. They're getting zoned out completely from the first turtle here for Blacklist International to take.
It was like a miss-aim by Miko for the Numenon Blast. I think he meant to aim that towards the turtle.
Yeah. So he could possibly flicker.
Yeah, flicker
forward,
through
right?
the wall and then get the other members of Blacklist. Quick, easy turtle there for Blacklist.
That sounds like a minor thing, but don't forget, against teams like Blacklist International, these minor, I would say, misplays, really, they snowball, right? They snowball into really big things in the later parts of the game.
Again, that's why, you know, I always say with roamers, and we've talked about the different, you know, disciplines, quote, on roaming disciplines, right? And the fact that these decisions, especially early game and as the game goes on, are why these roam players like Oh My Venus are so important to the team and the success. So, you know, like you mentioned, Rockhart, if you make these minor mistakes early on, they do build up, they compound throughout the game here.
So far, so good here for Omega, at least. Though Blacklist are not eking into their jungle, but as of yet, trying to take advantage that Kelra is not really ready for the team fights. And Owl, he's a level ahead.
Yeah, Stone actually going to press the situation. They force Owl back a little bit longer. There's the heavy spin. They're going to cut off Oh My Venus.
Ooh.
She's in trouble. Into the bush she goes. Can they get the kill? They do. It goes to Miko. Now they got to get out of dodge. There's the real world manipulation. Come down. Miko falls. So it's a 1-for-1. It's a roamer for a roamer.
Renmar, what do you think of that? Cutting off an Estes from his teammates.
Oh, that was a right call by Omega, honestly. And, man, US timing still on point. So good. Really holding on to that real-world manipulation and the usage of that to counter-punish. And swift response there by Blacklist. Oh My Venus falls, but Blacklist got the turnaround.
Huge turnarounds being done by both teams, actually. I would say Omega barely survived that, but it's still going to be Blacklist on the driver's seat for sure here at almost 4.5 minutes into the game.
They've built themselves already a decent lead, and now for the second turtle, Miko's going to charge up. Not going to find any targets here. Forces them off. There's the heavy spin. Not going to be enough. Wise secures it again. Renzio has to flicker out of there, and it's Omega running for a retreat after losing that turtle.
Even with a heavy spin, Ryzen just not going to have enough to slow down the king of the jungle anytime soon.
Yeah, that was just a clear-out retry win there for Wise. And then at the same time, again, Miko, the timing of that Numeron Blast could be a bit better. Didn't have the flicker then, so he couldn't utilize that combo. Blacklist, though, instinctively as a team, they knew what to do. They saw that charging up. Oh, we're just going to sidestep real quickly right here.
Yeah, that sidestep really did wonders here. You can see an itemization. I feel like, you know what, Kelra's still in the game, but definitely behind. And yeah, that's where Omega usually takes up their win conditions, but it's being focused down very hardly by Blacklist right now.
Yeah, I would say, you know, Gold Standard's having a hard time with Owl here right now with even the help that Oh My Venus is providing, and now they're just kind of invading this side of the jungle. Praiser's Wrath come down, forcing Miko to flicker again. Not going to have it for initiation for a couple minutes here.
And right now we're just seeing tried and tested the Blacklist Ube strategy right now. They knew they needed to up the pace. They needed to control the game, control the turtles up against that Claude, and that tower is going to fall in the bottom lane, it looks like. There it goes.
It's going to be another tower going down, and Blacklist seem to be doing no wrong here. Even Agent Zero having free reign on any lane that he attacks.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do any. I mean, Edward has just literally been sitting in lane, getting minions, XP, gold, everything else. He really hasn't had to do much, you know, and that's, in his case, that's the best case scenario for him. Now, at this point in the game, almost 7 minutes in, they've garnered themselves a 3K gold lead here, and Omega's going to have a hard time. They really got to be able to find picks to get back into this game or just rely on Kelra to farm up.
Yeah, other than that, the pressure is on now for Ryzen to just win Retribution battle somehow. Because, and I say somehow, because Blacklist have the control, will Ryzen and the members of Omega even be able to get close to contest? Not this turtle, but when the Lords start coming up for the matchup.
Yeah. Speaking of the Turtles, the Lords, it's all under control of Blacklist International right now. Where is the chink in the armor here? What do you think is Omega's plan here to get back here?
A Numenon Blast, probably.
Yeah.
Heavy spin. Somehow stack that all together. Stone still catching up with the damage, so he's not going to be dealing as much damage as Yue is already doing so. 3K gold lead slowly ballooning. It might get to the point where this might even extend to a 5-6K before Omega finds a way to turn it around, and that is worst case scenario.
And the only positive I can think of is last series, ONIC was ahead by 5K, then Echo just finished the game.
Yeah.
So you never really can tell, right?
You know, it's definitely a possibility, too. You know, anything can happen. Heavy spin going to come out from Ryzen. Focus here on this Tier 2 turret. Stome going to try to bob and weave. There's the return with the real-world manipulation. Yue, though, going to get healed up. Renzio goes in with the final slash. But the follow-up, here comes Miko, though. Can he land it on the target? Only hits Oh My Venus. And that is not going to be a go signal for Omega.
Yeah. That's the least stonks Numenon Blast I've ever seen.
Yeah, but it made sense why he didn't use that flicker, because even if he landed all 4,
they went back.
No damage.
Yeah, no damage.
Yeah.
Omega couldn't fight that. Way too risky. Just that scenario. And again, power of the Estes and power of the Ubi strategy. And I want to commend Yue for holding on to that real-world manipulation, because he didn't expand the cast so that he'd stay there as long as possible, because Ryzen was literally standing there going, please get out of the real world so I can knock you back to my tower. Please do that. But then no, Yue held on to it.
Yep, definitely having a tremendous game right now is Blacklist. In each and every fight, they seem to be juggling the damage output of Omega to its maximum potential. Of course, the healing always present.
That's the thing, right? Is even if let's say Miko gets a 4 or 5-man Numenon Blast, the damage just isn't technically there right now, because even if Kelra jumps in with a Blazing Duet and hits multiple members, the healing is going to pretty much out-sustain that, right, at this point. So there's a lot to catch up here for Omega. Now, that's not to say that they're out of it, but this is where these objectives happen. They should be able to contest these, because if they give away these objectives, it's going to be tough to deal with. Look at this. The damage is there. Renzio, 1 hit away. Wise able to grab it. And all this now, eyes possibly set on the Lord. They also get the heavy spin out from Ryzen. So he does not have that for this Lord.
Oh, 2-man taunt coming in from Wise. Just in time, and Blacklist, of course, set that up perfectly as they get the Lord. And it looks like they'll also be able to push the mid lane after clearing this minion wave. Let's see if Stone and Ryzen can hold it.
Yeah, Energy Eruption not nerfed. It was only damage, and Energy Eruption is one of the biggest skills of a Fredrin. Was untouched in the patch. That's why Fredrin seems to be still very strong right now in our games.
I mean, it's not like they extended the cooldown of anything, so it's fine. Fredrin's still going to be Fredrin.
He's still going to be 95+%.
Yeah.
You know, he might have lost a couple percent, but he's still Fredrin. He's still Fred. He's good
still
old
the
Fred.
big boy.
Yeah. And, you know, that's the thing, is like, at this point, I mean, where does this stand for Omega, Redmar? Because how do they get even back into this game?
They're going to have to wait for Oh My Venus to expand or expound on the usage of the ultimate of the Estes. Like, once you see Oh My Venus use the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, that's when you go all in on the fight. You can't go into the fight, combo, everything, Blazing the Wet right away, because, again, they're still catching up on the damage. Blacklist will just be able to heal all through that. They have to wait for key abilities to be used, like this.
Okay, they're going to find Wise here. He's caught into the turret, but they don't have enough damage again. Calbro goes on the backside with the Blazing Duet. Miko not going to find the connection he was looking for, and that's the sustain we were talking about. And in that fight, nobody falls, but now Omega still on the defense.
All right, I'm going to play a game with you guys. Craft the win. What's the win condition? What are the layering that Omega has to do? They have to put a heavy spin on Oh My Venus, right? And Miko has to put on what else?
Blast.
He's got to get a Numenon Blast.
And again, it's a timing. I literally just said it, that Omega needs to wait for them to use the key abilities first. Watch out for the ultimate of the Estes. With the ultimate of the Estes gone, that's when you go in full. But then I also get why Omega are starting off with the Blazing Duet, because they're forcing the ultimate of the Estes to come out first. But without the Blazing Duet, how are you going to damage?
I mean, okay, Stone did just pick up a Necklace of Durance.
Oh, there it is.
So maybe that is part of this winning scenario for them, right?
Yes. Craft the win. There it
Get
is.
it. Even if he gets the real-world manipulation copied, then at least you can apply that debuff around the best you can and then follow it up with hopefully an amazing Blazing Duet.
I really hope Keller considers building in a Sea Halberd here.
That might be it.
This guy.
Honestly, with the new punish mechanic
Makes
onto
sense.
it makes a lot of sense. You're gonna be dealing more damage onto heroes that have more HP than you. It'll be good.
Let's find out if that's going to be the case here for sure. The gold standard is going to...
Oh,
there
I
it is.
told you, boys.
Right on cue. Right
the call.
on cue. By the way, it's a 2-1 game, by the way. No kills happening that much.
Yeah.
Just so in case people don't know this.
That's what happens when there's, so much sustain and you're so far behind you actually couldn't fight those fights. But now, I gotta say, they have the tools to actually help counter this. Miko gonna charge up. They do find Wise. That's huge. But another member's gonna fall. It's Renzio that goes down. Owl unleashing on
Oh my God, Owl!
The damage is there. Owl comes in with the Blazing Duet. Owl still alive for a little bit longer. The sustain is too much.
Oh my goodness.
As they take out Miko, it looked like there was a little bit of hope for Omega. But in a snap of a finger, Blacklist International now marching it down mid.
Can they defend?
They don't even need the Lord,
No heavy
they
spin.
say.
No heavy spin.
No heavy spin here. Ryzen trying to hold on. It's Kelro versus the wall.
Oh!
He gets taken out way too fast.
No minions.
And Renzio,
No minions.
there's no minions. So Omega holds on for a little bit longer.
And that is as clutch as it can get. Beautifully done there, I have to say. When they took out Wise, it looked really bad, and Kelra really maximizes that Sea Halberd. But you saw Owl, man. If there was an Owl highlight reel, it starts with that one.
Yep, everything was clutch for Blacklist. Owl was definitely the clutches of them all. Edward gets wiped back.
Final Slash going to be used again. The focus for the turret. It finally goes down. Look at the heals. Edward still alive amidst it all.
Punish.
They're going to focus him down, but they can't get to him.
Unbelievable.
They lose the 2 inhibitor turrets, and the whole time Lord secured as well for Blacklist.
Omega, the barangay, they're really, really holding on to this as much as they can. It's just a seeming like every turn, Blacklist just takes something out of the pocket that they did not expect. 10K gold lead for the agents so far.
Honestly, Omega have the tools to turn this game around. They're just going to have to out-execute Blacklist International. It is a 10K gold lead, but their Claw's already set. That is their condition. Claw's fine.
They got DPS.
Yeah, maybe Malefic Roar. It's just one more item that Keller's waiting for. Maybe Wind of Nature, but nah, they have the tools that they need to turn this around. To somehow out-execute them, layer your abilities, time it well.
Stone needs an ultimate as well. He did get you away. There's the real world manipulation. They got to take care of the Lord too. Why is Immortality going to be popped here? Renzio falls though. Do they have enough firepower? They're caught in a bad position. The slam comes down from Edward. They're going to be zoned out here for now. Omega holds on a little bit longer. Minions are there. They got to clear them out. Blazing Duet. It's not enough. Blacklist sweeps Omega.
In a classic fashion, our El Clasico returns with Blacklist on top once more.
Tried and tested. The standard that was set by Blacklist. They still got it. And they still get the sweep victory over their age-old rival, Smart Omega. Poetic. Trial by fire succeeded by Al, and they did so with the signature Ube strategy.
What a way for Al on his debut day. A 2-0 sweep against none other than the Venom themselves, who are itching and clawing their way back up on the leaderboards.
You know, even at that last moment there, the 10K gold lead that Omega was working against, it looked like there was moments where it was going to work, but inevitably they just couldn't keep up. Again, with that sustain, with the way that things were overlapped really well, and even with the tools they had, man, I got to say, they didn't utilize the setup potential that they had, and they just got too far behind.
So many Numenon blasts I wish or I hope were a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, they were trying. You can tell the trajectory was in that direction, but the timings were just off.
Yeah, and for me personally, Yue is an absolute unsung hero in this game. The timing of this man, not only in game number 1, but as an Eve or Valentina or as a real-world manipulation
The
user.
trigger discipline, right?
The trigger discipline, exactly. Using it to stop escapes, holding onto it for as long as possible to maximize the punishment that Omega will receive with the real-world manipulation. And of course, you pointed out there in one of the last sequences near the end of the game there where we thought Omega would turn things around when they took down Wise. First, Al surviving, holding on, and then being able to freely hit. Wow.
And he took out Stone.
He took out Stone.
Massive.
It's just like everything as it was put before with this lineup or with just this version or the code and everything else, it's plug and play, man. And this is very similar to what we've seen from Blacklist International before. Even though there might be different names on the board, on the field, it still works out for them. And yeah, now it's like, well, now we've seen the Ube, a couple different versions as well. Now with Florin introduced. So I can't wait to see, even more of this and even more of what Al can bring to the table.
We've even seen the lowest of the low of the Haka Venus strat. Almost every prominent Oh My Venus hero being banned out still yielded pretty much the same result. I would say a bit more dominant than I thought it would be with a Florin debut, 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Come on, what is up?
Yeah, and against a team like Blacklist International, you got to be super polished. I want to go back to that game number 1. Omega had a good tempo for themselves. It was like a similar story to their first game in their first meetup, where in game number 1, Omega controlled it, but with just good discipline, very refined team fighting approaches, Blacklist International completely turned it around. And that's exactly what happened this time around. And more refinement from Omega if they really want to prove that the poison is now potent.
Yeah.
For now, though, Code Breakers get the W.
Chakna buff not enough in this series, unfortunately.
They had the Rebo buff too, man.
They had the additional backup, right? How does this thing happen? I guess we'll find out. We'll hear from Blacklist International themselves on stage with Mara Aquino.
Agents, what do you think about that sweep? Al, I think they're screaming for you. Sabi nga nila, outstanding ang ginawa mo. First time lang ata daw nila makita na micro si Kelra. Tinayuan mo siya once, twice, pati sa base. Tinayuan mo siya ulit. Sobrang confident mo, which is not normal sa first game. Usually sa MPL, kinakabahan yung mga players. But ikaw, fresh but confident. Where you get that from?
Nasanay na siguro ako sa MDL tsaka dun SEA Games.
So paano ka nag-prepare going into MPL before today? Ano ba, may ritual ka ba? Or may kumausap ba sa'yo na para i-boost yung confidence mo? Kasi kitang-kita sa laro eh.
Sabi kasi ni Wise, kung pawat laro ko, sasakalin niya ako eh.
Okay, Wise, what do you think about his play today, yung performance niya? Sasakalin mo ba or nahag mo?
Tulad nung sabi ko sa kanya after nung game, SEA Games always back.
Oh, SEA Games always back. Oh, ito. On a serious note, okay? Actually, kayong dalawa tatanungin ko, one of you can answer kasi you've been here all the way from before. May sinabi si Rebo kanina, and what do you have to say about this? Tinanong ko sa kanya, sino ba sa team this season 11 sa tingin nyo ang humina. Ang sinabi niya, Blacklist, kasi daw, dati, lagi kayong top 1. Di kayo tinatalo ng mga ibang teams. You always dominate. Pero ngayon, natatalo na kayo ng mga teams that normally you guys kinakain nyo alive. So what do you have to say about his comment?
Ano ba? Okay lang matagal na rin kasi na matagal din naman kami nag-dominate bago kami umina. Tsaka at least nasa MPL pa din kami.
Okay. And you know what? Lumakas din talaga lahat ng mga koponan. And I believe it's because the standard that you guys started nung nanalo kayo nung M3. Lahat nagtaasan ng lakas. And speaking of, kayo talagang known to be legendary sa MPL. Meron tayong Hall of Legends. Isang mananalo once again. Sino ang bottom nyo? Who do you think should be the next legend?
Ako, para sa akin, si Edward.
Si Edward! Ay, bakit si Edward? Why Edward? Bakit siya deserving? Bakit siya deserving na manalo sa Hall of Legends?
Sobrang kasi nung naging magkampi kami nung season 7, yun talaga yung naging start nung namin nung
Oh, that's right.
nung parang dynasty ganun.
The domination.
Tapos parang magka-achievement lang din kami ni Edward eh. Kaya
You think so? Okay.
yan, feeling ko 100% nasa Hall of Legends si Edward.
Oh! Agree ba kayo? 100% ba? The crowd is going wild. Ikaw naman, Ma'am Shu, sino sa tingin mo Hall of Legends?
Sa akin din si Edward talaga. Kasi pinapakita naman niya ngayong season kung gaano siya ka-deserving. And yung consistency talaga nandun. And para sa akin, sobrang ngayon yung importante para makapasok ka ng Hall of Legends.
Consistency, confidence. Edward, ikaw naman. Dito ka, baby brother. Okay, from the two legends themselves, feeling nila ikaw ang deserving to be the next. What do you think about that? Nung sinabi na yung pangalan mo, what did you feel?
Masaya.
Masaya. Sa tingin mo ba, ikaw, personally, sa tingin mo, deserve mo mag-Hall of Legends? Totoo naman since you came in Season 7, nag-start na doon yung domination ng Blacklist International. What do you think? Deserve?
Siguro.
Anong gagawin mo kapag ikaw ay na-announce as the next legend? Anong gagawin mo? How are you gonna celebrate? What are you gonna do for the fans?
Siyempre, mapasalamat kasi ako yung binoto nila and sa mga teammates ko. Ayun.
Oh, imbitahan natin sila na bumoto sa'yo sa Hall of Legends. Go ahead, everyone's watching.
And guys, boto nyo ako sa Hall of Legends.
If you guys agree na dapat si Edward ang susunod, mag-ingay! You heard them. Once again, agents cheering for Edward and Blacklist International. Congratulations. You may now take your bow and the walk of victory. Si Edward talaga. Very humble. Kahit sobrang angas sa laro, mahiyain pa din. At pwede rin kayong bumoto who you think deserves to be in the next Hall of Legends. Now, we're gonna take a look at that game. Paano nga ba na-sweep ng Blacklist ang kanilang kalaban? Here we go. Casters, pasok.
Week 6 and we're already talking Hall of Legends here, and two legends on stage definitely agree. Love to find out soon enough. Welcome back here at the caster desk. Let's try to break down what happened in that beautiful 2-0 sweep from Blacklist International.
I think one of the biggest things, and I know Renmar's going to talk to this in a little bit, is, they utilize their strengths, and even with a new person coming in, having their debut, he still has his strength. And you mentioned this earlier, Rockhart, you have the Filipino sniper, you have Oheb is the captain in Blacklist Academy. So, of course, Al's going to fit right in.
Apparently, Al's bestie.
Yeah, you know? And honestly, it's kind of what you expected, right?
So all of that, again, going to result in a beautiful game. Going to be broken down by Reptar himself.
Yes, Ube, yes, classic Blacklist, all of that. But to continue the theme of game number 2 of Echo versus ONIC earlier in the day, skill conservation, using the most of your ability timings, not just your abilities, but when you use them for maximum efficiency. That is why Blacklist International was very dominant here, and which is why Omega struggled. The timings on some of their key abilities. The Numenon Blast, heavy spins getting forced out early on, blazing duets being used initially. Of course, they wanted to pop the heal from the Estes, but against Blacklist International, against Oh My Venus holds on for dear life as long as possible onto the ultimate of the Estes, using it at the last possible moment just to turn the team fight around. And Blacklist just made that walk in the park, honestly. How they conserve the abilities when they use them. The first guy here is Al, and it's full trust by Blacklist that the initial rotations by them were focused actually onto the XP lane. Again, you do that because they know that they have to stop the R-Lot. 0% team fight participation here for Renjo. Renjo was struggled here, and Renjo was focused by Blacklist, knowing that the R-Lot will be one of the banes of their existence if they allowed Renjo to freely farm, to get good positioning, because he's just going to be dashing all over Blacklist International, setting them up with a final slash. Our MVP of the game, of course, is Al. Fantastic debut by him. And again, skill conservation. But again, one of the signature things you look out for the top marksmen in MPL Philippines and all over the world is when they decide to enter team fights, their entries. So if we have skill conservation, you have self-conservation, self-preservation. Perfect game here for Al, playing really well as that carry. His job was simple, just farm up. He did well in lane against Kelra, made the most out of the faster scaling of the side of Blacklist, the slower pace that Omega might play if they don't land those ultimates and win those retribution battles in the major objectives. And then once that carry has reached the absolute maximum point of farm, ready to fight, Al was ready to fight, and Al countered back and clapped back. Let's look back, though, onto Omega. Their lineup had a very clear condition, and that was Kelra. You saw there once he picked up the Sea Halberd, they could fight, and they put themselves in interesting positions to surprise Blacklist. I believe it was at this one where they were able to pick off Wise, like the damage being dished out by that Claude onto that Fredrin. But again, with great skill conservation, and with targeting for Omega being focused onto Wise, having to blow a lot of abilities onto there, Owl was free to just damage and hit. And with the Nestus, again, Owl at this point is used to playing like this. They play like this in Blacklist Academy. They love fielding lineups where if it's going to be gold focused, okay. We paired up with Estes. We load it with a lot of peel, a lot of self-healing on your XP laner, on, well, technically jungler, and of course a lot of crowd controls to provide space, peel, healing, and all the room in the world for their marksmen. Let's revisit the keys to victory that we presented early on. There it is on your screens. Don't give the queen her comfort picks. Got the Estes. Take advantage of Al's debut on MPL. Omega tried that, but then Al, very composed in game number 1, turned it around despite having a rough start and engaged in early skirmishes to force reactions. In game number 2, though, it seemed like Blacklist handled a lot of the forced engagements that Omega were doing.
Yeah, we were not blessed with a Paquito game today, but you know what?
Sad.
I'm still very happy with what Owl City has shown us today.
Owl City, yeah.
Yeah,
Owl City.
he's basically MVP for a good reason, and maybe next time around, teams might have a look at Blacklist's newest gold laner when you are on the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, that's crazy. The Dark Owl rises today. And it was a great debut for him.
Well, I think either way, it's nice to see Blacklist International has found this form because still I think they do have the other variations that they can play around with. But this is promising, right? And, you know, to get this sweep, get those 3 points that they need in the standings, climb back up, that was the question as we led into this series today. And hopefully for Smart Omega, they can refine themselves as well.
Well, Hackavina's not working. Maybe owl hunting will be a thing. We'll have to find out. Rockhart, nice to and Reptar. Glad to have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Mara.
Sa sobrang gigil ng ating mga koponan, itaas ang lakas. Well, 2 koponan na ang nakaselyo ng ating playoff spot. Up first, we saw RSG Slate Philippines persevere a hard-fought series, and they put a stop to their 2-game losing skid. After that, while Echo continues their winning ways and their victory led by Benny Cutie. At dahil doon, na-secure na nila ang playoff spot. Hindi lang sila, pati na rin ang Bren, who's at the top of the list when it comes to our standings. And finally, Blacklist International, sweeping victory against Smart Omega. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Al was just something else. Outstanding and very confident in his debut match here in the MPL. Meron pa tayong dalawang bakbakan na matutunghayan nyo bukas sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. So don't you miss it. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino na lagi nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay. Huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you, John Joseph Plata, for this beautiful outfit, and see you all tomorrow.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.